Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Fox Mutation. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Rebooting. Ding. Fox. Izuku has been rebooted successfully. After a deep breath, Izuku said with an extremely calm but exasperated tone, "Hold up, repeat that last part." Nonchalantly Rumi answered, "You're going from pants to no. Right before that line. Oh, I walk around the house naked sometimes. Since when? This isn't news. To me it is. How? I do it at least twice a week. If you catch me when I decide to take a shower right after waking up. Sometimes I just forget my towel or was too tired to be bothered to take one. How did I miss this? You're asking me. I'm surprised you care so much to see me naked. Ugh, no, it's, oh, so my body isn't good enough to be peeped on, the bunny told him teasingly. Course not, but wait, no, I meant not that I'll like to, but just because there's a gold-plated box on the top of the shelf doesn't mean I always want to see it, but it's interesting to know that the producers took time. What the hell am I talking about? He screamed, internally of course, breaking the bumbling mess that he was. Rumi groaned as she told him, "You can stop now, I know what you meant. You're not the kind of person who will be like that." Izuku wasn't sure, but hearing those words spoken in that way felt more like a wound was being inflicted on him than anything else. It was a compliment, right? Compliments from close friends are a good sign of a healthy relationship. Why does it only make him yearn as if he's being dragged far away from what he wants? Rumi then suddenly states, "I really gotta put a bell on you." Izuku gave her an exceedingly off-settled look. He wasn't one to kink-shame someone, but at least give them a warning before you drop a bomb on them. She must get that from her father, well, adopted father. Seeing his expression, Rumi quickly went to rectify her previous statement. "Oh no, not you Izuku. I was talking to the morbid sack of human flesh behind you." Izuku looked behind him to see the green-haired Rideru there, who greeted him with a lazy hand gesture and a nonchalant, "What's up?" "Oh, I'm doing good. How are you WAHA? Took a bit for it to hit him that time. "When did you get here?" Izuku shouted. "Like, half a minute ago," the greenet replied. "I came in from the front. Though, sorry I didn't notice you." Your response is like a grain of sand in an hourglass. Definitely not the first, nor will it be the last time that it'll be dropped. It happens more than I want, so any repentance over it is meaningless. The green fox stares at the older male with a deadpan look for his overly long response, thinking to himself, "You could have just said it's fine." Rideru then nudged his head toward Rumi before continuing. "She's the only exception, mostly because she never lets her guard down." "Damn straight." "Oh, if you're here, that means you got it set up right?" Rumi asked him. Rideru nodded as he told her, "The guy's match is in about an hour." "An hour? Talk about lucky. That's plenty of time. Are we waiting for a specific match?" Izuku interjected. "Who's fighting?" "You are," the two said in unison. One last round of applause for that great act, the stage announcer exclaimed, motivating the crowd to cheer louder. "Now let's try to end this junior high talent show on a high note. Let's see, our last talent is Izuku Midoriya. Come on stage." A younger green fox spat out the water he was drinking when he heard his name. "Why did my name come up?" he shouted. "I never signed up as a talent." He remembered volunteering to help with the stage since his mom suggested it'll be a perfect chance to make some friends, but he never dared think about actually applying to perform on stage. Right as he thought about slowly creeping out the back and pretend like he had to go home early, he felt a cold arm come around his shoulder. Izuku looked to his side to see one of his larger classmates next to him. "Oh, don't worry about that," his classmate said. "We took care of it so you can finally express yourself freely. You're always so quiet since Katsuki is always hovering around you. Since he's homesick, why don't you finally show the school what you got?" Without giving the green fox time to even object, the boy and a few other of his friends grabbed Izuku, looking as if they were some cheer crew, and they brought him toward the stage. Wait, I shouldn't be on the stage. I don't know what to do." "Oh, don't worry about it. Do the first thing that comes to mind." "No, stop it. Get off of me. Stop. Are you kidding me?" Izuku asked after taking a deep breath. His voice was calm, but his tone completely changed again, chilling and stern, with eyes that matched the tone, mentally waving off the boy's abrupt inflection. Rumi tried to talk to him in her usual chaff tone. "Don't worry, it'll be fun. All we gotta do is..." "No," Izuku shouted at them. "I'm not getting my ass kicked again because of you." Taken aback by his outburst, the bunny girl's voice unconsciously turned a bit softer as she spoke to him. "Not that I just what?" Izuku snapped at her. "Wanted to drag me by the arm without telling me anything and tell me to go fight someone just so I can get beat up again. This time in front of a crowd of people and all your friends, so now there's a new group of people that can laugh at my flaws. What am I, a clown to you?" The meat-deprived hunger mixed with being tired of people doing whatever they wanted with his life was getting to him. Something like this that comes greatly and solely at his expense to this extent should be consulted with him ahead of time. Not already arranged with him being the last person to find out what's being done to his own life. As if everyone else has more right to his life decisions than himself. It reminded him of how Katsuki tried to shallowly convince him to stay home to train with him by just telling him to do it as if he'll just oblige and miss out on a wonderful opportunity. He only lets the situation with Lai slide because first off, it's a dream, and by the way things look it seems more real-world events affect that dream world than vice versa. Second, it's a more private event in a world he has near zero understanding of, not a public event where literally dozens of people will see him get his ass kicked. Third, Lai actually started giving him some insight about the thing he wants him to do or what's to come despite being on a once-a-month meeting cycle. He couldn't imagine if during his last visit to his dream world he woke up inside Sayaku Forest with the H-Yakai being right in front of him, and then Lai told him, hey, this thing popped up because you were horny, good luck. Rideru looked more shocked at Rumi's reaction. Her eyes lit up like a deer in the headlights. For once the confidence and vainglorious attitude melted off her facial expression. Almost as if the bravado she's been showing off since the day they met was made out of glass and got shattered in an instant. He only saw this side of her on a few occasions, which could mean only one thing. But for a moment he thought it couldn't be with this kid. Her usual brash way of speaking had begun to fade away as well as she spoke. I just wanted to help. We had all day. You could have taught me something before we came here, not an hour before I go into a match I didn't even know I was going to do, Izuku told her, swatting his hand into the air in frustration. Your dad is already stagnating me with my training, now you want to do similar by waiting till the last minute. The hell, of all people, Rideru was the one who stepped in between the two of them and raised a hand to cut him off before he could say any more. Calmly, he states, Suo, by my guess, there seems to have been a lack of communication here which led to a disagreement. So instead of a melodramatic argument, how about I just skip over all of that and suggest a fair proposition? He looks to both of them, seeing if they agree. Rumi slowly nodded, looking away from them as she timidly held her arm. The short break Izuku got gave himself enough time to take a breather and calm down. He really needs to eat. Right then did he see a chocolate bar being tossed at him, which he stumbled to catch the suddenly thrown treat. It was something called a Snickers bar. He looked up to see the stoic Greenet offering the same kind of snack to Rumi, in a kinder manner, who accepted it with a low thank you. At first, Izuku just took this as him being naturally more considerate toward the friend he knew for longer, nothing to think longingly about. Then Rideru whispered something into her ear, which made the distressed bunny smile before playfully hitting his arm. She seemed to have been cheered up near instantly. Why did Izuku's eye twitch seeing that? As the two enjoyed their candy, Rideru suggested to the two, I think it's fair that at the end of the day Izuku chooses whether he'll fight or not tonight. Though before he makes that decision, let's give him a few minutes to warm up and tell him who his opponent is. Then he can decide. Everyone seemed to agree to that. The Greenet then continued. You should be grateful to know that I managed to get an open slot for the no individuality boxing ring, which means you won't have to deal with any of the other crazy setups they have here. It'll be a plain boxing match. Even the use or activation of quirks are forbidden, perfect for beginners like you. I got some information about the guy you're fighting, if you choose to, from Setsuna. He goes by the name Mizo, a Spatian of course, and must have some confidence in his capabilities to agree to a fight on short notice. Wait, Izuku interrupted, confused by the terminology that was used. Spatian? What's that? You know those guys across the stage that look like aliens? Rumi reminded him. Around here they're usually called Spatian since they usually look like they might have come from space. On the opposite side, we whose appearances usually resemble those of animals are called lagas. I feel like I remember that phrasing from somewhere. It's probably from Save the World Building for the guy who lived on this planet for over a decade after my exposition. We got an hour, remember, and by the sound of it you're going to need as much of it as possible, Rideru told them, having no interest in watching the two talk. He had a feeling he wouldn't enjoy it. As I was saying, Mizo is new as well in this community, seeing as he doesn't have an epitaph nor much of a reputation. My guess is that this will be his first match as well. It's a tradition for everyone here to fight at X Games Arena at least once for initiation to being a part of Yase Alley at age 14. If sources are correct, he should be 15, which means he's completely new like you and hasn't had much experience fighting in these parts if he's doing his now. Sinking in this information, Izuku thought to himself, well, at least it sounds like there's an age limit to who they get to fight here. Along the way here I saw a couple of people walking around who looked a bit young to be involved in activities that were hazardous to their health. Unless you have shit luck, his combat skills should be no better than an average teen picking a fight on the streets, Rideru continued. As he was spoken he dragged out the drawing board that was in the corner to give them a visual as well. Surprisingly, his drawing skill wasn't the worst. It actually seemed pretty good in terms of visuals. The most common mistake I see for first-time fighters that joined after the age of 14, like you two, is an over-reliance on pure power. Most from that category come off of being the strongest among their group of friends and never had to worry about anything else, leaving their other stats unattended. So what do I do then to win? Izuku asked him. Rumi looked at him surprised by his response, which made him quickly add, if I decide to fight, that is. There's not much you can learn with the time you have left, but you won't need much since you're battling a novice. Do you have decent strength? It's all right, Izuku told him, being modest as always about himself. Rumi wasn't having that and yelled out, yes. Last time you punched someone you sent him flying off his feet. Feeling a bit embarrassed, the green fox looked away, rubbing the back of his neck as he replied, oh, it wasn't that impressive. Just don't stand there after the first hit and get your ass kicked. Besides that, you were pretty all right. The boy continued to be bashful to his friend's continued praise of him. Seeing them together made Rideru squint his eyes. He scratched his hidden right eye again before reminding them of their limited time. Then all you need to do is strike his vitals for critical damage. He draws attention to a human body's most famous weak spots, consisting of the liver, head, and groin. So I suggest you be smart and see if you can cramp the basics of boxing in before the fight. If not, then ... well, you better sneak out quietly, because 9 out of 10 a riot might happen, and if you're still around, you will wish you would have just lost the match. A riot, Izuku repeated in his mind. In retrospect, that shouldn't be surprising. The same thing would happen if this was a legitimate sports match. Curious, he asked, what happens if I lose? Not much, Rideru replied. Think about it for a second. Around half of all first-time fighters here have to lose their first match. Can't really do anything about those odds, so losing your first match ain't bad. Most of this is for group pride anyway. As long as you show spirit and give a good match, no one would give you any trouble. Oh good. Though all your friends will hold it over your head for the next week or two ... or 5 depending on how bad you lost. There it is, Izuku sighed. There was never an easy moment in his life. There's always that'll rattle his life. In many ways he liked it better than his old life of constant sulking. On the other hand, it can get old real fast without any breaks. If you really don't want to, you don't have to fight, Rumi offered. Her eyes diverted its sight to everywhere except Izuku, scratching the back of her head to appear more casual. We can do this another time or not at all if you're against this or whatever, I guess. It was clear to Izuku that Rumi still had some intention for him to participate, but was still unsettled from his earlier outburst, and was being more considerate of his well-being. If this was in some kind of martial arts dojo, then he would have been fine with trying it out once. But with its location being extremely shady, he feared he might be entering into a brutal underground match. By the sound of it, this seems to be a more light-hearted fight club a bunch of kids in their free time will create. But then again, this is a place Rumi seemed to love. She's a bit crazy ... and excessive ... and radical ... and insane ... and extreme with a lot of her daily activity. A deathmatch could look like a casual sports match to her for all he knows, with her only backup being the phlegmatic guy who sometimes speaks weird he just met. It wasn't the most convincing deal. But taking wild chances when being around Rumi has been beneficial to his life multiple times. And now there's an established objective he was involved in that wasn't him just being dragged into something like a child. I mean, let's just see how quickly I can pick up the boxing, okay? Izuku tells her, rubbing his neck. Springing into life, Rumi slammed her fists together, declaring, I'll be the best damn couch you can ask for then. This is going to be more painful than productive, ain't it? Izuku sighed. Sweat dripped from his face, seeing the girl's old enthusiasm propping up again. That's a sign of oncoming recklessness in the future. Nothing harvests the results of training better than pain, blood, and more blood. Wait, why are you double downing on spilling blood? Shouldn't sweat or tears be in there instead? Meh, there it is. Anyways, come on, let's get started already. We got so much to learn that I gotta beat into ya, Rumi states, fully prepared to spare in her black sportswear. She tied her hair back into a ponytail as she stepped into the ring. It was at that moment Izuku realized he chose the worst choice he could to express his discontent by literally putting himself in the ring of the person he yelled at right after the occasion. In other words, he effed up. Better get to it, he thought, preparing himself as well to get into the ring with her. Then, in that short time that Rumi wasn't paying attention to them, Rideru walked by Izuku and whispered an ominous message to him. It'll be easy to steal Rumi's heart from you, the way you are now. Was that a threat? That was the question that ran through his mind. He felt like he should have acted on it, but he didn't want to jump the gun too early, especially since it seems like the guy is close to Rumi. For the moment, all he could do was watch as Rideru walked off without another word and began casually chatting it up with Rumi. Putting on the boxing gloves given to him, he got in the ring. Stomp that guy into the ground, yelled Cassidy at one of the rings where a blue hedgehog was battling against a weird purple dragon reptile thing on the alien's side. She thought she heard one of his friends call him Ridley or something like that, and tear off his darn head off. Oh my gosh, Cassie, a wide-eyed Mary says. Yeah, it's just a nib. They're not allowed to use quirks and they're just boxing. Very little chance that we'll see something that gruesome, Setsuna added, mildly getting entertained by the fight. Sadly. What do you mean by sadly? It's a good thing that these kind of matches are low risk, or else Miruko's new friend would be in some serious danger for his first time here, Mary stated. Also, where's your left ear? Oh, you know, around. Nosy as usual. Haha. Though, violence might not be the roomie's friend we'll have to worry about, the green-haired girl stated. He seems to be fresh meat to this culture. The divisionism here might spook him off. The cowgirl then popped a question. Yeah, what's with that? I've never heard about it in my hometown. I don't need to snoop to figure that out, Setsuna mumbled to herself. What? Nothing. Just wondering if I made the right bet on this match. Entering into the conversation, Simba asked, wait, no one told you yet? I'm pretty sure we explained it to you once. Sitting next to all of them but still being able to watch the match comfortably because of his size was Yogi, who answered Simba's question. Nope, never have. Are you serious? I remember telling someone this a few months ago. That was Tsu, and she left midway because she had little interest. Oh yeah. The blonde then barges back into the conversation to re-ask her question. Suo, what's the deal? Simba cleared his throat as he gave Cassidy a quick rundown. It all started when quirks began manifestations. Obviously, people suddenly gaining amazing powers that came from genetics brought up a lot of, caused a great amount of stir about if they were humans or unholy creatures that infiltrated society. Luckily, due to their human appearance, the discovery that quirks are more of a genetic evolution if anything, and the fact that many people that once thought of them as monsters suddenly developed quirks later on in life or had children that did even though they were supposed to be pure-blooded. The conflict didn't last too long and ended in less than a generation. For emitter types anyways. Oh, Cassidy went, why only them? Like I said, emitters mostly having regular human features made it a lot easier for the quirkless to accept them as human. Not to mention it was a lot easier for them to hide who they were, so if they ever got discovered, the people they lived with for years might still accept them. Years of trust won't go away just because a kid can now shoot lightning or can make his fingers glow. Transformations had a similar path, but it took a lot longer since when people discover their quirks. It's them turning into something people will consider a beast. But they were saved since they were born normal looking and their abilities were transforming into those things. It made a great case to prove their humanity. They used the claim of their abilities just being a more physical version of the emitter type that were already getting some acceptance. Mary added, the term emitter and transformer didn't become separate types till way later. That's nice and all, Cassidy says. But what does all that junk have to do with the Lagas and Spashians' business? It's called storytelling, Simba exclaimed, taking a moment to call himself before continuing. Anyways, as you can tell, the other types naturally had something that helped them be accepted into society. Mutations types didn't have that privilege. By nature, our quirks make us look less like what people considered normal, leading to us getting the worst of the ridicule. Not to mention that some people being born with their mutation attribute didn't help the case that we were just regular humans that gained a genetic evolution. Our conflict lasted for nearly a century. I ain't asked for a history lesson, I asked what's with them. I'm getting there, Simba exclaimed, annoyed at her impatience. Long story short, when it came to mutation types getting accepted into society when we first appeared, those with animalistic traits got accepted first since people can understand where their mutations came from. And some even found our animalistic appearances to be physically appealing. Unironically, said Setsuna, the love for catgirls helped end racism. I wouldn't go that far, Mary interjected, nervously laughing at the bluntness of the statement. I would say they just helped mend the prejudice that was going on in multiple areas, making some spaces like certain parts of Japan safe havens for people that fell under the Lagas category. Then what about the Spashians? Asked Cassidy, leaning on the railing as she continued to listen. Shouldn't they have been accepted around the same time? Those with traits unidentifiable to any animal on Earth weren't so easily accepted as they had nothing to use that can connect them to even living on Earth. Prompt the name Spashians. Aliens if you want to be offensive about it. What? Cassidy questioned, confused about what he said. Nothing connecting them to life on Earth. The hell does that mean? Simba sighed as he said, all right, look at Mary. What's the first thing you think of when looking at her? A motherly figure, and not a mom. Mary exclaimed, quickly blushing when she realized how loud she shouted in a public place. True, but no, Simba told her, much to the tan girl's annoyance, something else. A young woman with a lot of modesty. Cassidy guessed. And no, Simba says, face-palming himself. Physically, what does she make you think of? Think of the physical attributes she has. Cassidy stayed silent for a while before saying, snapping her fingers at the realization, oh, I see. She's a tanned, busty girl. I heard men really like that combination. I didn't see it at first, but now that you point it out, And with that outfit, I can see why her popularity among the guys here skyrocketed like they're witnessing a girl back home tame a raging bull. Wait, what's wrong with my outfit? Mary squeaked, instinctually covering her endowed top heaviness in a mini panic, feeling like 100 were all glaring at her, even though they weren't because they were all watching the two guys who were beating the hell out of each other. She slowly sank toward the ground to decrease her visibility. Her reaction makes people wonder why she constantly goes out like she was a regular at a nightclub. Rubbing his temple, Simba told her, "Dear Lord, I don't believe in. What animal do you think of when you see her?" As if a light bulb finally lit up in her head, she exclaimed, "Oh, a ram." "Yes," Simba cheered. Mary seemed a bit rattled from the misnaming, prompting Simba to quickly correct her. "Well, actually no. She's a sheep, but close enough. You've seen a sheep in your life, right?" "Yeah, I've seen those and a few rams before. And when you look at Mary you get reminded of a sheep at times, right?" "Yeah." A sigh of relief came over the lion man as he was finally getting through. "Now look at that Spashian girl over there," directed Simba, poking over to the other side of the ring. Watching the fight was a pink-sized girl with black clear, pink hair, and horns sticking out of the top of her head. She seemed to be enjoying her time here, having a similar reaction to the crowd at the spectacle in front of them. "Uh-huh," Cassidy responded. "Is there anything recognizable about her? I mean, she's obviously got a good set of girls on her." "Why no. Is there an animal or living thing on this planet that she's recognizable from?" "Oh, then I guess not." There you go. With Lagas, despite how often our appearance may devoid from being humanoid, we're still recognizable to get accepted easier rather than support their fellow Mutation Quirk people. So from what I got, one side hates the other for getting accepted faster because of catgirls over some rumor hundreds of years ago that has very little information to go and no one could confirm if it was true or not. Yeah, basically. I'm not the smartest chicken in the farm, but that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. If you think that's dumb, just wait till you hear about how the Salem witch trials got started or the football war. Why does my face hurt? Izuku internally asked himself this. Feeling the stinging pain on his red cheek, he stared at the rusted ceiling of this shack in a daze, flat on his back and not knowing why he's here. Is that a sign of a concussion? He wasn't sure. It was a bit hard to think. Only the sweet echoes of what sounded like a caring angel called him back to his sense. "You got knocked the F out," exclaimed Rumi, resting against the boxing ring railings with a triumphant grin on her face. "You need to start avoiding my punches better before I bruise up that cute face of yours too much. I told you, duck and weave. You're only ducking. We need more weaves." Raidaru then added, "From what that silvered-tongued lizard heard, Mizo only has great strength to his name, but he doesn't display like a bozo. To have that much restraint in a place like this means he won't be swinging wildly and has enough sense to be more coordinated with how he uses his strength. All that means is getting better at dodging becomes all the more important." Sitting up, Izuku took a much-needed breather. So far things have been going smoothly. With 20 minutes left before the match, he already had the offense down and only needed to work on defensive tactics. Or in Rumi's words, he only needed to dodge. An object then suddenly dropped straight on Izuku's chest, making him hack up from the force. He sat up and grabbed the item that slammed onto him. It was a water bottle. "You're going to need better reflexes," Rumi called out to him, unscrewing the cap off her water bottle. If that was a punch, it wouldn't announce itself first. Unless the person was stupid, then they'll go on a monologue before throwing a punch. If that happens, you go in for a speedy strike, probably in the gut or balls if you want to be cowardly. They'll never expect it. "Your punches are so fast," Izuku responded after enjoying the cool liquid to refresh his body. His throat was getting parched from all the exercise. "It's hard to react to something that's like a blur." "That's a good thing," Rumi states, leaning her body back far onto the railing that it looked like she might fall off. The buzzing light shone down on the bunny's sweat-covered body, glistering her chocolate-colored body like a rare gem that was having all its value displayed. "If you train with something faster than what you'll be facing, then that thing you were going to face will feel like it's going in slow motion." Was all Izuku responded with. His mind was slowly being drawn away to other distractions. The attention to his blissful view was quickly disturbed by the presence of the other green-haired boy in the room. He dropped a towel in Rumi's hand, allowing her to wipe herself stainless once again and destroying the slimmer the young fox was enjoying. The half-sided greenet made eye contact with Izuku again, noticing his reaction to Rumi's fading radiance. He didn't react, coldly staring at him before turning back to Rumi. He bent down and whispered something in Rumi's ear again, gaining a similar reaction as before, gaining an extremely rare modest chuckle from the snowy-haired girl. What did he just tell her? Izuku thought. He found himself peering at him again. A strange corrupted feeling began bubbling in his chest. It felt aggravating and spread fast. His breathing suddenly became unstable, speeding up without explanation. Yet, despite his whole body seeming like it's working itself up, he felt more down than energized. The feeling only worsened with what followed. Playfully, Rumi pushed Raidaru back, almost knocking him off the platform. Trying to collect herself from a laughing fit, she manages to say, "Shut up already, you effing captious marauder." "Oh, you getting wordy now?" Rideru replied. His tone still kept its firm, but the vibe to it sounded different. Weird flex, but okay. I'll let it go since it's an infrequent occasion where you show that your mind isn't as thick as a bowl of oatmeal. A stark contrast to the rest of you. "Oh my gosh, I'm so done with you," she says, walking away from her friend and heading back to the center of the stage. She looked back to jokingly tell the half-sided greenet, "By the way, I want the key I gave you back. You gave it to me the spare in case your dumb ass loses the original. Which I'll remind you, number 2 is still in my possession. You probably burnt your way up to number 13. Guess again, the one I keep at home is number 5. Huh, what number is the one you used today? Number 9. Wow, I'm impressed you kept it to single digits. Whatever, Ryu, keep your comments to yourself or else some of the more aberrant ones will reach the wrong tympanum ear." Blackmail? How low? Rumi rolled her eyes with an annoyed expression before attending back to Izuku, asking him, "Anyways, you ready to start again? You better be since time isn't exactly on your side to be sitting around since And never mind about that last part. You good to go?" There was a more surly attitude in the green fox's voice as he answered, "Yeah, whenever you're ready." "All right," shouted Rumi, knocking her gloves together to pump herself up. "Up in it, try to remember to do what I told you to do. Can we focus on teaching me what you want me to do?" "What you mean? I'm not sure how effective your method is. I get what you're trying to teach me, but all you're doing is hitting me yelling." "Dodge, squealed Izuku. Luckily his guard was already up, which allowed him to block the straight punch that was sent toward him. Though blocked, the force still sent him stumbling back. "Recovering," he says, "like that. I don't think that's helping at all. I'm just getting beat up." "I mean, of course you gotta get hit a lot. It's dodge training. You wouldn't be needing dodge training if you could dodge properly." "No, I meant like teach me how I'm supposed to dodge first instead of just hitting me. There's not a book I can pull out on this stuff, and I showed some weaving moves. With what time we got left, it'll be best to let you relay on your guts and find your way of dodging." She, for once in her life, got somewhat of a point. Rideru interjected, lazily leaning against the rope. "Granted, it'll be better to understand the basics and rules before you break them, but having your unique way of doing things can be helpful to make up for weaknesses at a novice level. If you ever experience something weird your body does when it comes to this stuff, it'll be smart to put some investment into seeing how you can exploit that aspect." Izuku caught himself giving a low groan hearing the boy speak. Preparing himself to continue, he thought of something weird that happened in the past that could help. "The last time I actually dodged something important was against that slime villain." What happened exactly? With so many months passing by since that day, a lot has stayed in his mind as feelings he'll never forget. At the same time, so much had happened that it was easy for some things to be under review in retrospect. With a bit of reviewing, Izuku was able to discover the treasure left behind among the sea of rubble. That twitchy feeling, he concluded, remembering that tiny feeling that saved his life several times over that day. It's been so long since he last felt it, or at least noticed it was happening. Would it work for him now? It's been nearly untrained since that day, and it wasn't like he was in a threatening enough situation to force it to act up or become more noticeable. Then again, it was so useful even though that was before his fox attribute grew out due to one for all. Maybe the enhancement might make it easier to use. Only one way to find out. As he inches closer to Rumi, waiting for her next strike, he closes his eyes. He was going to put all his concentration into waiting for that feeling again. Was it risky? Yes. Closing his eyes and hoping to get a small itch-base indicator to dodge a strike from Rumi, who wasn't really pulling her punches, was only a few staircase steps away from trying to get himself killed. But it's the madness he needs right now, as it's his best shot at getting that feeling again without actually trying to get himself killed. "I'll be nice and warn you ahead of time," Rumi announced. "Here I come." Taking a deep breath, he let the inner workings of his body take the steering wheel. All he needed was to be attacked. Twitch. A spark of joy lit up in Izuku feeling this, claiming, "It's right, T." "There," shouted Rumi, landing a clean shot on the boy's face that made him drop to the floor. He wasn't moving. Whoops. Lessons that were learned that night by Izuku. 1. Just because you can anticipate an attack doesn't mean you can always dodge it. 2. Rumi hits effing hard. Add that to the list of things he won't be forgetting soon. That reminds me to ask, Setsuna tells the group, first impressions on the new guy. "Yellow belly," Cassidy exclaims. "Gonna take a while to get him to be tough as nails." "I wouldn't go that far," Mary says. "Most people that come from outside Yasei Alley or don't rely on it as an essential place to live in often don't show a super aggressive nature this place is known for. Granted, only the ones who are aggressive usually stay here or keep coming back. It just depends on how he handles being here that'll determine if he stays." "I hope he does," Yogi tells the group. "I like it when our group grows. They make meals taste better." Simba chuckled. "If he does, it'll be entertaining integrating him." All good points. Anyone else felt like petting him? Everyone else gave their own versions of agreement. Dodge, another blow that blew the boy back. Luckily, Izuku didn't get knocked out from that earlier blow. The only thing that stayed down was his pride and self-confidence. Having to take a quick breather, he held up a hand, signaling to his bombastic friend for a break. "Hey Ryu, you mind getting my bag? I need to see my phone," Rumi asked, looking back to the boy still leaning on the ring rope. The ragged green-haired boy looks to the side before asking, "Which one?" "The yellow one by the corner." Izuku picked himself back up to prepare for another round. The twitchy feeling sense wasn't going so well. It worked, he just couldn't physically dodge what was coming at him. Yet he still wanted to try a bit more. Each time the twitchy feeling got a bit better to notice without the need of utter concentration on it. When he looked up, he saw the two had barely moved from their spots within the few seconds he wasn't paying attention, except for one thing. "Here you go," Rideru plainly says, holding the bag next to her. "What the?" Izuku was almost confused at what he witnessed. He was sure that Rideru didn't move an inch, yet he still managed to grab the bag. I may have not been looking at him completely, but he saw his feet. They only barely even shifted, and didn't even turn in the direction the bag was. Did he use his quirk? He shook his head. Now wasn't the time for that, regardless if he was going to fight tonight or not. This was good training and honing a forgotten skill he had. With the short break over, they both prepared for another round. This time, Izuku noticed the twitch sense with his eyes open, and for a moment he thought he could. Nope, the same result happened. If the rope wasn't there to suspend his inertia, Izuku might have been blown out the door. His head was spinning as he recovered from the hit. He was surprised himself how many of these hits he was taking and getting back up from. These were strikes that were flying at a speed that he couldn't react to even with this strange advanced sense, and Izuku knew Rumi wasn't one who was a lightweight in strength. He remembered an occasion when she was so mad that a sports team she liked lost. It was surprising to see the least what she did to the thing she punched. While he was thinking this over, he heard a voice by his ear. "You probably now feels like that guy who blew up Hirazu Street." Izuku almost jumped out of his shorts when he saw Rideru next to him. The green-braided hair boy was nonchalantly leaning against the rope again, peering at him with the one glistening ivy eye that wasn't covered by his scruffy hair, unmoved by his jolted body. He mutters, "What was his name again?" "Oh yeah, Istok Imperium. What happened to that guy again? He kinda just dropped off the map after a while." The entire time the stoic boy was speaking, Izuku was constantly looking between the place Rideru was and the spot he was at less than a few seconds ago. "Ignore that." Went on a mental tangent, Rideru told him, before whispering a strange statement. "Do yourself a favor and pay attention around her rack. Tell me what you see." Rightfully confused and a bit flustered with his wording, he didn't have time to question those words as Rideru pointed toward a Rumi who was very eager to continue their session, deciding to attend to her over dealing with whatever Rideru suggested, though his mind still pondered over it regardless. Pay attention around her rack. Those words haunted him, terribly influencing him to direct not just his sight, but his entire head toward the directions of Rumi's bountiful set of breasts. That black tank top revealed just enough treasure to be hanged in a museum while also leaving room for a little imagination to spice things up. A blissful sight that was quickly ended by a blue boxing glove colliding with his face. With him being flung back to the rope, Rideru calmly asks him, "Suo, what you see?" Heaven covered in sweat, Izuku almost robotically answered with a tiny drizzle of blood leaking out of one of his nostrils. He quickly wiped it away before hiding his mistake. "I mean, just distractions." "I said around her rack, you little pervert," quietly scolded Rideru, pushing the fox boy back to the center. "Now try it again and don't get distracted by her holy treasure. I know it's hard, but you can worship them later, most likely in the sanctity of your room or later depending on how well you follow orders." No time to reply. A wildly attractive bunny girl who can kick his ass was fastly approaching him. Twitch. There was the twitch, meaning he was about to get attacked. As dumb as it was, Izuku still followed Rideru's advice. Not like anything else he was doing was working. "Around her rack," Izuku repeated in his mind, making sure to focus his sight around it and not at it to avoid his mistake from last time. It was hard, but he did see something of note before he was blown back again. "You'll make for a great pinball with how well you're getting your ass beat," Rideru said at the rope, lazily looking at him. "Oh, and do what you see this time." Coughing a bit, Izuku tells him, "I noticed her shoulder moved." Finally, invest more attention to her shoulders and elbows. They're a critical part of the human body. In most scenarios, they give away where they're attacking and what type of move they're performing. Oh, that's going to be helpful too. Wait, what was that part in the middle? Use that to increase your avoidance. Go. Once again the green fox was ushered in the direction where he can get his ass kicked. Twitch. There it was, and he could see her right shoulder beginning to move, which meant that she was going to come at his right side. This was amazing. He had some inkling of where she was going to strike at, not just an indicator that he was going to get hit. It didn't matter if that sense was dulled from lack of honing. He had more of a chance. Now all he had to do was dodge. It's still too fast. Izuku exclaimed at the person who was apparently giving him advice. There was now a red mark on the side of his cheek. Rideru scratched over his covered eye. Duh. Knowing where it's coming from before it was thrown doesn't change how fast it is. Izuku was again hurried off only to get flung back again, in which Rideru casually continued his lecture as he pushed him forward again. It's like if a effing bomb dropped on you. The older greenet took a break from speaking to wait for Izuku to be flung back again. You looking up and going, is that a effing bomb that plane just dropped isn't going to make the explosive smaller or any slower. He started to enjoy hearing how the elastic stretched every time the boy crashed into it. It just helps give you a few extra moments to dodge an attack. During this break, his mind wandered what kind of sauce he'll use for the barbecue tonight, and can help with planning a counteraction. He then sighed to himself as he realized this barbecue was going to be a bit less enjoyable for him due to the absence of a few important things. Not to somehow allow you to do the same thing the same way but somehow succeed. Why didn't you just tell me that in one go? Shouted Izuku. He was quickly getting covered with more bruises each time he came back. For a moment, Rideru's eyes wandered around as if he was thinking of something before he said, ... Good question. Izuku felt a vein bulging in his head from hearing that. He was about to say something before Rideru cut him off with a statement of his own. The real question is, why are you being passive about it? What? Izuku responded. You know what she's about to do and she isn't trying to be discreet about it. If you can't dodge her attack, then why wait for it? Pretty sure she already sorta advised on this. She did. When? Something about monologuing. This is where paying attention to around her rack is going to be useful. Go. Here we go again. The entire time as the tense wait for the Rumi strike to come, Izuku thought about what Rumi might have said that applied to this situation. Rideru mentioned it was about monologuing, but where did monologuing even fit into this sparring? Then Izuku quickly thought, knowing her, if someone was monologuing during this she would've. That's it. Twitch. There was the cue. There was no time to second guess the results. He had to act as soon as he saw the opportunity, or else he wouldn't be able to react to it. When the slightest movement of Rumi's right shoulder happened when she went to wind her punch, Izuku's body sparked into action. The sound of splitting wind echoed through the room. Boing. In the silence, Izuku decided to open his eyes. He had closed them when he made his move as a here goes nothing reaction. The first thing he saw was Rumi's face. Her once energetic expression was now staggered with surprise as her eyes seemed to be drawn downward. Slowly, Izuku widened his view to follow where she was looking, spotting where his red gloves were pressing against the black fabric of her top, right on the bullseye. Rumi gave a few blank blinks at the fact that a hit landed on her that she didn't completely allow the boy to get. There wasn't much power in it, seeing as she wasn't blown back by it, but still, and she wasn't even using her strongest or faster moves. But it was shocking that it happened nonetheless. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, she thought. Ryu was whispering advice in his ear. I probably should have just handed over the training to him. Among our group's great trainers like Simba or Yogi, if there was anyone who would have a trick that can close the gap of skill they need for this, it would be him. Izuku's eyes widened out because his brain couldn't process that something which should only really be possible in anime just happened in his life. Rideru looked unmoved as always, commenting a simple phrase. I think he took my advice too literal. I meant to notice when she breaks half her guard to throw a punch and strike her chin. I guess his hands couldn't resist reaching for Paradise's holy relic. What do you mean you haven't trained him yet? All Might yelled, slamming his cup on the table. Nezu calmly stirs his tea before responding. That's very expensive china you just slammed. I shared the usage of it as a symbol of our friendship, but so help me if I find a crack in it later. The boy has been here for about 2 months and you haven't taught him anything. All Might continued to shout. He was getting infuriated at this revelation. After Izuku came to him with fear of what he might do, I was almost relieved when I remembered I was in your good graces, Nezu. I thought I knew someone who could help him with his unique situation. Oh, I am, Nezu calmly. It's just extremely slow-paced and involves a lot of doing nothing. That doesn't sound any better. What have you done for him so far? Drinking tea, suggested some stretches he can do, made him go without meat for extended periods of time ... and by that I mean none at all in this house. And he was already doing light exercise to keep himself fit, so you should be very proud of him for his. What are you doing? This isn't a game. Exploded the #1 hero. For a moment, his outburst had caused him to go into his big might form. Volume please. It's night time, Nezu tells him, rubbing his ear to help with the ringing. Calm yourself. You shouldn't get riled up over this. You were the one who entrusted the boy to me as you lacked the knowledge for the task. Now you want to scoldingly criticize my methods in something you so quickly passed on due it being too complicated for you. All Might winced hearing this. A burning coal of regret and inadequacy had dropped in his stomach. It burned deep, charring the very core of his being. Yet, like many other occasions when a troubling situation occurred and someone's good livelihood was put in danger, he pushed through it. I'll admit it was my own incapabilities that lead to me asking you for help. That fault falls on me. Regardless, I had hoped that the place I sent him off to, you, would provide him with what I cannot. I let you know that as soon as I requested it. If you had little intentions to help either but still took him in only to use him as a tool to assist Rumi, then it's completely unforgivable. The dead silence of the night expanded between them as the last words of All Might echoed out to a tiny shimmer. Despite it, Nezu still seemed unmoved by those words. He sighed, setting his cup down on the table next to him, saying, I wish there was something that easy to deal with that girl. Unfortunately, it'll most likely end in failure, and if she ever found out I was behind it, she'll never forgive me. As much of a handful she can be, I can appreciate the fact that she still tries once in a while, and I prefer things being natural over artificial despite the difficulty that comes with it. You can relieve your worry if you think I only accepted Izuku out of some sick game. Trust me, I have other ways of entertaining myself. Then what's with the inactiveness? Allowing him time to settle in is one thing, but why for 2 whole months with very little to even break him into his regimen? That's simple. His body is way too unstable physically, mentally, and emotionally to do too much with. What? Yeah, as you know, One for All is mixing with his body abnormally and quite slowly. Like cooking, he's not ready to be cooked. Instead, I'm choosing to simmer him and get the preparation going as his body ripens. So far I've been having him drink tea to dampen his fluxing emotions and rapid new senses as much as I could. Stopping him from eating meat, at least in this household, was just a pseudo form of something I plan on having him do later and to keep him calm as they finish up in there. Now all I need to do is sit back and wait. At least, that's what that masked fellow told me to do. A masked fellow, All Might repeated. HM. Nezu went as if he wasn't aware of what he said. Oh, Izuku must have not informed you on the full extent of his special condition. The full extent. There's more to this he didn't tell me. Not that I can blame him. That lie might not have even fully told the boy himself. Why? What are you talking about? You know of Izuku's special situation? Of course I know, or at least, I know the origin of his mysterious features. They're not as unknown or random as you may think. I say they're more of a fabled trait, belonging to certain kinds of people. How do you know that? Nezu smiled, picking up his cup and giving a toasting gesture to him before stating, Simple, I am a part of that group. Why does my face hurt? Again, Izuku questioned himself. He looked down at the muddy ground beneath. A small broken object was on the ground in front of him. It had a metallic outer shell and was beyond saving. Why did I have this again? He had his answer when the piercing sound of nearly 100 people's scream echoing in his ear. It felt like his eardrum was going to burst, and his ear would bleed at any moment. That's right, my earplug. How we get here again? Izuku made the cardinal mistake of getting confident enough that he agreed to do the match. With Izuku having a life outside of this place, Rumi thought it'll be best to hide his appearance like she does so no one would recognize him on the streets afterwards. What disguise they decided to go with. Forgetting to get clothes for a disguise, they had to go with what was lying around the shack, resulting in Izuku now having a giant black afro with a comb pick, a devilishly evil mustache, black eyeliner for a sharp look, and a red, blue, and yellow trunks. Thankfully, they had enough sense to have him wrap his tail with a cloth and then around his waist to make it seem like an accessory as well. Did he look absolutely stupid? Yes. Did he care? Yes, extremely. He almost felt like crying when everyone gave him a weird look when he stepped out. Does he have regrets? Enough to make even the Buddha get tired of hearing them. But will no one be able to guess who he truly was? Outside of Rumi's friend? No. He sees this as an absolute win. Only because that was the only win he can take from this. His fight with Mizo has gone not as terribly as he expected. For the most part, they've been in a stalemate between Izuku dodging most of Mizo's attacks but having his strike not affect the silver-haired octopus-looking person too much. While a good amount of the reason was the tall Spatian's natural endurance, Izuku's hesitantly not putting his back into each punch he threw out contributed to it as well. He didn't want to seriously hurt someone just for sport. Though he was assured that most of this posed little actual danger toward the fighters, it still felt off for him. He never had an interest in most contact sports. He thought that light punches would make it so that little opportunities would happen where Mizo would get hurt, but so far it seemed like half-assing things weren't going to get him a win. Though he knew that Mizo could only take so many blows without getting tired out. Not like he had some shock absorption quirk, that would just be cheap. Things were mostly going Izuku's way until something caught his eye. More specifically, he got distracted. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a certain pair chatting it up once again, almost as if the match they got him to accept wasn't at all of their concern. Then he got punched in the face. Now his face hurts again. His earplug is broken, and he's in intense pain from all the noise he's hearing through his fox ears. They had started working properly not longer after One for All changed his body. The only issue was they were working a bit too well, making everything being heard through them feel like a TV's volume being turned up to 100. He decided it was best to keep this little fact to himself since retroactively it didn't change from his current situation. It's basically going from being unable to hear causing a need for earplugs to hearing too much so he needs to use earplugs. Worst timing ever. He could barely think straight when his ear felt like it wanted to explode. Instead of standing straight and continuing the fight, he was hunched over trying to cover his ear. Well, he's done, Cassidy calmly states. She tauntingly turned toward Rumi to purposely annoy her. She leaned on the metal fence that served as the outer shell. Guess that means I win this round betting on the other side. Shut up. It's not over yet, Rumi told her, turning back toward the stage to cheer Izuku on. Sure looks like it. He got hit pretty hard. And he's not getting back up. A yellow belly is done, she says with a smug smirk. Rumi turned a ferocious eye toward her before declaring, call him a yellow belly one more time. Yellow belly. Suddenly Izuku witnessed both Rumi and Cassidy tossing the other into the ring, tussling over each other in the dirt. He didn't know how to react to what he was seeing. All he could do was blink blankly as he watched them fight. The crowd, on the other hand, did know how to react, by cheering on the girls as they continued to beat the shit out of each other. Thankful, their friends quickly came to drag them off before they completely stole away the attention of the actual match, and before Cassidy took off her clothes again. As abrupt and nonsensical that quick intermission was, it was exactly what Izuku needed. It gave him enough time for him to find some comfortable way to cover up his ear with one of his ears. It didn't completely block out the sound, but it was enough where he could concentrate on the fight he was currently in. He needed this fight to end soon. And by soon he meant right now. Not only because he could only go so long covering his ear, but also because his annoyance meter had spiked suddenly. Too many humiliating things at once. He was getting quite sick of it. This was supposed to be the time where he left most of that behind him, not having it increased tenfold. It was going to end now. A small growl escaped under his breath. Standing straight, he cautiously approached Mizo, waiting for the tall octopus man to do another wide swing, which came thankfully sooner than later. As the silver-haired boy's shoulders shifted as he winded up for a punch, Izuku's eyes sharpened. You're one of them, All Might repeated. You're not explaining yourself. Nezu casually tells him, I kinda have to. Got to be careful with what information you tell others on this stuff. You're already involved in one secret that puts a target on your back. You sure you want another? All Might gave a grave face hearing this. What did he just stumble onto? He was able to respond, but Nezu stopped him by warning him. I must warn you, if you get involved, you're going to be entering a whole new world that exists alongside this one. The rules there can be extremely different than how it is now. Here, when you know a secret, you're typically safe as long as no one knows you might know a secret. Over there, the fact that you know a secret can have you hunted even though you made sure no one knew you knew the secret. Just knowing will always put that target on you depending on who you pass by on the streets, like blood on a blade. You can wash it off to where the entire sword is spotless, but that won't remove the smell of blood. Knowledge can be an extremely dangerous asset to have. It's the same reason I'm guessing why Izuku's masked friend has kept him in the dark. How come you know it then? You're saying how dangerous it is to know anything, yet here you are, and most of the time you look like you don't have a care in the world. I'm in a special position in all of this, with a role as a passive spectator. As long as I don't step on too many toes, I often fall under that world's radar, and most know it's best to leave me be. You, on the other hand, don't have that privilege. Can information like this truly be that deadly to have? What kind of secret can this be? That depends on your definition. What would you think will happen over a secret involving the truth of the world? Life is strange, as the mysteriously unpredictable will always happen that'll be out of our control, but that doesn't mean there never is an explanation for some of them. People like Harold Holt don't just disappear without reason after all. What? Oh my, there I go again. Suddenly the darkness in the room seemed to be menacingly enveloping itself around him like a good old friend. He happily took another sip of tea before continuing. I might be saying a bit too much again. You better make your decision quickly before you know enough to be hunted for one reason or another. So I ask again, you sure you want to know what we are? We can be quite the dangerous bunch without proper caution. The crowd was silent for a moment as they all took in what happened. The limp body of Mizo lay against the metal fence that was supposed to be the edges of the ring. The entire fence was bent out of shape and disfigured that one would think that someone ran a car into it instead of a human body. The blue mask that he used to conceal his mouth had been torn right at the spot he was hit. White steam still rose off his face. The silence only lasted for a moment before the crowd erupted. The Lagas cheered their kind's victory, while the Spatians groaned at their defeat. Izuku was lifted up and hauled off by his friends in a victorious cheer. While he enjoyed the sentiment, he had to look back to see how Mizo was doing. He did not mean to hit him that hard, it just sorta happened. Thankfully, he seemed to be alive, but the silver-haired boy had to be dragged off by a pink-skinned girl, probably a friend of his. Later, on the rooftop of the building where Izuku was introduced to everyone, the group as promised held their barbecue with a small campfire in the middle to enjoy the Green Fox's victory. Food will be done in about a minute, announced Rideru to the group as he manned the cooking, getting a cheering reception from the rest of his group. There we go, exclaimed Mary, drawing away from Izuku after tending to the marks on his face and plugging his ear with her wool. I tied my wool up nicely so you can reuse it until you can get another earplug. Thank you very much, thanked Izuku, sorry for the trouble. It's nothing, trust me. I've treated worst with those two ruffians, Mary told him, nudging her head toward Rumi and Casey who were chatting quite friendly with each other. Doing some kind of joint dance. You'll see two drunkards performing at a bar when their team wins. You wouldn't think that these two had no issue punching the other in the face a minute ago. I can believe it. More of my injuries surprisingly were from Rumi with boxing gloves on than the guy who actually wanted to knock me out. Then again, what was the difference? Mary covered her mouth as she giggled. That girl doesn't know how to hold back sometimes. Guess that's why she gets along with Cassidy so well. They're like children. It's going to be up to you to make sure she shows some restraint toward you. Everyone has a limit. A scolding or two can keep them at bay. For a while. I'll keep that in mind. I might need it later. I'm just happy it all worked out and I won. Izuku sighed. I heard of last-minute cramping for a test but not for a fight. Never doing that again, especially in that stupid costume. Speaking of which, Simba says walking over. Not bad for your first fight here. Didn't expect you to win the way you did. You may not be that big, but you're certainly packing a punch. You fight often. And no, Izuku stuttered. I don't get into fights like ever, unless by a string of unfortunate events, and usually Rumi is there. Chuckling, Simba told him. Sounds like you often find yourself in trouble then. It'll be smart to become better at handling them. You're a fox, right? Why yeah. Then I have a few moves you can try out. For lagos like you who are based on a predator type of animal, there's a few interesting ways you can fight. That'll be helpful, responded Izuku. I've been having way too little to do and I've been looking for something to improve my combat abilities. I'm sure me and the others will be happy to teach you some techniques we know. Ain't that right, big guy? The lion called out to his bear friend, who responded only with a nod as he continued to eye the cooking meat and vegetables. See, so come back anytime and we'll see what we can do for you. It's done. Rideru mumbles to the group. Get your shit. I'm not going to stand here forever to serve you. Izuku never felt more joy eating than on that day when he finally tasted meat again. If he wasn't in public, he might have started singing again. That didn't stop a few tears from leaking out his eyes. Taste good? Rumi asked, sitting down next to the green fox. They say victory is the ultimate spice. You could have seasoned this with sand and it still would have tasted amazing. Was what Izuku meant to say, but it was between a lot of cry, chewing, and Izuku being himself. Rumi couldn't help snickering as she got a basic concept of what he said. Glad you're enjoying it? I hope you're finding everyone, or at least most of my friends here to be pretty cool. They seem nice. They offered me something interesting. You mean like drugs? Well, no. They offered to teach me a few moves or something to fight better. Right. That's kinda why I brought you here in the first place. You've probably noticed, but this place is quite rough by nature and most of these guys are not so bad fighters because of it. Though compared to me they may as well be doing WWE wrestling, but they know a few things that can help you out. Here groups are like another mini family, so don't be afraid to ask them for help. They can be surprisingly reliable. I'll keep that in mind. It's been quite a while since an awkward silence happened between the two of them, except this time it's not just Izuku who is being fiddly. The usually aggressive bunny girl seemed to be hesitant to speak, rubbing her neck in an attempt to rid herself of the discomfort she was feeling. F it, she mumbled. Izuku tilted his head at her, wondering what she meant. I'm SSSSSSSS sour. You're sour. And no, I'm SSSSSS sure. You're a sure. Why am I like this? The girl mumbled to herself before stating. About before, with the whole dragging you around and making you do things that end up humiliating you. I'm SSSS short. Are you trying to say sorry? Yeah, that. Right next to Kakin. You're probably the only other person I know where it's somehow physically impossible to apologize. Shut up, I'm trying. I barely ever make a mistake like this, so this is new. Well, you were patient with me for a lot of things, so I guess I can let it go this time. Next time though, please at least try convincing me first before volunteering me for some extreme act. No promises. Slowly Izuku panned his head toward her, giving her a slightly annoyed look as he did before. Her eyes comedically lit up like a deer before Rumi quickly continued. But I'll try my hardest to keep to it. Probably the best results I can get from this, Izuku teased, chuckling as he went back to his meat. That comment struck Rumi different. The tiniest tint of pink appeared across her dark-skinned face. Hey, you should be happy. My lucky kiss worked. You TKO the next person you fought. Wasn't that technically you? A smart person will make sure their own attacks won't work on them, because you truly can't trust anyone, not even yourself. That's why I never let my guard down. Not even when I'm alone. Except when you wake up in the morning apparently, Izuku slyly mutters. Rumi's ears turned red at this. Defending herself, my guard is still up. I just don't pay attention to other things because they're not important. Which reminds me, if you start waking up earlier just so that you can see me naked, I'm going to kick your ass 30 times over. I wouldn't dream. I wouldn't think. I wouldn't consider. It's not something at the top of my priority list. The chance of me doing it will not be happening soon. Aw, come on. It's not fun if you don't try a little bit. Yeah, but wait, what? Ooh, nothing. Just trying to keep things interesting. Either way, thanks for bringing me here since they were nice enough to throw an entire event like this for me. Simba then called out from across the campfire. Oh, don't mention it. We were going to eat good tonight anyways since Rideru happened to hit the jackpot. Yeah, some dumbass left a shitload of perfectly good store-bought meat on the street earlier today, Rideru casually adds. Even Rumi's face changed hearing this, stuck between wanting to laugh and concern of the green fox's reaction. With wide eyes, Izuku calmly asks, what? Oblivious to it all, Rideru continued to say almost tauntingly. Yeah, I think some D-head got into a fight or something. Not sure, didn't even get a look at them. That meat was free real estate and so I just took it like a... You bastard, Izuku screamed as he already pounced on Rideru, tackling him to the ground. With tears flowing down his eyes again, he gave the older greenet quite a passionate scolding. That was my meat you stole. Do you know how long it's been since I've eaten meat? Months. But I finally managed to buy some and you took that bliss away. It's like almost drawing in the ocean only to luckily come back up before you die just to get full Nelson and have that people drag you back down. I get off of me. Never. You'll hear my complaints so you may know my pain. Watching them tumble around the rooftop, Mary suggests, should we stop them? Nah, Simba chuckled. They don't seem to be taking it too close to heart. Besides, in the jungle a bit of roughhousing can do a lot of good. They remind me of us when we first met, Cassidy says to Rumi, except he didn't talk as much shit as you did asking for a fight. I'm pretty sure you started it, Rumi replied, brushing some of her hair back. You barely knew the norms here and stepped on one too many toes. Lucky I wasted time explaining it instead of just kicking your ass and leaving. Pretty sure that didn't happen, but you can cook up whatever crap you want in that cuckoo mind of yours. I will because it's usually the truth, you West Country lunatics. Same to you overconfident carrot sucker. Eat shit and die. Yeah, F you. The two stared at each other before bursting out in friendly laughter, followed by tackling each other, getting into another fight, this time with hair pulling. The energetic youth, Simba mumbles to himself, looking down at all of them with a smile on his face, so full of potential. Hey Mary, you wanna fight? Satsuna asked, looking excited. No, inside the dream world. Lai was staring out the window looking up at the stars. Despite the mask, he still looked disturbed. What's wrong? Nana asked him. Lai scratched the side of his face as he said, seems something had occurred that'll cause us to make a slight arrangement to our deal. The raven-haired girl groaned as she said, are you kidding me? We were done. Don't worry, we're keeping nearly everything the same. The only thing we're changing is the order we're doing things. Good, Nana exclaimed, laying back on the floor. I swear you guys are purposely difficult to work with. What even happened anyways to cause the change? Something big. It's nothing too important, Lai replied, shaking his head. Seems that our little kiddo just encountered another of his kind. At least, one whose abilities are partially awakened. Already, I thought not telling him everything was to avoid this. No worries. This should be one of those freaky coincidences that happen, the masked man assured her. Despite us being scarce compared to the rest of the world, us mythical creatures still have a decent population and can get around. Now if he ends up running into his specific kind of mythical creature, then we might have trouble. Lai then faced away from Nana, turning his attention completely to the stars above. As the voice that came from behind the mask changed again, a long black fox tail appeared behind him. For now, let's decide what Izuku will learn first. Something fitting for a kitsune. An average day in the dream world. Some weird effed up shit is going on that is going to be nearly impossible to explain in the real world without sounding like you need a hole to let all the crazy escape. Today it's a half-naked Izuku, who looked like he had just been through the ringer from how scuffed up his hair was and was hanging on to the leg of the infamous hentai yakai that was rampaging the field for his dear life. Perfectly normal. With a moaning shriek, the yakai once again charged toward another tree. A screaming Izuku screamed as he embraced himself for impact. Right before the collision, time froze for the green fox. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Well, it's a long story. It was only a couple of hours ago that this mess started. Great, you're awake, Lai announced to the boy as soon as he woke up in the world. The first thing Izuku noticed was their surroundings. No longer were they at the standard house they usually talked in. Now they were in front of the multiple layered red and gold palace Izuku saw when he was falling from the moon. He always wanted to find out what was the purpose of such a place and was going to ask Lai about it, but since he never saw it again, no matter how high up in the sky he was, he never felt it was right to ask. He looks up in awe of the giant red torii gates, getting closer to observe the golden inscription design on it. His attention was only brought back to his guide when Nana tapped his shoulder and pointed toward the impatient masked fellow, who sighed before he continued to talk. All right, kiddo, here's the deal. The odd mutation you had since you were a child is because someone in your family lineage had relations with a kitsune, which is a mythical fox, by the way. No, I don't know when this happened, but yes, it obviously came from your dad's side of the family. If you're going to have a crisis about if you're human or not, I suggest you skip it because it's pretty obvious that you're human, you're all mortals. Being a mythical being just means you're more connected to the more spiritual things in the world. It's like being rich in your world. It can give you a whole bunch of unfair advantages and you can get away with a lot more than you should compared to the average life. Granted, a lot of these advantages aren't too amazing and some are straight up pointless, kinda like quirks. It's the diamonds among the crowd that causes the overhype of it. Lai scratched his mask as he continued. Let's see. Oh, this is basically some cognitive, partially astral place that, to my knowledge, all kitsune have some version of. Here you can explore and sort out all your inner turmoil, as well as work on unlocking your latent potential. Of course, I'm your guide for that. I'm nothing special. I was just made as a companion to guide you through all of it. I think I explained that as well. The masked man then gestured toward Nana before saying, of course, you know this is Nana, the representative for One for All in your system. Since they're here, they'll be assisting sometimes in your training. That wraps up most of it. Best keep this as much as a secret as possible, or else anyone you tell could possibly to most probably end up dying a brutal death. Any questions? Emma, what now? Izuku asked. His head was spinning from the sheer amount of information he was hit with right after waking up. Okay, so it wasn't that long of a story. Like clockwork, time moved forward and the yakai crashed into the tree, launching Izuku into the air before rolling along the ground. He just lay there recovering from the impact as the yakai simply got up and ran around as if nothing had happened. Look on the bright side. You didn't die. Izuku heard the voice of Lai say. He only had to look to the side of his head to see Lai's mask rattling. This was going to need a bit more explanation. The place they were in when he woke up was the first floor of his soul palace, which Lai explained is where most of his latent abilities lie, and he needs to conquer each stage in order to gain different abilities. Right after Lai explained this, he said that someone else was going to hand him his trial for the first floor. That was when he took off his mask and placed it on the side of his head because he'll need his assistant for this trial. For a moment, Izuku thought he would finally see what was behind that mask, only to look up and see a square-jawed, bulky male staring down at him with his small eyes. Izuku almost screamed, backing and getting a full view of the guy. This could not be Lai's true body. The body type is all wrong, facial structure, and even the height was off. Lai has a more slender bulk build. This man had a wide build, not to mention that Lai is usually dressed in traditional Japanese kimonos. The kimono Lai was wearing dropped to the ground, leaving the man in his dark leather clothes that he leaves open to show he wasn't wearing a shirt, stylish goggles, and a bandolier. It was right then that Izuku remembered that Lai said someone else was going to give him his trial. He guessed this was him. The guy himself wasn't too bad. He says to call him Hellboy and he speaks in a super funky tone. He said his trial is the trail of the Incage. Izuku has to capture the 5 yakais that they set free from Zeaku Forest. The hentai yakai was decided to be one of them. By Lai's account, Izuku's feeling in the real world caused another kind of yakai to spawn. Nana personally went deep into the Zeaku Forest to find the yakai that was released during the first hentai yakai attack, and the last 2 were minor yakai let out for the trial. Turns out he only needs to capture one of them to unlock the power from the trial, but to move on to the next one he needs to capture all of them. That was where Lai's assistants came in. When he puts on Lai's mask, he can use some of Lai's abilities. In this trial, he's only allowed to use the dorsu trick he used to dress both him and Nana. Unfortunately, since, as Lai put it, he sucks, he can't take that technique nearly as far as Lai can. Though I must say, you were sloppy and had very poor judgment. Run it again. He wished Nana didn't teach him modern language. While he appreciated that it made Lai not talk in such an ancient and confusing way, now he has to suffer understanding every insult or harsh criticism Lai had. As Izuku dusted himself off, he caught out of the corner of his eye a being with green hair was staring in his direction. By the time Izuku turned toward him, the creature ran off. It was probably one of the others' yakai, Izuku thought, and I already hate that thing. Wow, where did that come from, kiddo? Lai asked, surprised at the sudden aggression towards something that hasn't done anything to him yet. I don't know, Izuku answered. It was strange, but just seeing the creature aggravated him for some inexplicable reason. Well, don't dwell over nothing for too long. You got something to do here. There's no trick to this task. You just gotta keep at it until you get better at it. Try going after one of the weaker yakais first, Lai advised. Why yeah, Izuku says half-heartedly. Despite knowing it wasn't healthy, he couldn't stop thinking about that green-haired creature that lived in his mind rent-free. Oh hey all I mean Mr. Yagi. Young Midoriya, how are you doing? I've been doing well for myself here. Thanks to Rumi, I've recently made a whole new batch of friends in the area. That's wonderful to hear. I was worried you might have not taken the move well. Homesickness is a common occurrence when a change of familiarity happens to adolescents. Don't worry, out of everything I'm dealing with, thankfully that isn't one of them. What wasn't expected was seeing you here. What brings you around these parts? I was just running a few errands for Nezu. Really? Was it for anything important? Rumi always mentions how her father doesn't like delegating his tasks to others unless it's overly minor. Even then, he'll usually give it to her to do than anyone else. Ah well, sometimes there are things that adults can only ask other adults to do. I remember Aunt Bakugo will say similar things during times where she looked distressed but wouldn't ask me or Kakin to do anything for her, even if we offered. It was a bit unsettling seeing her like that yet being unable to help because she only wanted to talk to my mother about it. Don't let it drag on you for too long. You kids are capable of a lot more than what you're given credit for. Things I can't even imagine what you guys can set up. But at the same time, there's only so much you can do. I wouldn't call it a limit, but you can only do what you know, and there's some knowledge that can only be obtained through time. Or in certain situations, it's best for it to be learned through time than alternative methods. Not learning everything at once can. Oddly, wordy, and philosophical over a faint memory, but thanks for the words of wisdom, I guess. Anyways, did Nezu mention something about me? Yeah, of course we discussed you. You are one of the few things we're both associated with together. Did he mention anything about my training? I've been dying to know what he has in store for me. No, he didn't mention what he had in store for you. It was mostly a casual talk for the brief meeting we had. Outside of what he asked me to do, I can barely remember much from it. Aw man, he's killing me with the anticipation. You can't remember if Nezu mentioned anything important involving me, or at least something that hinted at something interesting. And no, sorry, I'm racking my brain as hard as I can, but nothing sticks out. Darn, sorry once again Midoriya. I have to rush off to get some things done. Some of the places Nezu wants to visit closes at weird times. I'll speak to you another time. Okay, see you around, mister. And he's gone. I thought he was only fast in his buff form. 2 years and 9 months left before UA entrance exam. Those were the shrieks of Izuku after bumping into a rather lardy figure. He was repulsed off his feet and dropped his Machikagu box. Apologies, my little foxy friend. The person Izuku had crashed into said after seeing how hard the fox bounced off him. No, I should be sorry, Izuku quickly replied, swiftly recovering his delivery tool. It's my fault. I was daydreaming and wasn't paying attention, Officer Oinks. Upon a closer look and recognizing the green fox, the pig-face officer greeted him with a warm, welcoming smile as he exclaimed, if it isn't Rumi's little friend. How have you been doing lately? I've been doing fine, Izuku replied, picking himself off the ground. Wait a minute, I recognize that uniform from somewhere, Officer Oink states, taking notice to the peculiar white attire Izuku was currently wearing. Did you get a job at that one restaurant? What was it called again? They have a legendary ramen menu. Ikaraku's. That's it. Love that place. The owner and his children are such wonderful people. I know, they were quite accepting of me when I came in with a recommendation from a friend that knew them. I'm impressed. They don't hire often as they like to keep their staff close like family to improve their overall team efficiency. Well, that and it lowers the chances of someone coming in only to steal their recipes. Don't think I'm too important there. I only do the local deliveries. Though he did offer to show me a few things once in a while. Either way, it's not bad to get some work experience at your age. Could learn a few skills you're going to need when you're older, like patience and steps when dealing with a less favorable person. You must have a good friend if they manage to get you a job that can give you that, but is also a place that treats their employees well. Oh, yeah, he's quite a friend. Anyway, I'm actually in the middle of a delivery right now. Oh, I'm sorry. This old hog must be taking up your time. Is your box okay? If it's broken or damaged, please let me know. I'll gladly compensate you for it. My heart would ache if you end up losing the few bucks you make because you bumped into me. My gut may be all girth and fat, but it's a weapon not to be messed with. The officer joked, playfully tapping his stomach before refitting his pants. He stepped aside, giving Izuku room to continue down the sidewalk. Don't worry, it's fine, Izuku assured him before getting on his way to his destination. They said I own this now, so I don't have to pay for damages unless they have to replace it because I'm unable to make proper deliveries with it. Waving farewell to the boy, Oink says, all right, take care, young one. If you see Rumi again, tell her I said how's my little Rummy doing. With extra emphasis on the why, that's how she'll know it's from me. I will, goodbye. I just realized something I'm thankful for, Nezu randomly announced as he and his daughter were lazing around their living room. What? Rumi asked him, not looking away from her phone. The fact that you never got into makeup as a child, out of everything that came with raising a human child. That was probably my biggest fear at the beginning. Really? Oh, all the things a daughter can get into growing up. That was the biggest one. I could have gotten into porn growing up for all you know. Oh, those fears seeped in as the years passed on. But the first thing I thought about when I took you in was how would I handle you wanting makeup as you grew older. I may have the intelligence of a genius human being, but I'm still an animal. I wouldn't have known if it would be too soon or if I do get you some. It'll be impossible for me to tell if you use enough to look modest or to look like you're going to be standing at a street corner. Woo-woo. Your rodent ass should be praising God that I skipped over that phase. We don't have religion in the animal kingdom. Well, except for bird Jesus, but you wouldn't get it even if I did a full presentation on it. And I never would want to know. What was the second biggest fear? You dating. What? You're afraid of me dating someone? No, I'm afraid of what I'll do to the boy you'll bring home. And what if I bring back a girl? Rumi tauntingly questioned. A smug smile was spread across her face while she continued to text a certain friend of hers. Only a cocky chuckle came from Nezu's mouth in response. Oh, Rumi went, lowering her phone to give her father a raised eyebrow. What does that mean? Thankfully, I know I don't need to deal with that. You know who'll deal with any girls you might bring home. A cold shiver went down Rumi's spine as she knew who he was referring to. She can hear the whip now, she murmurs, deep regrets that I brought it up. No need to regret having facts reiterated for you. Nezu proudly says after taking a sip of tea, if you ever get a boyfriend, there's an extremely high chance that I'm going to break his kneecaps upon introduction. Ooh, were the incomprehensible sounds leaking out of Izuku's mouth as he stood by the entrance of the living room. Casually, Nezu turned toward the boy and greeted him. Oh, hello Izuku, I see you're back. What's the matter? And nothing, Izuku squeaked, quickly snapping himself out of his daze. Welcome back, champ, stated Rumi, sitting up properly in her chair as if something had captivated her attention. What did my favorite delivery boy bring for us today? Setting his carriage box down on the table, an oblivious Izuku replied, what you ordered, of course. Ikaraku would have my tail if I delivered the wrong food. An exasperated but silent sigh escaped Rumi's lips as she mumbled, F-in. No, damn it, dude. Thankfully, this is my last delivery for the day. Izuku continued, taking out the boxed food, letting its glamorous aroma fill the room, passing out the colorful boxes to each patron in the room. I got 1 vegetarian meal for the manimal and 2 specials for the rest of us. You got things mixed up, Rumi tells him, going over to her father and swapping the boxes that were handed to them. While I'm starved, I'm not desperate. The vegetarian one is mine. Half listening at first, Izuku responded, well, of course you. Wait, you're the one who ordered the vegetarian. Yeah, why? Answered Rumi. Her shoulders shrugged a bit at his comment. Tea then. What will your dad eat? The same special you're going to eat. How do you not know this? You got us the food. Izuku's dilated eyes frantically glare back and forth between the food and the mouse, finally directing itself rightfully toward Rumi. But he's it. You know, and the special had at least 4 different kinds of meat in it. Don't you have any empathy for your fallen comrades? Eagerly taking the one Rumi set down for him, Nezu nonchalantly spoke to Izuku before digging into his meal. Hey, that's just the rules of nature, not my fault they lost. A petrified look of horror stained the young fox's face upon hearing such dark, pragmatic words from him, only deepening the mental image of a pit that showed how far Nezu's insanity went. The expression continued to stay as Izuku watched the manimal devour his dish with such severe pleasure, even though he was doing similar not too long ago. An unsettled chill came from watching specifically Nezu doing it. Does that make me a hypocrite? Izuku thought to himself. Before he could dig any further into the topic, his mind was occupied in a flash by another question he found more pressing. Wait, what was with the whole never eating meat thing then? You guys never cooked a scrap of meat here the entire time I was here. That's because my daughter is going through one of those vegan phases. Nezu sighed as he accompanied his meal with a sip of tea. You're vegan? Izuku exclaimed, shooting Rumi an astounded look. When was this a thing? No, I'm a vegetarian, the busty chocolate rabbit said, rolling her eyes while rubbing one of her ears from the shouting. She really wished he didn't always react like this to things. Her attitude swiftly changed to irritated as she stared daggered toward her father. And it's not a phase, Dad. It's a legitimate life choice. It's strange to eat the same species your dad is. How would you feel about eating humans? At first, Nezu's face instantly scrunched up in disgust at the idea, but then it quickly melted into an appraisive expression, giving a slight nod to himself. Whatever you say, sweetie, Nezu dismissively said, grabbing the nearby newspaper and reading it. They're all the same to me. I'm not a child. Stop calling me sweetie, Rumi scolded, her usual bold tone quickly morphing to be more flustered girlish when a dark red tint emitted from her cheeks. Her voice abruptly slipped to pianissimo as she continued to rebuke Nezu. And not in front of others. You're embarrassing me, damn it. Okay, dear. No more of that one either. Geez, we just got done talking about how I skipped over many stupid crap young girls were into. I would have assumed you would get that cutesy names would be one of them. I remember a time where I stopped. Someone was so upset that she cried the entire day until, hey. No need to bring up completely irrelevant things that happened at unrelated times to this conversation. A small chuckle left Izuku. Anytime Rumi had a reaction that was a stark contrast to how she usually acts always brought a bit of joy to Izuku's face now. It made her seem more endearing as a person than some holy icon. Still, this was a catastrophic surprise he wasn't expecting. Looking back, he realized during the barbecue with the rest of her friend, she was the only one he had no memory of seeing eating the meat. He kinda assumed it since she was there and did eat, but upon second look he could only remember her eating the grilled vegetables and chips that were provided as well. How could he miss such a thing even after living with her? Oh Izuku, Nezu calls out, I hope you're not clouding up your schedule. School will be starting for you soon and so will your training. Izuku's ears perked up hearing the second part, giving an energetic cheer. Really? Of course, you had to start eventually. I hope you enjoyed your time off because things are about to get quite hectic for you soon. Please clear your schedule accordingly. If you have any plans, I suggest rearranging them to be outside your two priorities right now. I will. You're not getting yourself involved in anything that'll distract your schooling or training, are you? The fox's seeking eyesight glanced at his bunny companion. After seeing her give a more confident look back, he answered, No, this job of mine made it easier to get used to the area. Maybe I can even make a few friends in the area that I'll meet in school. The bear chimera looked up from his newspaper for a momentary glance, examining Izuku's face before going back to reading. That's good, just keep out of trouble, he finally said, after turning away from him. Izuku sighed relief before looking toward Rumi, who responded with a nod. After nudging her head toward the door, she squinted one of her eyes to give a questioning expression. With wandering eyes, Izuku pondered something before raising 3 stagnant fingers toward her. Understanding, Rumi smiled before returning to her phone. Settling down in a chair himself, Izuku finally enjoyed the food he had to deliver himself, but he couldn't take all the time in the world to eat this in one sitting. They need to be somewhere in 30 minutes. 2 years and 8 months left before UA entrance exam. Just as Rumi said, her friends at Yase Alley were more than welcoming and training him as well. While expectations on what they'll do for him weren't high at first, Izuku was quickly surprised by how diverse and in-depth they were in tutoring. When he thought of learning how to fight from these people, he expected it to be more let me teach you how many pounds it takes to break a human nose kid. But what he got was a little bit beyond that. For now, he was alone with the biggest of them, Yogi the Grizzly, at his residential area. After helping him find his way here, Rumi went off to see Riduru after Yogi informed her that the stoic Greenet was hanging out with Tsuyu. Taste, Yogi the unidentified bear told him, holding out a metal saucer filled with some kind brownish-black liquid. As instructed, Izuku accepted the saucer before taking a small sip from it. The sugary taste of the substance felt both familiar but vastly different. Its flavor was more of a watery syrup than the tart his mind was remembering. He recognized this beverage. It's cola, he exclaimed, going back for another sampling of the drink. Is this a new flavor? Chuckling, Yogi went back to his low-burning pot and continued to stir the content inside slowly as he said, No, it's decarbonated cola. Is that some kind of new flavor? Because the difference is amazing. Nope, it's pretty simple to do. The easiest way is opening a bottle and leaving it out for about a day or a few hours. Without the carbonation, the cola loses a lot of its tartness, making it easier to consume for people who can't handle all the bubbling. And more importantly, an effective sports drink. Really, soda being turned into a sports drink. That's amazing. How did you guys discover this? Giororororo. It's not exactly some government secret. There's a tale that a man brought a cola bottle and let it out in the open the day before he ran a marathon and drank it before the race. He ended up winning the marathon thanks to the extra stamina he got. It's a pretty well-known method used by athletes and even some heroes. If you ever catch a hero before he goes on patrol, you might be able to catch it. Now that you mentioned it, I can think of one occurrence where I saw a hero with some cola. Izuku's memory went back to the day he first met All Might. The bottle he kept the slime villain in was a cola bottle after all. With everything else happening, he didn't question why the number 1 hero just had a bottle of soda to contain the villain in. Considering All Might's current condition, having something that'll hopefully boost his stamina in his buff form should be treated as a holy elixir. Please pass me the bottles, Yogi asked Izuku, taking the pot off the fire and putting it to the side so they can start filling up the bottles. It's just that when there are regular sports drinks around, the fact that there's a timely process that needs to be done first after buying the product which won't always fit people's convenience, and the fact that people like their soda carbonated, that this isn't a thing that not everyone knows about. Of course, because this place isn't some 5-star neighbor, we don't exactly have access or the fiancés to be buying all that expensive stuff. And we're not really about robbing a place just for sports drinks, so we got to be creative with what we got. Yeah, I can only imagine what you guys do to live normally here. Quite a lot of interesting stuff actually. They're fun so I don't mind it. This is my home and my family lives here, so whatever I need to do to help them out just a bit I'll do with joy. Izuku looked confused as he asked, "You have actual family here?" "Yes," Yogi answered, pouring the cola into the bottles with a ladle. "All my friends here of course, including you." "So that's what you meant," Izuku said to himself, nodding to himself as he was able to question how that would be possible. From Rumi's description of this place earlier, most fully grown adults aren't exactly welcomed there. "You thought I meant blood relative." "Yeah." I was about to. His eyes quickly widened when the last part of Yoga's former sentence hit him. "Wait, you consider me as family as well?" "Why wouldn't I?" Yogi casually asked. "We just met though. I haven't been with you guys nearly as long as someone like Miruko has." "You're friends with her, right? Must be close enough for her to bring you here of all places considering how secretive she wants this side of her life to be." "I used to live in a not-so-good orphanage that didn't take care of the kids there until I ran away when I was 9 and wandered a bit until I met Simba. Simba said that your true family are the people you trust, are comfortable with, and are there for you. That bond is thicker than blood." "Huh. Speaking of Miruko, she told me about how much you were whining from not eating meat." "I wasn't whining, it was literal torture. When you can't go out to buy something, I got some seasoning and cooking techniques to make some of the food you eat taste like meat." "I'm listening." "Gr Aurora." Yogi laughed. "Just ask Mary for all the medical reasons we use it. It's best when someone here busts their jaw or something like that and eating meat isn't recommended. Now they can still get the taste of it while their mouth recovers." "All right, clothes off and get on all fours," stated Cassidy. "What?" was the very reasonable reaction Izuku had. Here he was entering this room as requested expecting some integral teaching, and this was the first thing he was hit with. She didn't even have the decency of buying him dinner first. "What? You came here to train, right?" Cassidy casually said, putting a hand on her grand waist. "Yes, but not this kind of training. How else are you going to learn?" "When I'm ready and the time is right. There's no need to delay. Start today or you're only going to hinder yourself." "What if Miruko wanna ride you one day?" If Izuku was drinking water right now, well, you can already tell where this gag is going. Our broccoli-haired protagonist now had a red stem. Take that however one may. "What?" Cassidy asked, tilting her head. "It's nothing that's special. Riding someone may be a bit difficult at the beginning, and it's killer on the pelvis region, but once you get used to it, it's pretty enjoyable." I'm just not sure if I want to go that far, despite what my body is telling me." "Got it. You're scared of your first time. Understandable." "Really? Of course, everyone is always scared of their first. No need to bust your chops over it." "Oh," Izuku sighs in relief. "Thank you. That's why you gotta break through that fear," she says, showing her back toward Izuku as she calmly began taking off her jacket and unbuttoning her shirt. "Luckily I don't mind breaking that fear for others. Give me a second to get my clothes off. I'll let you ride me for the experience." "Accepted." "That's nice and all BWHAADFFJSRGI. "I can't do that." "Why not? Such a treasure shouldn't be given out with such haphazard care. We barely know each other." "That doesn't matter to me. I'm all accepting." "Ask the others. Everyone in our friends group rode me at least once before." "Iwaha. Well, except for Yogi. He's a bit too big for me. Then again, I have gotten stronger since last time. Maybe I can handle it this time. Though I'll have to plan ahead of time how he'll fit." Izuku covered his flustered face. "I can't believe what I'm hearing. Miruko always did have the best time. We'll both try to make it as rough as possible and get the other to submit." A drizzle of blood emerged from Izuku's nose. "Go on. Why explain when you can do it? Now get on. I'll give you at least one round trip," she states. She only had her white bra on and was already working on removing her shorts. "I'll go easy on you, but your groin is going to be aching later. I can't control how rowdy I can be." "Pounce. Stop it, brain," Izuku thought, trying to dispel the pink words. The smiling wink Cassidy did at the end of her statement didn't help either of them. Stammering, Izuku told her, Wait, don't take off anymore. I still haven't decided yet." "Can't," Cassidy claims. In one broad movement she bent over, pulling down her pants and leaving only a thin but fluffy-looking piece of fabric on that kept her from being considered nude. "If I keep these on then they'll rip when I transform." "I don't care. You can't just force on a wait transform." "Yeah, I'm about to transform into my cow form so you can ride me. I'm not sure why you wanted my bra on for that, but hey, I'm not one to judge." Wait, why? I thought Simba already explained this when he sent you to me." "You guys have yet to explain anything that's going on here," Izuku shouted, wiping off the last remnants of blood from his nose. There was a soft chuckle he heard through the room, but he wasn't sure where. It was only him and Cassidy in the room. "Oh, well, he was saying that you're greatly underusing your fox attribute by always fighting straight up like a human. You should take advantage of the predator animal your quirk is based off and learn how to pounce and walk like an animal." "Is something like that really necessary?" Well, for me it helped me get better control of my cow form to fight more effectively. For Miruko it was what inspired her signature running start. Riduru is wicked agile because of it, but then again that guy already had insane reflexes. Atsuyu girl greatly benefited from learning how to hop around like a frog. And Simba said he might have the perfect technique to teach you once you get used to running like the fox you are. Even Miruko learned from it. Izuku mumbled, put a hand on his face as he thought of the possibilities Simba might have in store for him. Then it won't be such a bad idea to invest. That's the spirit, Cassidy cheered. Now take those clothes and get on. Why do I need to take my clothes off? You're fighting straight up because you're still thinking like a complete human with a human mindset. You gotta shred those things and bring yourself back to your primal instinct like true animals are, naked but fierce. Losing your clothes is only a step in getting in the right movement. See, can't we see if I can get it with my clothes on first? You're going to fail anyway. Why watch you fail a bunch of times first then come to me for a hint when I can just give you that hint from the beginning and not waste the time? Hey, good point, but no further complaints. Now quit your yelps, Cassidy demanded as she rushed over to him. Wait, what are you? Hey, don't grab there. A few minutes later, accompanied by Riduru, Rumi began entering the building wanting to check up on Izuku's progress. So what restaurant are we going to after you pick up the boy? Riduru tauntingly asked Rumi. Shut up, Ryu, Rumi responded, rolling her eyes. I'm just seeing how he's doing. You already came in with him and it barely has been over an hour since you two arrived. How am I not surprised you kept track? Because this kind of awareness is my specialty. Ironic. Yet you can miss so many hints. Don't you have someone to mom over? I'm not momming over him. That's gross and I'm not planning to have kids in a long time. By that I mean never. If that is so, then you better stop acting like it before someone starts getting the wrong impression. Might be better to clear the air now than later before things get complicated for you too. There's nothing to clear, Rumi snapped, giving him an annoyed pout. She hates how he tries to advise her, especially when he's right about something. His inglorious attitude about things makes her want to purposely do the opposite of what he says at times. Riduru shrugged. Whatever, don't blame me for what happens. Then again, knowing my luck with you, it's most likely going to come back to bite me instead of you. I honestly don't know what you're rambling about now. What's going to bite you? The greenette sighed, scratching the eye that's covered by his hair before saying, I wish some of the muscles that went to your body went to your brain as well. It's a wonder how a maniac like you haven't gotten me killed yet. Oi, it's your choice to continue being with this maniac. I don't force your furry-eared ass to hang around me. Unfortunately for me that's true, Riduru mumbled, giving a self-pitying shrug and shaking his head. Don't know how you did it, but your chaotic ways managed to break down enough of my casement for me to mind your well-being, even if it was unintentional. Now I can't help but care about you, no matter what trouble you bring. Oh wow, Rumi chucked. I didn't expect that display of compassion from you. If only you can show that when it counts the most. F off, Riduru mumbled. A tint of pink sparked across his cheeks. I swear in my past life I must have done something awful to end up like this. Nudging his elbow, Rumi says, no worries, I got what you mean. Guess us shattered people have to stick together, right? You're effing horrible at puns. You started it. Whatever, how is the little effer doing? That's what I'm trying to figure ... out. Rumi rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Cassidy, as usual, was randomly naked. Nothing new there. The abnormality was seeing Izuku in his boxers on her back as she ran around the room on all fours. Or in shorter terms, Izuku was riding Cassidy. For a moment, if her emotions could be charted with a clock, the hands could have worked as helicopter blades from how fast it was spinning around. An accurate description of her cycle of emotional confusion. And then, she felt nothing. As if the utter madness she saw was so ridiculous that it overloaded her raging emotions and cancelled itself flat like a badly designed RPG. She wasn't the only one who suffered a severe case of whiplash. Izuku's eyes were whited out when he turned and saw Rumi staring at them. Of course, Cassidy saw nothing was wrong and greeted the two. Hey, what's up guys? Was just showing the kid how to ride someone. It's his first time but he's not bad at it. That comment immediately made Riduru scoff, holding back his laughter by covering his mouth. What are you two doing here? Cassidy continued to ask. Silent at first, Rumi opened her mouth as if she was going to speak. 1 minute later, I'll give you a ride of a lifetime. You ain't shit. Watching from the sidelines, Izuku, who was supposed to be getting trained right now, was now witnessing a fierce wrestling match between a naked busty blonde and a slightly less busty, but equal allure, still clothed chocolate bunny. Though for how long they'll stay on is the real question. Nezu was right that his life was going to be more heretic if these kinds of shenanigans were going to be every day. Hey, let go of my hair. Awa, what's wrong, you can't handle it? It's just a little hair-pulling princess. Oh, I'll show you. RAWRGH. AGH. You effing bite me. What's wrong, you can't handle it? Just my teeth digging into your effing leg. Not that Izuku was complaining about it. He was just making peace with it now since it's going to be his upcoming reality. The other person in the room who seemed to be enjoying the scrap was the one-eye-showing guy Rumi walked in with. As his face remained in his neutral expression, despite breaking in his earlier holding back my laughter smirk, his head leaned in and tilted as it intensively followed the girls rolling around in front of him. Out of everyone he met in this place over the last couple of weeks he's been coming here, Rideru always stuck out in his mind. Not from how impactful he was during his time here, but from how strange it is that they see each other as often as Izuku sees all the other members, maybe even more since he often comes to talk to Rumi, yet he knows almost nothing about him. All the time he spent here, he's been slowly associating himself with all of Rumi's friends and gradually learning more about them through them or information the others told him. For example, Yoga's dad was a villain who was a part of a villain group called the Wild Villains. Mary told him how she's of the few people here, along with Tsuyu, that has the goal of becoming a hero. She especially is currently studying hard as apparently a school is considering accepting her as a recommended student due to her quirks' wide usage and medical utility. According to Setsuna, Simba once revealed when he was drunk that he had a younger sister he's jealous of. Cassidy had one of the more unique ones among the residents. She is here as an exchange student because her family is planning some business moves in Japan and needed someone here to get some of the groundwork settled. Since her parents were busy running the farm and tending to the family's business, she volunteered since she was the oldest among her siblings, and by her own words, why not, it seemed fun. Personally, Izuku wasn't sure if that was a smart move considering her tendencies, but he's going to assume she was their best, most likely only, candidate for this task. Even Setsuna, who supposedly is the most tight-lipped about herself, tells him some things about herself. Granted, it's mostly shallow information like favorite color, or what clothes she likes, or what she prefers to eat, but at least it's something. With this guy, he got nearly nothing personal. Besides being friends with Rumi, seeing how often they talk to each other, they're good friends. A bit too good of a friend, thought Izuku before slapping himself. He wasn't sure why that thought popped out. It's been happening quite frequently. His actions caught the attention of Rideru, who gave him a bewildered look before turning his sights back on the girls. The only other thing Izuku can assume about Rideru is one thing. He probably didn't like Izuku's presence too much. Wasn't sure why. Outside of that time where Rideru helped Rumi teach him how to box, the one-eye-showing boy hasn't interacted or even extensively spoken to him. He didn't want to seem invasive about another person's life unnecessarily, especially if he wants to keep it private, but even his friends barely speak of him. Granted, Izuku could tell that they're being more private of his information until Rideru tells him himself, but still, pretty unsettling. The people he's supposedly close to can barely tell something about him that doesn't need to be privatized. There are only a few things he knew and they can barely be considered personal information, more so his standing among the others. 1. The group has a sort of hierarchy system of who'll watch over, lead the group in events of trouble or a situation that comes up that requires leadership. It's mostly reserved for the more senior members of the group. Rideru is the 4th seat, with Simba as 1st, Mary as the 2nd, and someone everyone refers to as the Ripper as the 3rd, though it's rumored that Mary may give up her seat soon because of her focus on school. When it comes to combat, he takes the 2nd seat. Rumi bragged that if she got a seat she would be above him, and only doesn't because she doesn't want the responsibility for it since she has a life outside of this place she doesn't want to jeopardize. 2. Rumi informed him that Rideru was 16 when they made a bet. She still sounded pretty steamed about losing $100. By the sound of it, it was her fault for guessing way too high, but he was smart to keep that comment to himself. A poor garbage can was demolished in a tiny anger fit. 3. Out of everyone here, he knew Simba the longest. 4. He refuses to eat off of anything that can break. During the barbecue, while everyone ate out of regular plates, he ate out of Tupperware he brought himself. 5. People usually rely on him as a deliverman, as he's usually going around getting something for the group or delivering something they need to be sent. 6. He frequently switches his way of speaking from regular language to occasionally some kind of weird gamer slangs, and then his usual crude language. 7. And most importantly to Izuku, he hates the color green. Found that out when someone brought up the afro Izuku wore during his fight against Mizo and asked if he looked better with black or green hair. He really hates green hair. Izuku couldn't even find out what animal mutation Rideru has. The only hint Izuku got is the fact Rideru got the canines of a predatory animal. He also must have some hidden quirk or something to explain how he's somehow always grabbing things from a distant range in a small amount of time. Right now, when he looked back, he saw Rideru neatly folding Cassidy's carelessly discarded clothes. Izuku doesn't even know when he grabbed it. Honestly, I'm not sure if Rideru is doing this because he's a reserved person who likes to keep his life private or because he's an edgy D-head who thinks it's cool to purposely be mysterious. Did I really just think the word D-head? Rumi's language must be rubbing off on me. I don't think I ever used that language before. Oh well, it's not like he can hear me. I can say whatever I want about him. F. Rideru, overly edgy bastard. I don't even know what Rumi sees in him. She could do way better in who she spends time with. Why would such an upbeat and talented person like herself waste her time hanging around some sulking green-haired schmuck from nowhere, much less be friends with a guy like that? Izuku thought to himself. He found himself subconsciously grinding his teeth together before a moment of clarity hit him. Wait, did I just describe myself? And no, just a coincidence. I'm nothing like that brooding mess Rideru. What the F you saying about me? Rideru abruptly asked, snapping his head toward the green fox with his usual glare. Izuku's skeleton was only an inch away from hopping out of his skin from this reaction, causing him to exclaim, H, how did you know? Can you read minds? No, you were mumbling your thoughts for quite a while. For a second I thought I heard my name beforehand as well, but it was unclear and decided to give the benefit of a doubt, until you said it again. So I'll repeat, why the F was my name coming out your mouth? There was a mini panic going on internally for Izuku. He didn't mean most of what he thought. He was just indulging in this new emotion that's been constantly bubbling up. There was only going to be one way out of this without an unneeded confrontation. Thankfully, Setsuna had helped him practice his lying skills. I was just trying to figure out what animal mutation you have. Rideru stared down Izuku with his glassy eyes before turning away, giving himself a small smirk as he replied, Wouldn't you like to know, fox boy? Silently, Izuku sighed. Thank God, as I suspected he didn't fully hear what I said. Hey, Rumi shouted at them before tossing Cassidy over her head into a pile of boxes near the corner. If you got any clues to which animal he is, let me know. I bet $200 that I can remember it by Christmas. Remember, he told you before. Yes, I did, Rideru cut in. And as usual, this dumbass forgot it. I didn't forget, Rumi exclaimed. I just temporarily can't remember what it was. I'll get it, you'll see. Okay, I believe you. You're doubting me, aren't you? You barely got your foot in the door. Lies, I'm hot on your trail. Prove it. That's easy, Rumi says. In a flash, she approached Rideru and grabbed a lock of his hair. Before she could do anything else, Rideru reactively grabbed her wrist, saying, The hell you're grabbing me for? I want to show him something, Rumi told him, reaching for his hair with her other hand only to be stopped the same way. Stop stopping me. No, don't touch me. Will you show him yourself? No, then I'm going to show him. Hold still. F off. I'll show whatever to whoever. Don't be a baby. It's not being a baby. It's not wanting people to do annoying things to you, Rideru replied, giving her a piece of her own medicine by wrapping one of his hands in her long snowy hair and yanked it so hard that her head jerked downward. How do you like it? Youch, Rumi shrieked, wincing from the pain. What's with everyone today and pulling my hair? You literally started it. I only wanted to lift your hair, not yank it like you're pulling off a wig. I mean, you have been furrowing those brows of yours a lot recently. That might not be a far-off future. Oh, you did. Bite me, princess. Don't tempt me. Cassie got the bite marks to show. In their struggle, Rideru fell back, causing Rumi to fall on top of him, yet they continued their dispute as if nothing had happened. One of Izuku's eyes twitched again. Something about seeing her straddling Rideru even though they were just roughhousing didn't sit well with him. Unbeknownst to any of the two on the ground, they were being watched by Izuku with ominous glare, a cold demeanor shadowing over him. Like an old friend, those floating bold words appeared in his sights again. But this time they were green. Why him? Gatekeeper, road bump, obstructor. Luckily, the feeling of his claws bearing themselves snapped him out of his mood. That was weird, Izuku thought. Something like that wasn't necessary. While he may not be a fan of Rideru's presence at the moment, it's not like he did something horrible to him or tortured him for years. Not to mention that he's begrudgingly the reason why Izuku had the job he has right now. He wasn't even sure why his body thought a situation like this needed a violent physical response of any kind. While his body acts on its own at times, he's not going to let it do what it wants, hiding his claws and waiting for them to slowly retract. Upon second look, he did see something interesting. As the two friends were struggling, pulling hair and shoving their hands into the other's face, Rumi had lifted a piece of hair Rideru used to cover his right eye up. Izuku had taken a few guesses as to why Rideru always hid it, with the most likely reason being some sort of injury. He guessed correctly as Rumi's actions exposed Rideru's scarred eye. The eye was kept closed, showing off the multiple crisp marks that created a mild discoloration across that section of his face. Knowing how this place can be, Izuku assumed it might have happened during a fight against one of the other Lagas, but then he noticed the lack of pattern of the marks. He learned this from Mary about how to identify an animal based on the marks they leave when they use their claws. An average animal claw marks usually range from 2 to 4 jagged but parallel lines. The marks on Rideru's eyes didn't follow this pattern. They had no lines that paralleled reasonably to each other. Some spiraled a bit, others had inconsistent height and width, few went in weird directions, and they lacked distinct jaggedness claws usually left. Let go, Rumi shouted, trying to escape his grip while refusing to let out. Rideru managed to shake his head despite his head being pinned against the ground. No, you do it first. Will you let go after? No, then no. Why would you even ask as if you were going to make a deal? I don't know, just let me get your hair out the way. I want to show him the black fur behind your dogpile. A voice called out above them. Hold up, Rumi said. What? Izuku says, looking up. Nane, Rideru went. Izuku experienced many new things this day he didn't expect to happen. Witnessing a nude cowgirl leg drop his crush were one of these things. From then on, life continued to move on. Most of the same happened. School started, but Izuku continued to go to Yasei Alley to train with everyone. Thankfully, Mary, Tsuyu, and even Setsuna were surprisingly great tutors, helping both him and Rumi in academics with study groups, leaving them with more free time than if they tried alone. Rideru would usually join them as well, but he doesn't contribute besides talking to the girls, only leaving when he has to do something. Occasionally his crude language would get so explicit that Tsuyu will throw her books at him to make him shut up. Nezu's training started as well, in an act of mercy. He said he'll start small for a while, so the first thing he made him do was run 5 Kelvin through the rougher terrains the city had, which made running difficult. Did he mention that there's a jumbo tire tied to his back which Nezu leisurely rests on? Who had methods to get Izuku to continue running in case he ever started slowing down too much or got demotivated, by using one of his devices to cause big branches to collapse extremely close to Izuku's head and using nature's resources to endlessly torment the fox to keep running. The pit only gets deeper. At one point, Izuku got to the point where he had to ask, why are we even doing this? You'll see, it'll be totally worth it. Guaranteed results. Never failed me before. You sure? You doubt my methods? I'm just wondering if you do these kinds of things with Rumi, because if so, that'll explain a lot. May do things to this extent to my daughter? Hell no, that's child abuse and sick. Then why do you do it to me? Because I got a signed contract from both you and your mom that says I can. You, no more objections. The sound of a whip cracked by his ear. Is that a whip? A panicked Izuku asked, trying to look behind while not tripping over. What, are you complaining about this too? Yes, now you're just being unnecessary. Oh, I see. You humans are allowed to whip us animals for thousands of years for sport, but when we do it, then we have to care about ethics. What the F does that have to do with anything? Everything. Crack. So that training is going well. His mom is doing fine as well. He goes back to visit mostly during holidays. It's refreshing to see how his other family is doing. He and Katsuki still don't talk, making for very awkward nights since they still sleep in the same room. Thankfully, in the daytime isn't as awkward since Katsuki barely spends the day at home. Though more haunting news came when he found out that his mom now slept in the same room as Mitsuki. They explained that it was a swap because Masaru had back problems or something, but the entire time Izuku entered a contemplating state greater than the thinker himself over if Rumi's prediction was right after all. Of course, Rumi laughed as soon as Izuku told her. The one thing that seemed to have not changed is the stalemate between him and Rideru. It seems as though nothing changed about them, from an understanding of the other to comfortability being around each other, simply talking to one another, and who was gonna have a happy Easter. Izuku's lungs felt heavy as he panted. His body was covered in scrap and dirt, but a sense of accomplishment was washing those things away. In the realm of the dream world, he was standing next to one of the yokai he was tasked to catch. It wasn't the hentai one or even the annoying green-haired creature that pisses him off by existing, but one of the lower-ranked yokai. This was the one that held the regret of when Izuku accidentally tripped over the school janitor's mopping bucket and tipped it over. Izuku felt so bad that the sweet old man had to reclean the floor because of him. That was probably why the yokai took the form of a monster that was in chains. It was easier to catch since its movement was already hindered. Clap, clap, clap. Approaching him was an applauding Nana, followed behind by the bald, funky man. Not bad, kid. Not bad. The Hellboy stated. He stretched out his hand. You still need to capture the other 4 later, but as agreed, you catch one and I'll lend you my ability. I'm not one who'll waste your time. You seem pretty tuckered already. Let's get this over with. Thanks, Izuku says, reaching out to accept it. As their hands met, Hellboy stated a vow. I am thou. Ooh, actually you can skip that first part. The mask of lie rattled. I was just pranking you. That earned an annoyed look from the bulky man as he grumbled. His grip became crushing to Izuku's hand. You mother. Let it go, sighed Nana. You bother with it every time, then you'll have a headache that'll make you wish you were dead again. Just move on when you can. You'll get used to it. After taking a deep breath, Hellboy continued. Accept my power. Battle with an endless reach. Inherit my will. I bestow onto you the power to catch anything you want, so nothing will ever be outside of your reach again. A bright rainbow light shined where their hands held, sparkling like a firecracker. It is done, Hellboy announced, taking off Lie's mask from the side of Izuku's head. Still exhausted, Izuku asked, what did I inherit? You'll find out, Hellboy told him. Just think about something you want to capture. Did you mean literally or metaphorically? shrieked Izuku. Mid-sentence, Hellboy used their connected hands to launch him over the grown man's shoulder. As the three watched Izuku's body fly through the sky toward the lake, Hellboy comments, "You're right, this is kinda fun." "I told you," Lai replied, the mask rattling a bit, stepping over dominantly. Nana asked a peculiar question. "So what can you do now, Lai, since you're just a mask and all?" "Why does that matter?" Lai asked, taking the mask from Hellboy. Nana held it close before saying, "I'm asking how could you resist if I decided to do something devious like paint all over you, or toss you to the bottom of the lake you like to throw our little boy into often, or carve into you with a knife, or maybe even stuff you somewhere interesting." The glee in her smile from how long she waited for this moment. It could shine brighter than the sun. "On the last one, depending on where, then I'm helpless. All the other ones, I would advise not trying them." "Why?" Nana asked, tilting her head tauntingly as she loosely held the mask with only 2 fingers. She swung it side to side as if it was a toy, seeing what he'll do as it's most likely a buff. "While my form isn't the most promising at the moment, I assure you, I can still act. I must be able to if I am to serve my master." "Sure, whatever you say." Nana shrugged, spinning the mask around on her finger. "All right, what we need to do to get you back to normal." "I'm serious. I can." "Hey, stop spinning me. You're making me dizzy. 2 years and 7 months left before UA entrance exam. All right, what did you want to show me so badly that you needed to drag me out here so early?" Rumi asked, rubbing her sheepish eyes. She stayed up a bit way too long last night watching matches at the X Games with her friends. Now she needed a few more minutes to fully wake up. Thankfully, Izuku came to her room after she got her clothes on. "I'll show you, just wait right there," Izuku says, after setting her on the sideline of his little display. Izuku ran over to get in position. A few feet in front of him was a single empty bottle on top of a garbage can. After taking a deep breath, Izuku pulled one of his arms back before whipping it forward. As his hand lashed out forward, a dark tendril that was made out of black energy emerged from his wrist and struck the bottle. That jolted Rumi wide awake. Her reaction was as if she witnessed magic. "Wow, what was that?" Rumi exclaimed, running over to him. "It's my O." Izuku winced. As he tried to reel in the tendril, he accidentally hit himself in the face with it. It's something that awakened in me recently, actually. I've been spending the last few days trying to get it to work." "You got a name for it?" "No, I've thought of a few, like Venom Stretcher." "Meh," Rumi says, looking away with an unimpressed look. Izuku inhaled to hold in the pain from that response. "How did you get it or awaken it?" Rumi asked. While the beta name wasn't anything interesting, she was interested in the cause. It just popped up one morning after a dream. So basically a boner. I guess you can look at it that way. Don't embellish me like that when I'm being stupid." "I'm a bit confused, but okay. Anyways, what else can you do with it?" "Not a lot. I've been struggling to get it out, much less do anything with it. It's like a whip and I'm not familiar with that kind of weapon, or any weapon at all, so it might take a while to get good at it." Rumi chuckled to himself. "Guess you lucked out that of all things a whip was what you got." People here having a secondary ability outside of their mutation quirk ain't anything new here, but at least a good amount of the time they go well with what they got, I guess. But it's not like this was something I chose, I'm just stuck with it. Now I gotta learn how to control it. What do you do to bring it out?" Izuku softly smiled at this, rubbing the back of his head with a small pink tint coming across his face. Thankfully, with all the time he spent thinking to himself, among them, he came up with a mini plan of saying something special to her at just the right time. Now was his moment. He said, "Well, in my dream, I got a hint that I just need to think of something to capture. So I thought of how much I wanted to capture your H." Rumi stopped him mid-sentence by putting a hand on Izuku's mouth, saying, "Oh, hold that thought. I just thought of something." "What?" A wide-eyed Izuku muffled. "I know the perfect guy who can help you out," Rumi says. This time, instead of just dragging him along, she lightly tugs his sleeve, wanting to lead him where she wants to go. "Come, he shouldn't be too far from here. He's great at teaching people things he knows or has an interest in. Your progress should increase several folds." With the disappointment of the plan, he spent 3 hours yesterday thinking of the right things to say and practicing saying them so his voice wouldn't crack, slowly going away. He asked, "Really? Who?" "Oh, you gotta be shitting me," were the words Izuku thought of when they arrived where Rumi wanted to take him. Sitting across from him was the last person in the world right now he wanted Rumi to take him to. Rideru. As usual, Rideru just sat there with that unmoving face that Izuku is now starting to find annoying to look at. "Surprise!" Rumi exclaimed excitedly. Neither of the boys reacted, but they made eye contact and kept it. Rumi continued, "As soon as Izuku mentioned the trouble he's having with his whip thing, I thought, hey, Rideru would be the perfect person for this. He's good at this. I mean, you are the only person in our group who isn't teaching Izuku something, and I don't think you two talk that often." The two boys blinked blankly at the other, not responding to what she said but showing that they were listening. "Since you're both my friends, I thought, hey, this'll be the perfect opportunity for you two FS to get to know each other. So what do you say? I can appreciate the thought, Izuku thought to himself, but I can see from a mile away how this wouldn't be the smartest idea to take. I don't think I need him anyways. Right as Izuku was about to speak and refuse her offer, Rideru spoke up first. Sure, why not? What? Izuku thought, his eyes widened from shock. Consider it paying you back for the other thing you're helping me out with, Rideru shrugged, taking a gumball from his personal container and popping in his mouth. He stretched back and put his feet up on a nearby box before stating, besides, I have no reason to object such a simple task. Great, Rumi cheered, taking 2 gumballs from his container. She turned toward Izuku with a smile, offering a gumball. What about you, Izuku? The things that went through Izuku's mind at that moment. This mother Izuku had to calm himself. He knew how sometimes his thoughts leak out. Instead, he did something different. He accepted the gumball with no hesitation and said, no objections here. Thank you so much, Miruko, for this opportunity. This guy seems to have an attitude with Izuku, and the first time Izuku was ever going to directly flirt on a girl got ruined because of his existence. Izuku doesn't know what Rideru's issue is. Rather, it's to F with him or whatever, but he's going to get to the bottom of it. And this is the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, a light bulb went up in Rumi's head. She asked Izuku, oh right, you wanted to say something to me earlier. What was it? Oh, don't worry it was nothing, Izuku answered. He couldn't say that line now anyways. At least, not until he takes care of something first. Nothing at all. Hatred is a bottomless black lake. Everyone dips their toes in it at some points, and it's fine to take a swim in it once in a while when the time is right. Just be sure to always leave before your skin gets too prickled. The ultimate trap, one set up where everyone has to pass by it eventually, tempting everyone to dive in. But once you do, it allures you to keep going deeper and deeper as if there's some prize at the bottom to achieve. Yet all that'll await you if you keep going is nothing but darkness till you finally drown, unable to see that you only put yourself into your own grave until it's too late. It was one of the few lessons Izuku learned from his father, and he tried his best to keep. Izuku was never a hateful man. Can he be depressing? Yes, maybe view things a bit too negatively at times. Sure, have a lot of unhealthy habits that could and will do more harm to him than good. Of course, but he never slipped into that liquid jar trap that was hatred. That's why most times when he's dealing with people that aren't exactly to his flavored taste of company, he prefers to keep them in a distaste category as opposed to pure hate. That being said, Izuku is extremely distasting Rideru's entire existence. 2 years and 6 months left before UA entrance exam. It was clear-cut that training with Rideru was not going to be a pleasant experience, but he never expected it'll be this aggravating. That was a lie. This was completely expected, but experiencing it was another story. It's the equivalent of advocating for communism. It doesn't seem so bad at first in your mind, but then actually experiencing it makes you wish that Russia would have stayed as a backward monarchy and Karl Marx should have died in childhood so that the world would never be haunted by some of his ideas. A slight exaggeration. It's honestly impressive, seeing how many times you can hit yourself in the face, commented a bored Rideru. He was sitting on a foldable chair, resting with a vastly improper posture as he watched Izuku, still keeping that blank look in his eye. Rideru looked different from usual. His hair was let down from its usually partially braided fashion, and his body was slightly bandaged up. When Izuku came in early today because Rideru said he had something to do later, the stoic Greenet shut down any attempt to ask what happened by informing him ahead of time that he wasn't going to tell. The bags under his eyes showed that he was more tired than usual, which explained his more than usual unkempt appearance. Izuku probably came in right after he got out of bed. He was laying down on the cot when the green fox first entered the storage unit Izuku was told to go to. It's only logical that he sleeps here. Izuku thought a building as spacious as a factory storage unit might be a bit much for a single person to sleep in until he remembered what Rumi said, that doing certain things here can get you special privileges. Rumi was about to get an entire shaft to herself in X Arena, and being in Yasei is basically a social event for her. Someone who lives here like Rideru would be able to get more. Izuku only grunted in response to Rideru's comment, trying to ignore the stinging red mark on his face from repeatedly hitting himself. In his hand was a duranium whip, given to him by Rideru. After explaining the issue he was having with his new ability, Rideru handed him a whip at their next session and commanded that he use it until he gets better at manifesting the black tendrils he summoned. He stated it's because he's only willing to teach Izuku for at most 3 hours a day if he's feeling nice and doesn't want to deal with any of Izuku's scrub issues keeping his black tendrils in check that'll waste time. In his words, he'll find it annoying. Their sessions will be solely focused on showing him ways to utilize. Rideru pointed out how whip-like his black tendril were and said how an actual whip would bring the closest feeling to wielding his tendrils. Izuku applying that feeling to controlling his tendril was on him to do on his own time. At least Rideru was generous enough to give some advice on what to do, except it was phrased in the second worst way possible. Just practice the whipping formation I showed and pretend like you're committing heinous flagellation of 100 lashes against 30 prisoners of war. At least he didn't make a slave owner reference. Run it back. This time actually think it through and wait for the right timing, demanded Rideru. He reached into the nearby recycle container to grab 3 2-liter bottles. Izuku gripped his whip tight, shifting the arm he's holding it in back as he prepares for what's coming at him. As they've been doing for nearly the last 2 hours, Rideru tossed up the 3 plastic bottles at Izuku, letting gravity do most of the work as the projectiles dropped toward the green fox. Steadying his breath, Izuku spread his vision to all 3 of the bottles, trying to think of a way to knock them all back. With the way Rideru designed and threw the bottles, all 3 were coming at him from different heights, angles, and speeds. His palms were sweaty the more hesitant he was about his swing. He had a single shot at this and didn't want to fail. As the window begins to close, Izuku swings his arm forward, sending the whip forward toward the bottles. The black leather knocked one of the bottles out of the air and slightly nicked another one, but failed to even scruff the third one. As the clattering of plastic bottles rang out, Rideru shook his head, saying, "Guess I didn't make myself clear. Either that or you need more hearing aids than you already have. First off, fix your form. You're going to disjoint your arm if you keep swinging like that. Second, I said to think it out and get the timing. You're not even grazing all of them, much less knock them out the air. It'll be a lot easier if you allowed me more than one swing. You're basically trying to have me hit 3 people in the face in a single punch," Izuku replied. He was grateful that at least he didn't hit himself in the face this time. Yes, said Rideru. His voice sounded confused at the statement. That's kinda the point. Good to see you got some observation, but what's the point of bringing it up? Because it's unnecessary. With a weapon like this realistically hitting multiple target. Stop, interrupted Rideru. Know where this is going. Every attack has a sort of cooldown. It's not like you can throw endless effective punches. You need time to wind back up again or else you'll be tapping them, unless you have some quirk for that. A whip is a weapon with a very damning cooldown. You can't swing it around like a guy on drugs if you're planning on actually fighting someone with it unless a sword or knife. Each swing needs to be as efficient as possible. Therefore, you should be taking advantage of the range and other advantages it gives you since you're trading it off with the disadvantage of using it. He's not wrong and I hate it, Izuku thought to himself, rubbing his shoulder to ease the pain. The door to the building was opened, making the 2 boys turn to see what was there. Hey guys, yawned Rumi walking in. She was carrying a drink carrier holding 3 styrofoam cups. How's the early morning training? Hey Miruko, greeted Izuku, quickly straightening himself so she wouldn't see him being exhausted. What are you doing here? I got us a pick-me-up, she told them, holding up the carrier. Plus I wanted to see how my boys are doing. Y'all getting along? Rideru was walking around cleaning up his place. Hearing Rumi made him smirk and he said, "So Miruko, you finally accepted your role as mom?" "No," Miruko replied, frowning at him for his words. "Ryu, I told you already to knock that off." "Wait, what?" said Izuku, unsure of the context of the comment. "Don't worry about it," told Rumi, handing Izuku his coffee. "He's being stupid. By the way, I got you a mocha from the shop you like so much." Okay. Thanks, Izuku said, accepting the cup. "Oi," Rideru called out. "I don't remember saying we're going on break." Rumi walked up to her one-eyed friend saying. She shoved the hot drinks toward him, declaring, "Well, you're taking one now because I paid money on these and if they go cold I'm dumping it on your head." "You're the one who wanted me to train the kid," Rideru replied. "After a checkup with Mary I have to run a few errands for the others. There's limited time for today." "Who cares? Not like there isn't a tomorrow and I'm sure Izuku doesn't mind," stated Rumi, looking back toward Izuku. Realizing she wanted his validation, Izuku told them, "Yeah, I don't mind. It's only a few minutes anyways." A smile appeared on Rumi's face before she turned back to Rideru, pushing the cup that was his closer to him and stating, "See, now shut up and drink." The greenet didn't respond at first, looking down at the drinks and taking in their aroma. Eventually, he grouchily said, "You know I don't like coffee. It's hot chocolate." "So you finally remembered. Color me impressed. A broken clock really does be right twice a day. Bite me. I quote LL do it." "Shut up, brain," Izuku told himself, realizing that this time there were no colored bold words. "Oh wait, that was just me. Shut up me. Be happy I was kind enough to make yours myself since you're so picky," continued Rumi. Did Izuku just hear her right? Hearing this made Izuku ask, "Wait, you homemade his but not ours?" Turning back to the green fox, Rumi said in her defense, "It's really difficult to get this guy anything at times. He's really the worst when he's picky. I had to get his homemade because he hates the way most cafes make hot chocolate. and he refuses to drink coffee like a baby. I'm not even 20. Why are you drinking it? You're younger than me. Drinking a good blend once in a while ain't bad. I make it nearly every day anyways. That's how they get you. Don't blame me in 15 years when you can't even get out of bed without your daily consumption of black slugs. You, don't say it like that. Rumi's frown reemerged when she said that. It'll ruin coffee for me. Good. Once again I'm doing you a huge favor because you're too oblivious to the problem. Better wrap up your high and almighty trip. There's, 2 minutes before your hair experiences a chocolate rain. Rideru rolled his eyes at the threat and finally accepted the drink, saying, whatever, thanks. As the trio rested and enjoyed their morning drinks, Rumi tried to fight the weird silence in the room since neither of the men were speaking much. Did you guys hear about Blue Note? Rumi asked. Yeah, I saw the video online. Izuku energetically exclaimed. Hero talk is something he can do. It was amazing how calm he was when those villains attacked him during his concert. That went Rideru shrugging his shoulder. That reaction piqued Izuku's curiosity and he asked, do you not like him? He's all right, was all Rideru said. Rumi leaned in toward Izuku, telling him that's his code for heroes he actually likes. No, it isn't, Rideru quickly told her, squinting at her. It's rare and he's just never honest about it. He makes decent music is all. Rumi agreed with him, saying, yeah, I hope one day he'll come to our area. I want to go to at least one of his concerts. Izuku saw his chance. So far, the conversation has been heavily between the bunny and the one-eye boy mostly because the topics were things they're more invested in. Now they were trending in his field of expertise. Blue Note was someone he had an interest in for a while before his true popularity emerged. He got tons of things to talk about. All he needed was one good line, something a bit flirtatious as well to really get Rumi's attention. I'll love to go to a Blue Note's concert as well. I've been a fan of his music for a while, listening to his tracks all the time when I'm doing homework, Izuku told the group. He actually had a soft smile from the joy of speaking on a topic he knows so well. He just needed to stay calm and execute the lines he mentally rehearsed for this exact situation. If he ever hosts one in our town, I wouldn't mind going with you. I'm sure the rocking time we'll have will hit all the right notes. What? Rumi went. Her face scrunches up in confusion hearing that last line. What the F did I just say? Why am I so bad at flirting? Izuku screams internally. He was so close but ruined it with such a cheesy joke. He stammered to correct it, because a good portion of his songs are from the rock genre and his most famous concerts are usually rock concerts, so going there will be rocking, and his name is Blue Note, so hitting all the. Not even Izuku could stomach finishing that sentence, using a fake cough as a cover to stop. Trying to explain himself made it even worse. That was when Rideru cut in, saying, I assume you didn't mean for that line to be so off-key. Rumi's confusion quickly went away as she chuckled at the joke. She elbowed Rideru's ribs and said, see, if you made more of those maybe you won't be struggling with that thing. Crap, thought Izuku. He was losing again and needed to bounce back. Izuku raised up his coffee cup and said, sorry about the joke. I guess I'm having trouble espresso myself. Didn't I get you a mocha? Rumi asked, one of her bunny ears bent as she tilted her head trying to think if she got the right thing. Pain. Izuku just calmly inhaled as he held in the massive amount of pain he was experiencing. Of course, that joke went over her head. Oh, I get it, Rumi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up in realization. She gave a few weak laughs before saying, espresso and expressing yeah, clever. Extreme pain. The tone of her voice alone was like shoving a salt and lemon cocktail into his wounds. Rideru just shook his head disappointedly at the boy. Even he felt bad and it was getting embarrassing. That's enough chit-chat, Rideru stated, setting down his cup and rising to his feet, back to business. Oh yeah, how is that going? Asked Rumi, looking toward Izuku for an answer. Izuku felt like lying but felt like Rideru wouldn't immediately call him out on it. He had to make the statement honest enough to not get called out on but vague enough so she won't think he's struggling that badly with it, settling on saying, it's ... not bad. Phew, that's good. I swear with this guy the results can vary, stated Rumi, turning to Rideru to give him a stink eye. This wasn't the first time someone was sent to him for some sort of training or guidance and not all of them had the best experience. Even when they first met, where Rideru ordered by Simba had to show her around Yasei Alley, it almost ended in a fight because of Rideru's peculiar words. Rideru simply shrugged at this, saying, you know the risk when you asked, and you get what you get with me. It's fine, Izuku assured Rumi. I'm seeing some silver despite everything. If a spectacle is all you wanted, then go to a movie. You're here with me to obtain that treasure, commented Rideru. I'm trying to, Izuku replied. It's harder to do than say. Rumi chipped in asking, what are you guys currently doing? Hitting 3 bottles out of the air with a single swing. Really, seems pointless to do. Just be quick enough to strike 3 times. That's what I usually do. That's what I said. Rideru scolded her for her ignorance. Not everyone got your golden thighs, you effing crack-addicted bunny. Besides, even if he can swing his whip 3 times, they won't mean much if they're not effective and will quickly become a crippling crutch that'll crumble the second anyone notices it to gain an edge. How about a demonstration? Rumi suggested. You only showed me what form to do, Izuku stated. I think visibly seeing you do it could really help since it's obvious we're both thinking with different ideologies. Yeah, come on, oh so wise one, taunted Rumi. Let's put some money where your mouth is. Though the bandaged greenet face remained mostly unmoving, the way it twitched showed that he was getting slightly miffed by the pair's insistence. Eventually, he calmly shrugged his shoulder and told them, fine, watch carefully cause I'm only doing this once. If you blink then that's on you. While Rideru walked off to get in position, Rumi and Izuku smiled at each other before running to get the bottles. Izuku wasn't sure if he was going to get much from watching, but this slight moment of Rumi and him technically being against him was giving him a bit of joy. Wait, who's going to throw the third one? Izuku asked Rumi, wanting to be sure to perfectly simulate the situation he had to deal with. That was when Rideru cut in before Rumi could answer. You both throw too, I honestly don't care. With no reason to complain, they each grabbed 2 bottles and turned toward Rideru, waiting to toss them at their pleasure. As Rideru looked back at them, he did a quick shake of his wrist. Izuku was lucky the room was utterly silent and he was paying high attention to him, or else he could have easily missed the faint sound of rattling metal echoing out. Dropping out of both his sleeves were long iron chains, with moderate-sized hooks attached at the end striking the ground. Rideru rested his arms at his sides, leaving the hook chain to lay coiled on the ground like a snake, waiting for a time to strike. He called out to the pair, you can start anytime. In her usual manner, Rumi turned to Izuku with a smile on her face and said, let's make him sweat a bit, it's going to be awesome. Izuku nodded and together they each threw their bottles. Rumi threw curve shots while Izuku gave a lax lob, but then for the second throw, a pinch of microaggression occurred within the boy. The exercise was supposed to be the bottle dropping down at Rideru with moderate speed as the focus was on proficiency. But as Rumi said, Izuku wanted to make this guy sweat a bit from his usually calm exterior. In a split-second decision, after delaying for a moment, he hurled his second bottle directly at the stoic greenet, something he instantly regretted when he felt he threw it too hard and saw it was heading toward Rideru's head. The fox immediately went to call out a warning. He had a little over a second to make it, but it could be valuable to help him avoid it, but then he stopped. Izuku watched as Rideru's face remained calm. Though his attention was up in the air where the rest of the bottle were, his steely eye drifted down to spot the incoming bottle blitzing toward him. The one-eye-showing boy jerked on the chain of one of his hook chains to bounce the hook up high enough for him to grab the base. With a single step, the bottle disappeared into nothing as he twirled his body around in a spin for a wind-up, loosening his grip on the hook to allow it to fly out and the chain to increase in length quickly with his momentum. His smooth movement and control over his weapon were equal to a ribbon dancer wielding their wand. When Rideru's body was close to facing the direction the other bottles were coming from, Izuku spotted the older greenet's hand wave around calm as water as it tugged on the chain and modified the trajectory. When he finally swung, there was a crack that rang out, and all 3 of the bottles were knocked out of the air, scattering in all different directions. This was an expected result for the bunny who knew of Rideru's capabilities, and annoyingly, even Izuku couldn't deny how well he handled it. The fox gritted his teeth as he thought, damn it, I only made him look more cool, woo. His thought was interrupted when he felt something collide with one of his legs and yank it out, causing him to fall back onto the floor. Izuku looked down and saw Rideru's other hook placed around his ankle. And that's why it's important to make each swing count. Rideru states, the more you get done with each move, the more you can do at the same time. If you're wondering, I threw that hook out at the same time I knocked away the bottles. I'll say that's a lot better than spending all my time swinging 2 chains around just to deal with 4 projectiles. All you need is some creativity, thinking ahead, and timing. With a flick of his wrist, he brought the hook off of Izuku's ankle and slowly reeled it back to him. Once it was rewrapped around his arm and hidden under his sleeve, he went to the other hook chain. At the very edge of the hook had punctured the plastic of the bottle Izuku hurled at him when he moved, which was how he countered it. He removed the bottle before putting the other hook away as well. Going up to congratulate her friend, Rumi cockily said, not bad at all, I could have done it better and knocked the guy out in an instant, but it's still an impressive effort. As Izuku picked himself back up, he grumbled, yeah, impressive. Oblivious to Izuku's tone, Rumi continued, good to see a few wounds won't turn you into a pussy. You're still a, what are you again? Nice try, Rideru told her. Seriously, stop taking bets, you have no chance of winning. Didn't hurt to try, grumbled Rumi. She will remember what animal he is. Eventually, the door to the building could be heard opening, causing Rideru to groan. This was the 3rd person entering his place this morning, which is too many than his usual daily limit. He growled out loud, sorry, did I forget to take in the effing welcome mat? Or is today just the day everyone else felt like barging in unannounced? Popping her head out from the doorway was the ever-straight man Tsuyu. She was poking the bottom of her mouth as usual. Her eyes showed bewilderment and unease at how random the statement was to her. It wasn't until she looked in and saw who was in the room did it start to make sense, and she looked a bit more relaxed. "Oh," Rideru softly replied, falling deadly silent at his mistake. "Why, what's up?" Rumi merrily asked him, leaning close to him. "Were you expecting her?" The stoic Greenan answered, "Yes, well, kinda. After my visit to Mary, she was among the people I had to help out today. I was confused for a moment why I was getting yelled at like that when it was him who agreed to do it today. Then again, I wouldn't have been surprised if he had forgotten about it, especially since he has company," Tsuyu stated. Her words didn't have any malice in them, but Izuku recognized that tone from the multiple times Mitsuki used it. From what Masaru told him, whenever a girl used that tone, it probably meant the guy screwed up in the past that she wasn't going to let out anytime soon. Rideru exhaustedly rolled his eyes. He really wished she would forget about that instead of hanging it over his head. He snapped a reply to her. Don't come in here as if you did nothing wrong. It's called knocking." The door was open. Rideru snapped his head toward Rumi, giving her an utterly irritated look. Seeing the spotlight suddenly being put on her, Rumi's ear stood up and she said in her defense, "I was carrying in the drinks. Besides, if anyone unwanted came in, I would kick their ass 30 times over." After another eye roll, Rideru muttered at first before asking Tsuyu, "I swear I'm surrounded by idiots. What are you doing here anyway? We're not supposed to meet until around noon. I wanted to give you an update. There was apparently more we needed to do and I wanted to make sure you got the proper tools for it," Tsuyu told him. "You couldn't have just texted me?" Rideru asked. That seemed like an easier way to get in touch with him. "Ribbit, I did," Tsuyu yelled. She threw her hands up at him. "All yesterday night, and even this morning, you never responded. Came by just in case you were still alive to let you know, so there were no excuses. I assumed either you got yourself killed or you broke your phone, possibly both. So what happened?" "My phone works. I had a rough night and the screen cracked. After I finally had time to get the screen fixed, it ran out of battery. So I plugged it into the charger and went to bed. I've been doing something all morning if you haven't noticed. So a bit of both." "No, by the look of things, I say yes. Whatever, I'll turn my phone on after I'm finished with the kid, and then right after I'll head to Mary. You don't have to stay here. This isn't exactly the place I like for idle chit-chat." "I don't mind waiting," Tsuyu told him, finding a box tall enough she can sit on. "I wanted to talk to Mary about something anyways." The one-eye-showing boy shrugged, responding, "Do as you wish." Turning back to Izuku, Rideru ordered him to get ready. "Enough sitting around, you're going arg." Suddenly, Rideru screeched out in pain, clutching his bandaged-up head and almost dropping onto his knees. Everyone went over to see if he was all right. Yes, that included Izuku. He might distaste the guy, but that didn't mean he was going to cruelly cheer when he's in pain like this. For now, depending on what he does later will determine if that changes. "Your injuries, are they acting up?" a concerned Tsuyu asked. She moved to help keep him up. Faintly pushing away from her, Rideru said, "I'm fine. Just a headache." "That's more than a headache," Rumi told him. "You better go to Mary to get yourself checked out." Izuku jumped in. "Yeah, please go. Our training can wait tomorrow or even the day after if you need to rest. If you weren't feeling well, you could have just said so. I had no issue canceling today." "I wasn't asking for opinions," Rideru growled at them. "Hey," Izuku called. "Don't be your difficult self right now," Tsuyu told him. "Let me finish, damn it," the older Greenet told them. When they gave him time to speak, he sighed before saying, "I was about to say that I hate working with a headache. We'll continue this lesson tomorrow." Rumi shocked her head, saying, "I never get why you can never be direct about anything." "Tell me about it," Tsuyu said. Despite the one eye showing boy resistance, she still helped him up. "I'll make sure he gets there." "Sounds solid to me. I'll lock up the place, so don't worry about that," exclaimed Rumi, just like how she gave him a spare key to her place in X Arena for insurance. Rideru did the same to her, but for different reasons. Rideru would soon regret this decision when he realized how irresponsible Rumi can be with her keys, but thankfully no mishaps involving keys have occurred. With a silent nod and a comment to not break anything, the frog and currently unknown animal left after collecting Rideru's phone. After seeing them off, Rumi hyped herself up as she turned to Izuku. She said, "Now then, we got this whole place all to ourselves. What to do first?" Was this a sign? A hint? A signal? Izuku thought. The ideas were running madly in his head. Such a comment at a time like this, and the way she's moving, it's almost as if she's testing him. Oh God, I just reminded myself of her thighs. Her amazingly well-toned thighs. Stop thinking about it or else I'll stare. Crap, I'm starting to stare. I'm feeling like doing something fun. Rumi continued, and it is pretty spacious. The white bunny walked close to him and smirked. "You think what I'm thinking?" "Ooh," was the official response given by an extremely horny teen. He may have a few issues. Like, a lot of issues. This isn't normal behavior for a boy. Despite that, he still jumped to action and softly grabbed her hand. Yes, he told her. Rumi looked almost surprised at Izuku's attitude. It's so different than usual and something she can dig. She stated, "All right, let's get ready. Zip. To train. I always wanted to use all the stuff Ryder uses in here, but he always kicked me out." A depressed sigh of knowing it might come to this rang out, followed by the rezipping of something. "What?" Rumi asked. She tilted her head, confused from his sudden shift in tone. Why did he suddenly get all demotivated? A moment ago he was so excited he grabbed my hands at the simple question of training. Was he expecting something better? But what else can we do in here besides just train? The rebellious teens versus the symbol of authority adults. A war as old as time itself. The force of utter freedom smashing against the ever-sturdy wall of control. A difference in generation, ideals, morals, and priority. An eternal duel that'll always be brutal and hate-filled. "Are you kids doing okay in there?" called out Officer Owinks. Shouted out Rumi. The humble officer was leaning against his cop car in uniform, staring at a rusted gate in front of him. He knew what lay behind there was the ever-infamous Yasei Alley, where tons of young teens and even a few young adults spend a tremendous amount of time in, and where many take shelter in. There are many entrances to Yasei Alley, some without gates, yet he always chooses this one on a mostly inactive street to come to whenever he stops by. On top of the gate and the building next to it were of course a couple of rowdy teens. One of the few instances you can see Spatians and Lagos together in arms to sit talk a cop. Having a common enemy always brings people together. Among them was, of course, Rumi. She was with Cassidy, Setsuna, Mary, Tsuyu, and Izuku. It was mostly Rumi and her blonde partner in crime, with Setsuna once in a while throwing in a jab, along with the other randoms who were actually participating. Everyone else was mostly there for the crowd, or in Izuku's case, he's chasing some tail. A certain fluffy white tail attached to some irreplaceable chocolate. "You guys need any assistance on anything? Something to be fixed?" Owinks called out again. "We don't need help from a puppet of the garbage Imperial Society. How does it feel to give away your soul for the flimsiest of your so-called protection, you cold-blooded son of a beach?" Rumi shouted back, followed by the cries of some of the others participating. "Well, my wife feels secure enough to sleep peacefully at night, so as long as she's happy and can give off her heartwarming smile, I'm feeling all right. How about you guys? When you're dead and rot in the ground like the garbage you are, we'll be dancing on your grave. I heard there was some noise last night. Is anyone hurt? I know some people that can give me some first aid kits to give you. Pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon." "All right if you say so. I need to get back on patrol. You guys need anything?" Officer Owinks took a side step as a few eggs dropped at the ground he was standing at, avoiding them all. Thrown by the crowd, you can hear some of the teens shout, "Eggs and bacon, go home." "Well, now I'm a bit hungry. I did skip breakfast though." "Well, if you need anything, you know where I'll be," Owinks told him. "Have a nice day," Izuku quietly said, giving him a small hidden goodbye wave. He was smart to not be obvious about it, especially after Rumi said the last person who said something that positive to a cop during one of these heated group events. He turned around to see a hail of animalistic fists raining down on him. With a wave, the officer got into his car and drove away with a smile on his face. As the car went out of sight, a victorious cheer rang out from the residents of Yasei Alley. Once again the tyranny of society was pushed off and youthful independence can roam free for another day. Men and women cried and embraced each other, celebrating their triumph. A truly marvelous day for a great battle. Then the two groups turned on each other, hurling insults and threats toward the people they were supposedly in arms with. "This feels so unnecessary," Izuku commented to Mary and Tsuyu, who were seated a distance away from the crowd. After a few failed attempts of training with Rumi at Ryderu's place which ended with them, mostly Rumi, breaking something and deciding it was best to call it quits and leave. Despite all the disappointments, for Izuku it was an enjoyable day. They went to X Arena and enjoyed a few great matches. For Izuku's sake, they opted for more of the racing obstacle course matches than straight physical violence. They even managed to spark a few great conversations. It was based around stats and possibilities of who'll win, but it was still engaging. Then as the evening started to approach, Rumi said she needed to be by one of the gates for something. This was it. Granted, by the sound of it, Rumi and her friends were actually supposed to be here to help keep watch for a few hours. Everyone else was here for sits and giggles. "It's just them blowing off steam about their life," Mary told Izuku. Since the trio of non-participants were not partaking in the malarkey going on next to them, they decided to play a relaxing card game. But Mr. Owinks seemed to be genuine with his intentions. "Why are they rejecting his existence?" Izuku asked. "To him this seems counterproductive than good. Having someone like that on your side sounds like an amazing connection to have." After playing her card, Mary explained, "I know, it's confusing to wrap your head around. Think of it as most of these guys taking out their grudges against not just authority, but adults in general. It's obvious, but a lot of these people came from broken homes, and the cause of that brokenness usually relates to something an adult did to them. You already know about Yoga's dad and the horrible orphanage he lived in right after, but Simba's dad was also controllingly abusive toward him. Then there were situations where the parents abandoned them or the kid had to run away due to home conditions and took shelter here. After being betrayed by people who were supposed to protect them and then finding a place where they live happily and free, it wouldn't sit well with any of them to accept the hand of the people a part of the group who caused that pain. That was a consistent theme he found here: pain, betrayal, and loss. Everyone is hurting here, almost all from circumstances they had no control over, just like him. Yet, they still find ways to support each other and live with the joy he has seen with them. I don't think it's all doom and gloom here, Mary quickly said, chuckling because she felt Izuku's mood dimming. There are more heartwarming stories. A vast portion of us do come from decent homes, but they felt like an outsider in regular society for one reason or another. Here they're welcomed just like everyone else, no matter what their background is. Suyu added in, "Yeah, Ribbit, my family is wonderful, but my parents are always working, so they had to delegate me to take care of the house and my younger siblings. I don't mind it, but it can be stressful at times. I just needed a place to be away from all the responsibilities once in a while." "So you're taking a bubble bath," Izuku abruptly stated. "Kira, what?" responded Tsuyu. It wasn't hard to tell that Izuku was socially inept, but this was on a whole new level of having random responses. From seeing that reaction way too often, Izuku instantly went to rectify it. "Oh, one of my moms. See, completely platonic friend, by the way, mentions how important her bath time is since it's her me time for similar reasons like you. I think we all have our me time activity," Mary giggled. "Or at least we tried to have our own." "What about you, Mary?" Izuku innocently asked. "Where do you come from?" "Mary," Izuku repeated when there was no answer. Mary felt as chilly as her silence, as if winter had come early and she was so underdressed that she might as well be naked. Her eyes had no focus, only staring out into space. So cold, she felt so very very alone vulnerable and trapped. That was when she felt something icy touch her arm. She jolted, letting out a tiny squeal before looking to her side and seeing a surprised Tsuyu with a retreating hand. "Are you okay?" Tsuyu asked. This wasn't like anything Tsuyu ever saw from the gentle sheep. "You blanked out on us." Mary sighed in relief, telling her friends, "Sorry about that. My mind wandered a bit as I was trying to think of what move to make." She plays her next card. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought it was because of my question," Izuku said, sighing in relief as well. No, don't worry. I'll call it a comedic coincidence," Mary assured him. "If you want to know, I'll tell you. If you don't mind." "Of course not. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Where I came from was basically a home that didn't value genuine love or bonds, which is why I'm thankful I came here. Not only are bonds of all kinds welcomed here, but I can give others the love and care they might not have experienced like I did." She was right. This place was the most welcoming community I had since the hospital where I was born him. I can only imagine what this place is for someone like Rumi who didn't have parents. Izuku thought to himself, "Oh God, is that why she's like this? Is this some hidden abandonment issue she's having that she's acting out through a violent attitude? I gotta find out what happened with her parents one day, at the right moment. Bringing up her possibly dead parents might be a bit of a deal breaker when I'm trying to date her. Also, we do have some relationship with the police," Mary told them. "They won't come busting in because doing so will reveal the dark truth about why we exist here and the impotence of people that lead to it. So it's kinda like a clubhouse in your parents' backyard. We basically run ourselves as long as we don't cause a big enough ruckus to gain too much attention. A few of the more senior members even work with some of the officers to help with cases in case a criminal or a crime gang tries to take advantage of this area." Izuku's eyes light up hearing this, while assuring that Yase Alley has some sort of check to it and it wasn't some pseudo-dystopia run by a bunch of parentless teens, but it still left Izuku uneasy about that last part. "Oh, that's crime gangs. I mean, of course a place like this will always have less favorable people looking to take advantage of our autonomous nature," informed Mary. "They're pretty easy to spot though. Unless you're someone like Yogi and Simba who've been here since they were basically kids and spent years doing service for the community. It's going to be pretty suspicious if a random 20-plus-year-old no one knows shows up, and even more so if he starts acting shady. We also delegate more senior people in shifts to either be watchmen to detect if any person of suspicion is walking around, investigate to make sure people internally aren't doing anything too immoral, and a bit of muscle if violence is needed to fight off a threat. Isn't that dangerous?" Izuku asked. It's surprising how structuralized this place actually is, but some of this sounds a bit dangerous. It can be, which is why we leave it up to the most senior and capable residents to handle the more dangerous things. We have volunteers with competence to help cover the least dangerous shifts that'll be understaffed, like keeping an ear out of any funny business or watching over a gate like Rumi is doing. On the few occasions that there is a need for a fight, it's usually a small group of thugs because anything bigger will alert police. While some battles will be harsh, a handful of adults are always turned away when dozens and dozens of beasts come out to play. Mind you, many of them will be people who spend all day every day here participating in activities that made them into better fighters for years. Izuku shivered at the thought. He could only imagine the other fear a new member of some amateur gang might have felt falling into that trap. They'll probably feel like it'll be easy picking busting their way into some zone a bunch of teens made up and showing them who's boss only to have a group of the kick-ass bunny, giant white bear, lion, whatever Riduru is, and 30 other animals all jump out to beat you up. It's almost one of the few times I see the Lagas and Spatians work together, Tsuyu stated, though I'm not surprised. For a majority of people here, this sectional hate is a glorified sports fan fight. They get riled up as if their life depended on it because being a part of a group helps make them feel like they belong. But outside they go back to being sensible people. A wide-eyed Izuku said, "Are really?" Tsuyu explained, "Yeah, apparently I have a Spatian who goes here from my school. When I forgot my book at school once, they brought it to me here with a smile. When I thank him and they said no problem. Then immediately after told me to go F myself for being a part of the weaker race. Wow. I know. That's why I don't participate in most of the shenanigans that go on here. It's all a bit much for me for a huge facade." That was when Cassidy stepped into the conversation. After having her filled with shouting she wanted to hang out with the people she's more familiar with. She tried to be sneaky saying, "Muo. I think the word you were looking for is boo, Cassie," Mary corrected. "Darn, oh well. What are we talking about? I was just explaining to Izuku how we protect ourselves here." "Oh shoot. That reminds me, we're Riduru. Okay, why does this F got a meeting with every girl in our group?" Izuku thought to himself. In hindsight, this shouldn't surprise him. Excluding himself, there are only 3 boys to the 9 people of their friend group, but petty teens be petty. Why? We were supposed to guard one of the entrances together last night, but then something popped up and I needed to go home. Since they were short-staffed, he told me not to bother looking for someone to replace for me and that he'll do it all by himself, Cassidy explained. She aggressively spat before continuing. "Not only did I miss a good fight, but he got hurt because of it since he was alone. I've been looking for him all day, but he's harder to catch up to than a weasel." Mary smiled as she told the blonde, "He came to me this morning and is doing fine. I checked him out. His wounds aren't severe and I gave him a Tylenol for his headache. He should be delivering something for Simba now." "Great, I still gotta thank him," Cassidy said. "Please don't," Tsuyu told her. "You know he doesn't like it when you do." "I'm still gonna," sassed Cassidy before running off in a direction. She probably should have asked for directions first, for she'll learn that the hard way. Then suddenly a large cry from the group rang out. The trio looked behind them to see the crowd gathered around in a circle. Apparently a one-on-one fight broke out between a representative of both groups. Of course, Rumi was a part of the crowd cheering them on. Mary sighed, getting up and dusted her leg off. "I better get over there. Knowing those guys, someone is going to need some medical aid." With Mary leaving to chaperone the fight circle, it left only Tsuyu and Izuku alone. "I have no idea what to talk about with her," Izuku screamed in her mind. This was probably the first occasion he was actually to be with Tsuyu alone. Every other time they were usually in a group conversation but never directly at each other. "I guess I could start with what we usually talk about when we're in our study group." Izuku stopped dead. Suddenly his vision began to darken as everything else around him felt like they faded away. His tail tensed and his ears perked up, shaking from a natural reaction. There was something there that triggered his senses in a way he never experienced before. They were faint, but he could never forget how those bolded black words floated in front of him. Death. Izuku's fangs and claws popped, bearing themselves for a fight even though Izuku didn't want them to. It was just like when he was first dealing with his fox Kitsune appendages when he first got one for all. Instantly Izuku snapped his head around, looking for anything that could be the reason for it, but everything was normal. And almost as soon as it came, the feeling went away. "First Mary, now you. What's with people suddenly staring out into space?" commented Tsuyu. Stammering from the experience that occurred, Izuku replied, "Sorry, I thought never mind, don't worry about it. Ribbit if you say so." "You're pretty good at this game," Izuku said, unable to take the silence. Tsuyu seemed unfazed but replied, "Oh thank you, you're surprisingly good at this. Well, a week ago you barely understood the rules. You'll have to thank Setsuna for that one. She's teaching me how to be more tricky. She said being too direct will be bad for me, especially since the ability I awaken is basically a whip. Which is also why I'm training with Riduru. Smart move. That guy literally breaks logic with how good he is with a chain hook. People sometimes mistake it as his quirk. I've seen ... and experienced it firsthand. He's great. You think he's in a hole, don't you? What? No. It's not like that. You don't need to lie. It's written all over your face and voice. Oh, plus it's not that hard to assume. I mean, anyone who spends 5 minutes around him would have that as their first impression. Yeah, I don't want to hate him, but he's just so excessively infuriating to be around. Yeah, that. It's an acquired taste with him. Once you get used to most of his antics and he gets used to you existing, he becomes more bearable. As you saw with Cassidy, he has some positive traits. It's been months. How long does it take for either of those things? Tsuyu shrugged at him. At that point, it doesn't seem worth it at all. It's hard imagining anyone wanting to be friends with him, much less be around him, Izuku told her. He was mostly speaking out of jealous, but even without that he didn't enjoy always being berated by a guy who wasn't exactly his friend. Yeah, being with him can be a chore, but that's the weird thing about this place. Even guys like him can be in a place long enough for people to see his good side. Not to mention here is a place where a strong presence is the ideal mindset. Unironically, the strong, silent, and slightly a whole type has its own niche here among the girls. Of effing course. I can't imagine any sensible girl ever signing themselves up for such a doomed-to-fail relationship with someone like that, Izuku mumbled, which was hypocritical since he has never been in a relationship, so why is he talking? But hey, petty teens will be petty. I guess you're right, no one sensible would date him. Granted, most of those girls who looked at him like that read stories about vampires, so what did you expect? Besides the whole Rumi thing, his biggest issue with Riduru was how off he was. Though the group in Yase Alley was colorful for sure, from his perspective this man stood out like a sore thumb from all the other personalities he saw. Unlike Simba, he's not a confident man who likes to overly boast his status. Unlike Yogi, he's not a stark contrast to his big bulky appearance with a teddy bear personality. Unlike Mary, he's not a girl, he doesn't have a golden heart, that's the opposite of how he dresses. Unlike Setsuna, he's not an open devious person, he's nothing like Cassidy or Rumi, and he's not normal like Tsuyu. He just shows up, a lot of time out of nowhere, and is a D to him. Almost like an older version of Katsuki, but with less yelling and without the years of knowing him and genuinely being friends with at a time. Though just maybe, sitting down and having a good conversation with the guy might change all of that. He regrets ever having that thought, because the universe loves to torture him. It turned the innocent thought and turned it into something only make him suffer. Never in his life did he expect to have such a horrible day, from being seated at a dining table with Setsuna as he's facing Rumi and Riduru sitting next to each other across from him. How did he get here? Oh right, out of nowhere. When Setsuna was teaching him how to use distractions to make the opponent not notice your true intention, she speed blitzed his mind by flat out telling him that she noticed Izuku trying to compete with Riduru because Izuku has a crush on Rumi. After a lengthy questioning, the lizard girl got him to confess. Finally, geez Izuku, for someone who makes his intentions so obvious, you're too tight-lipped. That means my system is working. Good news. The bad news is that you currently don't have a chance if you're actually trying to compete with Riduru for Rumi. But why? The answer is simple. Too simple that plain words won't be able to make you understand it. Setsuna, if there's anything you can do to help me understand it, I'll be willing to do anything. Anything. A smile that said that Izuku will regret his words one day appeared on Setsuna's face. Yes, all right, but I'm going to have to show you. Once you see it, you'll get it, but you might not like what you find out. She was right. Izuku didn't like the answer he got. They had a sort of trivia fact event that was a glorified way to find out things about each other. He learned a lot. Like how Setsuna can speak several languages perfectly. Rumi apparently had a crush on hawks at one point. And the only thing Izuku ever witnessed that can shake Riduru is the sound of a plate breaking. But all that was droplets to the true reason of why he was there. The reason Setsuna mentioned was obvious now. There's no denying or escaping it. He didn't have a chance in competing with Riduru because of one thing. Riduru gets Rumi. Throughout the entire event, Riduru seemed to know almost everything about Rumi. From her favorite activities to the way she likes to tie her shoes. He either knew the exact answer or could guess the kind of things she'll like. He finds ways to make her laugh or engage with her even if he had little interest in the topic himself. It could be the year gap between them or the fact that he met Rumi way before him. But it was undeniable that he knows Rumi a lot better than he ever did living with her. It felt like a stake in the heart, and he didn't need to be a vampire for it to hurt. Was it even worth it anymore? Did he ever have a chance? So this was the green-haired yakai I saw before, Izuku commented, coming face to face with the creature that spent so long avoiding direct confrontation but always loomed around him. The yakai didn't have much of a form. It had a normal body that was completely devoid of pigment and a mirror as a face. So what's this thing's gimmick? Izuku asked, staring right at the glass of the mirror. He watched as the creature transformed first into nearly a perfect copy of Izuku. The yakai stepped up to Izuku and the green fox watched as this clone morphed its body into something else. It didn't turn into a different animal. It just mutated its own body to look better than his, already surpassing him in height and muscle. The monster's green hair grew out long enough for part of it to cover the creature's right eye. Overkill happened when the creature's hand turned into metal hooks. That's what it does, Lie's mask commented. Talk about subtle, Izuku sighed. Setsuna warned him of this during the trivia event. At first it sounded like a stupid icebreaker meant to start a conversation with information no one cares about. Now it took on a whole new meaning as those words echoed in his head. Green was the color of envy. Well, on the bright side, at least you're not going to pop your shoulder when you miss, Rideru said to an aggravated Izuku. He was focused on his phone texting someone. He didn't need to look to know what happened. He can tell what had happened by the noise being made. Frustration, anger, and curses are signs things weren't going well. Here they were, back where they started, doing the same exercise. The only bright side was that Izuku was sometimes hitting 2 bottles out of the air instead of just 1. Izuku grumbled to himself. He was even thinking when she said, Rumi gave me some advice on how to. The fox stopped himself when he realized his mistake. Rumi made it clear to not use her actual name in Yasei Alley. With her father and dream of becoming a hero, she wanted her real identity to be as separated from Yasei as possible, which is why she chose the name Miruko as a cover. Rideru blinked blankly before replying. Oh good, you know her real name. I was curious about your relationship with her and if you knew or not. I got my answer. He knew ... Of course he knows her real name. He's probably the only one in the group who knows her actual name. Izuku thought. He pretended to be surprised as he asked. You know Miruko isn't her name. I was the one who suggested the name, Rideru told him. Oh come on. When Rumi first came here, she tried running with the name Yuzako, which I instantly recognized from a few murmurs I heard about some bunny girl under that name from another city who got taken away from police after participating in an underground fight club that got raided by police. I was unsure at first if she was the actual person or an imitator because I couldn't believe someone would be that stupid of using the same fake name they got caught in, but knowing her now, that's completely something she'll do, Rideru explained. Izuku looked away. He could see her doing that as well but didn't want to admit. Anyways, since Rumi was terrible at creating an alias for herself, I suggested one myself. It's actually supposed to be Mirko instead of Miruko, but she kept mispronouncing it, Rideru continued saying. Wait, that doesn't explain how you knew her real name, Izuku asked, noticing the missing bit of his story. Oh yeah, she dropped her school ID when we were talking, and that's when I discovered her real name. When I verbally expressed how dumb I thought she was, she literally tried bashing my head and hoping that if she gives me a concussion I might forget what I saw. Thankfully, I managed to get some logic through that thick skull of her to get a new alias no one would think twice about, since eventually someone else would uncover her old one and people won't like her if she comatose everyone who put 2 and 2 together. Izuku sighed to himself. Every time I learn something about her, I find out there's an entire gold mine of her I haven't discovered. This explains why she hates cops so much. Oh, you didn't know that, Rideru said. He actually chuckled to himself at the thought. Geez kid, you really have to step your game. If you barely know the girl like that, then how the hell do you expect her to ever consider dating you? It's not like you're the most bachelor choice for her either. At this point it's like watching a featherless midget bird dancing for the attention of a swan. It's just not going to happen. He had to go there, didn't he? Why did you stop? Rideru asked, not looking up from his phone. Oh right, you're waiting for me. Alright, give me a minute, I'll be over to HM. The older Greenet felt someone grab his shoulder. He stopped. Lower his phone, he looked to see what it was. It was a hand, and attached to that hand was an arm that led up to an enraged Izuku who collided his fist against the one-eye showing boy's face. As the force sent Rideru flying back, Izuku let out a yell. Will you shut up? When Rideru landed on the ground, he covered his stinging face with his hand, cursing out loud. Looking up, he witnessed as Izuku brought out his black tendril and struck at him. The older Greenet reacted quickly, rolling out of the way of the attack, shouting at Izuku, "The F! I am sick of your sit." Izuku shouted at him, winding up for another assault. Seeing it coming, Rideru dodged it again by reverse somersaulting to his feet. Again and again, Izuku lashed out his tendril at Rideru, with it being swiftly dodged by the older teen. When there was a momentary time between Izuku's attack, Rideru asked him, "What is your problem?" "You," Izuku yells, swinging his tendril at him again. Rideru ducked under it, popping back up to ask, "Yeah, I get that, but why?" "Arg," Rideru shrieked out when his terrible headache appeared once again. It felt like someone bashing a hammer on my skull. Talk about talking, what a drag. With him distracted, Izuku had charged at him and tackled him to the ground. As they slid, Izuku wasted no time striking at Rideru's undefended body. His first punch collided with Rideru's cheek, sending the boy's head flying to its side. "You couldn't stop while you're ahead," Izuku shouted, throwing another punch. This time Rideru stopped it, grabbing his wrist and restraining it. Izuku's hand shook in his grip as it tried to break free. Izuku pulled back his other hand for a strike. "You had to keep going. Had to take your freaking victory lap around your opponent. Isn't being with her good enough? You're literally making no sense to me right now," Rideru replied. His headache popped up once again, allowing Izuku to get a few more hits on him, shaking the painful feeling away. He was able to focus enough to stop Izuku's other fist the same way he did the first. While they struggled for control, Rideru continued to say, "I'm not a mind reader, nor am I someone who followed your entire life story. Context matters. You're better than me, all right. I get it. Everyone thinks you're so cool. Oh, look at you. Everyone is always coming to you for stuff. That doesn't give you the right to treat me like shit," growled Izuku. He thought back to all the insults he has heard through all his life. Half-breed, defected, half-baked. He thought the day where he would be berated like that would be over. Yet here's this guy bringing him back to the moment in his life he wanted to leave behind. The anger Izuku was feeling fueled his body. Rideru was lucky he was restraining him by the wrist, or else his claws would have incidentally turned him into what your cat does to one's couch when you leave it alone. With a close-up, the older greenet saw Izuku's fangs baring themselves, growing out by the second to a true predator's size. Their stalemate struggle began to favor Izuku as his rage grew, despite Rideru's resistance. Izuku's arms were still around to move back and slam into Rideru's face. They were effective at first, but each swing was stronger than the last, quickly turning painful. The hell was this strength before? Thought Rideru. He was trying his best in the condition he was in to hold him back, but it was proving more difficult than he thought. Did he really leave this much determination to fight me instead of training? He gotta get his priorities straight. Releasing the grip on one of Izuku's hands, Rideru allowed Izuku's arm to swing at an unexpectedly high rate of speed and force. The greenet shifted his head out of the way of the green fox's punch, allowing it to crash into the cement. The blow echoed through the room. Rideru could feel the ground vibrating. It was a powerful one that hurt Izuku's knuckles from missing. As Izuku winced from the pain, Rideru brought out his chain hook, throwing it up behind the fox so it'll hook onto his shoulder. With a yank, it pulled off Izuku enough for the one-eye showing boy to jab at his midsection, getting him 3 live blows. Stunned, Izuku clutched his sides, left breathless at this shocking feeling circulating through his body. After buying himself enough time, Rideru managed to kick Izuku off of him, but while trying to get back up, another sharp pain rang in his head, causing him to fall back. Separated, the boys lay on the ground from their own pain. Izuku from the effects of a liver blow and Rideru from lack of aspirin. With their moment of rest, Rideru was the first to rise up. He was clutching his still bandaged-up forehead. As he spoke to Izuku, "You do know I talk sit and sit talk literally everyone I know, right? Like, I get if my words are a bit too vulgar to you, but hey, can you tone it down a bit? It's really upsetting me. Would have worked a lot better than randomly attacking me. I would have said no anyway because F your feelings, but I would be slightly mindful with my words. Will you shut up?" Izuku yelled again. He got a run start before pouncing at the person who'd aggravated him for months. This is more than just that. Displaying the same smooth, agile movement during his demonstration, Rideru waited till Izuku was about 3 feet away from him before he moved forward. He went low enough to where he would be below Izuku's direct attack. With precise timing, the older greenet waited till Izuku was right above him. He calmly dug a hook into the collar of Izuku's cloth. With his other hand, Rideru pushed against Izuku's stomach, distorting his trajectory. With Izuku flying off course, Rideru let the chain lead the chain a bit before gripping it, yanking it to the side. The hook connected to Izuku's clothes took advantage of his free fall and sent him on a crash course through a window. With the shattering of glass, the green fox fumbled across the ground until he came to a stop against the side of another building. He was in a small alleyway at the side of the building. There was about a 9 feet width to the alley, filled with trash cans and other random trash. Steadying himself, Izuku used the wall to get himself back up, being mindful to not cut himself with the shattered glass below him. On the other side of the fight, Rideru casually walked out a door that led to this side, popping a much-needed Tylenol in his mouth and drinking from a water bottle. The older greenet made a mental note to ask Mary if he can upgrade to an actual aspirin, hoping that'll take care of the headache instead of just numbing it. He took out the key and locked his door. No matter what, this guy hated it when his door was unlocked. Right as he put away his key and looked down the alley, he saw a trash can heading his way. With it only inches away from him, he put up his arms in defense and blocked it, stumbling back a bit. Rideru gave Izuku a spiteful look as he shouted, "Hey, I'm locking the door. Let me out, right? We're fighting. Can't you ever give me some respect as a human being?" Izuku yelled, picking a rusty crack pipe and chucking it at Rideru. Sidestepping it, Rideru replied, "I just established that I treat everyone this way." Izuku looked to his side and saw a bin filled with glass bottles. Swiftly going into it and began grabbing the bottles, he thought to himself, he won't be able to deflect these. "Come on, kid. That's someone's recyclables," commented Rideru, who quickly moved to dodge the bottles when they were flung at him. He was about to move forward to stop Izuku, but something stopped him. When he heard the glass bottles hit the ground, he paused. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost, losing focus of where he was. The one-eye showing boy only snapped out of it in time to block the next bottle heading toward him. It smashed against his arm and the shards scattered everywhere. Again, Rideru's eye became unfocused, and his body shivered. He couldn't pursue as he wanted. only barely being able to get out of the way of the bottles as he tried to get a hold of himself. As Izuku continued to unleash his wrath by violently tossing bottles at a man, he told him, "You already won, you could have won months ago. I don't get why you decide to drag it out like you get off from the pain." Won what? You know what? I seriously don't. 1 minute someone I'm texting Tsuyu while talking about Rumi, the next thing I know you're, "Oh, are you mad about me saying you currently didn't have a chance with Rumi?" "Yes, I didn't think you knew I liked her, but it's obvious from how you taunt me about it. Why can't you just be with her without making me feel like shit because I can't match up to you? Are you effing kidding me?" "No, god effing damn it," Rideru thought to himself. His mood greatly shifted. He had enough time to get his focus despite the sounding of bottles breaking disturbing him. Izuku's assault stopped when he saw what Rideru was doing. The older greenet was no longer standing on his 2 feet, instead he was on all fours. Like the predator animal he was, it was the first time Izuku saw Rideru bare his fangs, taking the stance of a true hunter of the jungle. The fight had messed with Rideru's bandages around his head, loosening it a bit, which allowed his hair to fall out of shape from how he usually liked to keep it. For a single moment, Izuku's caught when the other greenet's hair slightly waves away from his face, revealing the scarred eye he usually kept hidden open. In a flash, Rideru dashed from the position he was in. Izuku only caught the tail end of his body to know where to look, spotting Rideru hanging onto the side of a building like he was Spider-Man. Izuku barely could turn his head in that direction before Rideru leaped to the other wall, already closing more than half the distance between the two of them. And just as quickly Rideru was back on the ground, charging at him from only a few feet away. With Rideru already closing the distance so swiftly and looking like he was preparing to throw a punch, Izuku was pressed to counter and threw out a hook kick to strike his chest. Before the kick could connect, Rideru vanished once again. Swiftly Izuku's look around to see where he went but couldn't find him. He felt cold metal wrap around the ankle of the leg he was balancing on. Recognizing this feeling, he was too slow to react as his leg was swept out from under him. He could only turn around to see Rideru pulling on a chain. As Izuku's back hit the ground, as he tried to get back up, Rideru stomped on his chest to keep him down. "All right, now you listen," Rideru calmly said. Unable to squirm out from under his foot, Izuku brought out his black tendril and lashed it at Rideru's face. It was unexpected, smacking Rideru's face. Thankfully for him, Izuku's skill wasn't as good as cracking a whip like him, so it wasn't so bad. Rideru shouted out, holding his cheek. When Izuku went for another one, Rideru blocked it with his arm and grabbed it with his hand to stop him from using it again for a bit. "Listen, you effing dumbass. I'm trying to talk." "What?" Izuku shouted up to him. "You're going to gloat more about how close you and Rumi." "I don't like Rumi like that," Rideru shouted down at him. "Don't lie. I see how you guys talk." Izuku growled back. "I'm serious. We're just extremely close friends. You two are always together when we're here. That's kinda what friends do. Like you two do. How about all the times you guys mentioned something that I wouldn't get that you wouldn't explain? That's also something friends do. We don't explain every reference to you because some of it is private. Ironic because currently, I'm trying to get her to realize she has feelings for you to pay her back since she's helping me ask out Tsuyu." "Liar. Dude, think about it for a few seconds. I like Tsuyu. What is love? Is it something created by star-crossed fate, or is it a chemical reaction that can be meticulously controlled by a person who knows how to play the game? Which path leads to the priceless treasure that all of humanity starve for? It'll forever remain a mystery with tragic ends for many so long as people follow the directions of any soul side." "Ribbit, are you dead?" asked a curious green-haired girl. I'll never forget that day when I opened my eyes and first met her, probably because at the time she did something that felt almost foreign to me. "Oh, you're alive," said the young girl, leaning forward, while it was done so that she could get a better look at the face of this stranger who appeared out of nowhere. It also gave the boy a chance to glimpse hers, and he noticed how frog-like her face was. "You didn't look so good laying there like that, so I thought you might have died." "You okay?" She considered my well-being. It's been such a long time since I last felt that kind of care from another person that my brain didn't process it at first. The froggy greenette tilted her head at the boy's silence. Pressing a fingertip against the edge of her lips, she called out to him again. "Hello." I must have looked like a effing idiot laying there. Either that or a hobo. Snapping out of his daze, the young green-haired boy sat up on the bench he was previously laying down on, apologizing for his idleness. "Oh, sorry about that. I'm doing fine, just taking a nap." "A school's playground bench is a weird place for a nap," the girl pointed out, standing up straight. "Do you go to this school?" "It doesn't look like it. My game plan was that if I was on school grounds, it would deter most people from bothering me because they'll assume I'm some kid attending doing some school activity. It worked pretty well, though I had to be sure I switched up the school. I usually picked the bench by the edge next to a few trees and bushes since they decently covered it up, hoping it'll be enough to not make me immediately stick out." The boy didn't answer at first, taking a moment to look behind the girl to see what was happening behind her. Many kids were happily playing in the playground, chatting, and enjoying their time of physical freedom. It must be recess. He looked back to the girl who woke him up and said, "No, I'm not a student here. Don't fret and get your teacher, I'll be on my way." "No need, you can stay. Just make room so I can sit down," the froggy girl told him as she settled herself down next to him before he could get up. Are you sure you should be sitting next to me? It might alarm your teacher if they notice that one of their students is sitting next to a kid they don't recognize. That won't happen. These teachers are quite negligent to us. They don't watch us that well. Most of the time they're either secretly taking a smoke break or are flirting with each other. They won't even call us out for using our quirks as long as we don't seriously hurt each other or damage anything. As long as you don't do anything outlandish to stand out from the rest of us, you'll be fine, the frog girl explained. Despite her vacant stare, there was some sort of warmth feeling when she smiled and stated, "Besides, this is my favorite bench. The shade here keeps me cool whenever the sun gets too hot. I can understand why you would pick to sleep here since it's such a great spot. I don't mind sharing it with you." I'll admit, I was a bit stunned by her decision. Not saying she had to be freaked out screaming. That would be annoying to deal with while understandable, but I didn't expect her to be calmly casual about it. She barely asked why I was there as a non-student. If I wasn't basically her age at the time, I would have questioned if her parents thought her stranger danger. "My name is Tsuyu Asui, by the way," Tsuyu told him, resting easy as she got comfortable in her seat. "What's yours?" "Call me Rideru," Rideru responded, scooting to the side to make sure she had more than enough space for her. Rideru, age 10, Tsuyu, age 9. "Just your surname?" questioned Tsuyu, tilting her head at him again. "That's a bit unfair. I was polite enough to give my full name." No, that's actually my first name," Rideru corrected, not wanting to seem rude. "Oh, any specific reason? It seems odd to introduce yourself like that. It's embarrassing to watch others try to pronounce my last name. To make things easier, I prefer everyone to call me by my first name." "Really? Huh. Well then, you can only refer to me Tsuyu then." "Well, why? Since I can only call you by your first name, it's only fair if you do the same," Tsuyu said, looking at him with that straight vacant look she always had on. The young boy flinched at how serious she looked. How unmoving those oval-shaped eyes were, almost unnerving when she talked like that. Deciding it wasn't that hard of a demand, Rideru responded, I guess that's fair. I'll only call you Tsuyu then." "I'm joking," he chuckled the greenette, breaking her usual monotonous expression for a quick moment to curl her face into a smile. "I do prefer people to call me Tsuyu, and maybe if we become friends you can start calling me Tsu." "Okay," was all Rideru could think of to say. It was extremely hard to read that girl at times. Her demeanor really didn't help when it came to humor. "So what happened to your eye?" Tsuyu asked, pointing out Rideru's iPad bandage that was covering his right eye. It was that detail that sparked her initial question. It wasn't every day that one would find some random kid with a patched-up face sleeping in their school's playground. I'm an extremely still and silent sleeper, even back then. In hindsight, I don't blame her for thinking I was dead just laying there. It was also a time when my hair was plainer than it was before, making the situation with my eye more noticeable. The young Rideru softly touched the white cotton that was covering his face, wincing as a jolt of pain shot through his nervous system. "It hasn't recovered yet. An accident at home," Rideru calmly answered. One can always speak more peacefully when there's truth in their responses. "Long story short, my quirk accidentally activated at the worst time possible." "Oh ribbit, sorry to hear that," said Tsuyu, leaning closer to the boy as she examined his eye while asking a few questions. "Is it all right?" "Oh, my eye. What exactly do you mean by all right? Can you still see out of it?" "Why, yeah. How are you sure?" "I mean, it's covered right now unless you're about to see through objects. The last time I changed my bandages I checked. It hurts to keep it open because some of the wounds haven't healed fully yet, but I can still see out of it, thankfully. Too bad I now deal with dry eye problems sometimes." "Do you still feel pain from it?" "No, as long as I don't touch it, obviously." "Why does that matter though?" "If you do, then we can go to my school's nurse. She's pretty friendly and laid back. She won't ask questions and could probably help tend to it a bit." Rideru nervously scratched the side of his face next to his patched eye at Tsuyu's concerns. While people around where he lived have taken interest in what happened to his eye before, most of their curiosity ended quickly after finding out the cause, as if it was a courtesy to ask than any genuine worry. It was getting a bit uncomfortable for him to experience anything else than that. Not wanting her to feel bad about being a caring human being, Rideru continued to reply to Tsuyu questions to assure her that he was fine. Don't worry about it, it's just a few scratches. It happened quite a few days ago and I doubt it's going to leave a scar." "I was completely wrong, it left a lot of scars." "That's good," Tsuyu told him. She seemed to have taken a visible deep breath. "I have a little brother who recently did something stupid and got himself hurt. He tried to hide it and almost made it worse by neglecting to get it treated to look tough. I didn't want you to do the same. It's dumb to worsen your condition over something like pride." Hearing that last part made a black coal memory boil inside the young boy's body. Unconsciously, Rideru gave a discontent mumble. I hate it when people hang on to something that deteriorates everything around them instead of ending it. Adults do that the most. That's why they're the worst. Ribbit, tell me about it. My dad would refuse to get directions on family vacations no matter how long we're lost for. Tsuyu grunted, still having nightmares when her family spent 12 hours on a car trip that was only supposed to be 7 hours. A comedic drop of sweat went down Rideru's face as he said, Yeah, that kind of stuff. So do you live around here? Asked Tsuyu, remaining frequent with her questions. How many questions is she going to ask? Rideru thought, shifting back in his seat to the point where he's pressing against the metal bars of the bench. It's like dealing with that crazy girl on my street who bothers me every day. Dumb as it sounds now. Back then I felt somewhat weirdly attacked despite there being no malice in her question. It was like I was being dissected on my personality by simple questions alone. She wasn't doing anything special like an interrogation, just normal questions you'll get from any normal conversation. That says more about the state I was in than anything else. Despite how discomforting it was, the young Rideru still answered every one of Tsuyu's questions and entertained many of the topics she brought up. Do you want to see a trick? Tsuyu eventually asked. Why? Asked Rideru, still feeling uneasy from the questions about him to now wanting to show him a stunt. Because you are visibly unsettled and are being super awkward. I get you're most likely someone who doesn't talk to others often, but you need to relax when someone does talk to you, or else people will think you're some weird hermit who came out from under a rock to communicate for the first time. Though, if there was one thing that stuck out about her the most that day, it was how blunt she can be about things. Maybe a trick will calm you down, Tsuyu continued, reaching into her pocket. At this point, Rideru was going along with whatever she said for his own curiosity to what she'll do, answering, Fine, show me. Pulling out a yo-yo, Tsuyu showed him the design of it. How shiny the blue aluminum metal was under the sunlight did catch Rideru's attention. It reminded him of what he thought a real-life mesh suit would look like. There were also the initials BN written as a specialized music font on each side. It was a symbol from some hero that has been around for a few years that have fallen under the radar to most, though it was starting to get recognized among the youth. In the near future, it would go even beyond that. During one of our overly long family trips, my mom had us stop by a shop to get me and my brother something to keep us occupied, Tsuyu explained, setting up the string along with her fingers for the trick she was going to perform. Rideru looked a bit confused, asking, Of all things you picked a yo-yo. Along with a few snacks, Tsuyu explained. 2 small pink dots started emerging on her face. But how would you properly use a yo-yo in a car? Is that even possible? Well, I didn't get that answer till we started driving. Better what my brother got. I forgot what he picked out, but it broke before we got home. While my own wasn't the most practical for a car ride, afterward I was able to learn something that's a bit cool. Like this. Finally getting everything set up, Tsuyu showed off what she'd learned over the years when she was bored and had nothing to do for the day. Which was often. She displayed tricks such as the rock-a-baby, the elevator, the 4-leaf clover, and the Eiffel Tower. I've never been to any entertainment shows before, making the amateurish performance look like a 5-star show. The only disappointment I had was that it ended early because it was time for her class to head back in. Just my luck it happened when I started warming up to her. I guess our time is up, the froggy girl stated when she saw her classmates start to gather toward the school. She got up from the bench, turning to the stranger she met. I have to go back inside. On a usual day I would have left the conversation at that and taken my leave. But there was a question drilling into my mind that I couldn't get out. Wait, Rideru called out even though Tsuyu hadn't moved an inch. I need to know, why didn't you just play with the other kids here? I'm sure you had other things to do than talk to me. The froggy greenette pressed a finger against the edge of her lips as she answered. Well, all my friends are in different classes this year, so I usually spend recess sitting here reading, practically with my yo-yo, and being bored. Oh, okay. Sorry if that sounded weird. It just bugged me how quick you were to talk to me, Rideru said, diverting his eyes away as he scratched next to his patched eye. Somehow getting a clear answer had me filled with more anxiety. Don't worry about it, Tsuyu told him. You being here today gave me someone to talk to during this period, and I truly appreciate it. If anything, I should say. Hearing those words made Rideru look back at her, being met with a froggy smile brighter than any she showed before during their conversation. The boy had seen many smiles before in his life and oddly had decent accuracy as a child to spot when someone is displaying a false expression by seeing how stressed their facial muscles are. Many times had he seen a fake smile or someone trying to force an emotion onto their face to hide what they're thinking, especially when speaking to him. From his experience, adults were a lot better at hiding it and kids sucked at it, but since they're dumbasses, most other kids won't notice it. Thanks to the few decent people in his life, he does know what a genuine smile looked like. This was one of those cases, and Rideru received this kind gift from Tsuyu accompanied by a phrase from her he has only heard one other time in his life, except this time, it sounded more generated to him with genuine feelings. "Thank you for keeping me company." Rideru smiled back to her. "No problem, anytime. In that case, can you come by tomorrow?" Tsuyu asked. "Hey, like I said, none of my friends are in this period. I'm guessing this the first time you're doing something like this, and it'll definitely not be the last. While I don't know why you choose to be here at this time, at least you can keep me company while you're doing it." Hey, that was the second biggest surprise she gave to me. I wasn't even sure how to take it. I thought she was crazy. On the other hand, knowing how low security the school was, it did feel nice having a consistent place to sleep at and someone to talk to when I woke up. "Okay," was Rideru's response. Tsuyu gave another soft smile. Waving him goodbye as she began walking off, she gave a happy croak. "Great. See you tomorrow, Ribbit." As the girl the young boy met disappeared into the school, he sat there on the bench staring in awe, wondering if what happened was real. I've told this story to very few people before, and they've often teased me that I fell for her the day we met. Despite common belief, at that time I wasn't attracted to her at all. Not saying she was ugly, but I was among the group who wasn't instantly allured by her frog face ... yet. I was also 10, and my life wasn't exactly one where I had the free mind to think about that dumb childhood romance phase with people my age. It was only older girls for me for two obvious reasons. Back then I didn't understand why I kept going back to that school. My mind was screaming at me at how dangerous it was repeatedly going back, yet I still did it. Now I know it was just having someone to talk to that helped me forget about the rest of my life. The feeling was so addicting that I didn't mind risking getting in trouble to get it. From then on, Rideru returned to that school every school day for weeks, waiting on that same bench just to chat with a single person, which helped make his day a little brighter. Each day the two learned something new about the other, from interest to more personal detail. "So your quirk is you having the abilities of a frog?" asked Rideru. It seemed kinda obvious from her appearance alone, but there are people he knows who have animalistic features, but their quirk is something more than that, including the washing out stomach thing. It wasn't the first time Tsuyu has received this question. Most kids ask it because they're weird like that. She always dreaded what came next. "Why, yeah," the froggy greenette answered, stammering with a more timid tone in her voice. "Gross," commented Rideru, using his mouth to cover his chuckle. Immediately a small blush came across Tsuyu's face as her eyes slightly widened out. "Hey, it's not like I do it that often," Tsuyu yelled, her arms shake in front of her from the fluster that came over her. "It's just something I can do if I want to." "That often?" Rideru repeated with a smirk. "So you have done it before?" "Gah, well, maybe once in a while to see if I could still do it." "You're gross." Ribbit, stop it. I'm just being honest. I can't help that frogs do that." "What about you? You mentioned having some animal traits as well." "Wait, Ribbit, what animal are you? You never specified which you were." "Oh, that's simple," Rideru told her, turning his head to the side to move aside his hair, showing off the black fur that covered and trailed off the back of his ear. "I'm a lynx." "Oh, Ribbit. Darn, I don't know that much about that animal." "Huh, just you wait. I'll find something embarrassing about lynx. Nothing you'll find will top being able to hack up an internal organ like a toy and wash it with a sponge." Kiro. A near speechless Tsuyu exclaimed, her embarrassment stunning her so severely that she didn't speak proper words. Her blush turns from a slight tint to a heavy shade. The rest of their time during that day's recess period was filled with Rideru's many jabs and teases about the near-endless weirdly interesting things a frog can do. Tsuyu was not happy about it. She almost smacked him in the face with her tongue for one of his comments. Even back then I was a bit of a D. Then again, who wasn't kinda in a hole as a child at times? Not like any of us knew any better, even more so if you had city parents. By the time recess ended for her, she looked quite grumpy from all the taunts. Not that most would notice due to how monotonous her expression can be, but Rideru did spot the tiny shifts of her face. Hey, Rideru called out to her as she was leaving. Despite all the laughs, he had something to ask her. "Ribbit, what?" Tsuyu asked, turning around. There was a pint of grouch in her voice. Maybe he took the jokes a bit too far. Retreating to his usual habit of scratching by his injured eye, he asks, "I'm free later today. Do you want to hang out after school as well?" Over the course of time we've talked. I've grown a fondness toward her that a single period a day to talk quickly became too short for my sanity. I was unsure about asking as it breaks past the original reason why she was even currently speaking to me, but I took the leap regardless. "No," was Tsuyu's answer. A black pit sat in Rideru's stomach hearing that response, but he wasn't going to break down over it as he assumed this was a likely possibility. It would be best to quickly accept and move on before things become too weird. The young greenet lynx casually replied. "That's fine, I just had extra time today and wanted to see if you were as well." Swiftly Tsuyu told him. "Oh no, not no as in I didn't want to hang out with you, I meant no as in not today. I have to go straight home today to help my parents with something. We can hang out another day." I didn't speak as I knew if I did I would have said something stupid from the joy that sparked in my heart. To me it felt like I finally had a friend I can actually care for. My bar wasn't that high, but everyone had to start out somewhere. That wasn't even where the excitement train ended. But if you want to, Tsuyu continued. One of her shoes dug itself into the dirt of the playground as she displayed some of her more timid traits. You can walk me home, tea today at least, since I know you're free. I really didn't want to say anything stupid, so I went with a response that have been trialed and tested to never fail me. Okay. Only if you promise not to do anything gross like eating your own skin. It was right then that Rideru started finding Tsuyu's frog face appealing when she gave him the most adorable pout in an attempt to show off her irritation with him. Her puffy cheekbones, lengthy mouth, and big oval eyes made it hard to take her seriously, not to mention that Rideru didn't spot many signs that she was actually angrily mad, more flustered chagrin. He had to bite down on his lips to prevent himself from bursting out laughing as he watched her walk away without a word, her foot subtly stomping against the ground as she left. Starting that day, Rideru would always walk Tsuyu home. At first, it would only be down to her block that he'll walk her down. Then it quickly evolved into escorting her to her street, followed by walking with her to the front of the apartment building her family lived in, then to the floor level, and finally right to her front door. We still argue today over who was the one that kept encouraging the other to go further and further into this walking home agreement. I swear it was her that kept guilt-tripping me into staying with her more of the way by pointing out how half-assed it was to only walk her back partway. But she says I was the one that was making excuses as to why I wanted to escort her closer to her room even though she would have been fine by herself. The nerve. Anyways, it wasn't anything too special until I accidentally ran into her family at the door. That was awkward as hell, which is why I left as soon as I could. The family wasn't the worst, except for the younger brother. F that kid. Weeks have passed since the two children's first meeting, with them growing comfortable with each other, such as the time when Rideru was finally able to take off his bandage for good. He decided to save the occasion to share it with Tsuyu. Oh, yelped Rideru. As he was trying to take the patch off his eye, the sticky substance on the band-aid was becoming gradually more painful to peel off. What are you doing? Tsuyu asked, watching how slowly he was peeling it. We're going to be here all day if you keep going at that speed. This is a lot more painful than it looks, Rideru shouted back. He winced again as another millimeter of progress was made, jumping around a bit to shake off the pain he was feeling. Not wanting to be there all day, Tsuyu lent a hand to assist him, saying, Here, I know something we can do to reduce the amount of pain. What? Ribbit this, Tsuyu calmly said, grabbing the patch when Rideru's grip on it had relaxed and ripped it off in a single stroke. Mother, shouted Rideru, clutching his eye with his hands and having what could only be described as a muscle spasm as his body jolted in every direction. His uncovered eye popped out, his head bobs up and down, and the vulgar curses he was about to yell was silenced by puffs of angst and blows of pain relief. Tsuyu didn't know it at that time, but this young green lynx had an extensive vocabulary of swears and insults that could flood out like a waterfall to drown her purpose of being alive, farmed and invested in by his environment. Her soul was only saved by friendship and self-control. MMF. The apathetic frog watches on with a small smirk, giving a redundant question, You okay? Ribbit. Rideru snapped his head toward her, shouting, What do you think? Seems to me that you're in pain. Geez, I wonder why. I was doing you a favor. Well, thanks for the pain, Packer, you satty. Rideru paused for a moment as he realized she might not know that word. You cruel bag of slime, croaking lies. Tearing off a band-aid slowly is the perfect choice for a long, excruciating experience. You have to get it over with, that way you only have a short burst of pain. Most of it will overlap anyway, so you won't even feel all of it. Could have still warned me, Rideru grumbled under his breath, rubbing his eye. Shifting closer to the green lynx, Tsuyu sent her decently sized hands to softly grip Rideru's own, trying to get him to lower his palms so she could see. She said, If I did, you would have made it worse by struggling. Now let's see. You'll get yours, frog, mumbled Rideru, giving a small pout as he removed his hands away from his face, letting his froggy friend see. There was no response from Tsuyu as she stared at him, her vacant stare only becoming more blank as her mouth dropped open. Seeing her expression, Rideru was unnerved and questioned her reaction. Well, did it scar? Stiltedly, the greenette frog covered her mouth with her hands as her body began to shake. A cold shiver went down Rideru's spine when he heard her softly murmur the words, I'm sorry. The possibilities ran rampant in his mind. Was the damage worse than he thought? If so, then he might have lost the use of that eye completely. Is it that bad? A panicked Rideru exclaimed, covering his eye again so she didn't have to look at it. Tsuyu shook her head. Oh, went Rideru, lowering his hand from his face. As soon as he did, Tsuyu's bizarre reaction erupted again as her body hunched over. She was shaking uncontrollably and it was becoming worrisome. What? The lynx yelled. The suspense she was putting him through was unbearable. Gagging relentlessly, Tsuyu stammered, Why your eye. I knew it, I was too hopeful. My eye is gone. Rideru exclaimed. In his shock, he didn't notice that his other eye was currently open. Not that he would notice since his vision barely changed. Brow, Tsuyu burst out, croaking a parade of laughs as she pointed right above the green its right eye, your eyebrow. It wasn't until Rideru looked in a mirror did he realize what happened. When his eye was last patched up, the sticky substance on the band-aid was accidentally placed over a bit of his eyebrow. So when Tsuyu ripped it off, a big chunk of his eyebrow went with it. Kero, wheezed Tsuyu, earning a scornful look from a red-faced Rideru. The frog girl had to hold herself up as she was about to fall over. I am sorry. I know I shouldn't laugh, Kero. You just look hey. Ribbit. As she was speaking, Rideru had begun walking away with a flustered scowl on his face. The froggy greenette ran after him, still chuckling, calling out, Hey, come back, Kero. No, Rideru yelled back. You lost my talking privilege for the day. Oh, come on. I'm serious. Fine, I'll stop. PFFFFFD Kayakor Kero. I'm leaving. Haha, wait, I'm sorry. You're extremely messed up since you were the one who did it. That's why I'm apologizing, Kero. Partly out of pride and partly out of embarrassment did he walk away, giving her the pseudo-form of a silent treatment. In years to come, Tsuyu would master this technique and rapidly use it against him. Side note, after a few days when I had finally started talking to her normally, I ran into her brother again. Hey, said Samadera Tsuyu's younger brother. With a bluntness that must run in the family, he told him, that eyebrow and those scars make you look funny. Not even the haha funny, but the ha look at this idiot walking around like that kind of funny. Like a clown who screwed up his makeup but still went out trying to pretend like the people are laughing at his bit and not at his existence. Cheeky little sit, mumbled Rideru, trying his best not to let the depression that flooded his body make him drop to the ground. Yeah, I hate her brother. You should cover it, suggested Samadera, pointing to his own haircut which covered one of his eyes. When I got pink eye, I changed my hair to this while the treatment was taking place because my eye still looked funny. Thought I looked cooler with it, so you seem to think so. The black furred ears of Rideru twitched. Did she? I know what you're thinking. No, that wasn't the reason why I wear the hair the way I do. For a while I've been thinking about hiding my scarred eye. It was becoming a burden looking at it every day in the mirror, constantly reminding me that it's there. Just having it out in the open felt wrong. It just so happens that her brother suggested it at the time I was contemplating what to do about it, and that he phrased it the way he did. But it was more of a wanting to impress a friend kind of thing than romantic. That didn't come till later. Are you changing your hair? Tsuyu asked, after noticing how Rideru had been steadily growing the front of his hair to hover over his scar. Rideru, age 11, Tsuyu, age 10. Rideru tried to remain calm about it, casually saying, this, I guess, felt like trying something new. How does it feel? Well, the wind blows against it less. It always felt weird on the skin whenever it did. Oh, ribbit. Well, that's a good thing to come out of it. Why? You don't think it's good for me? Went Tsuyu, pressing a finger on her lips. She used her other hand to move the hair aside to get a clear view. It's not bad. You do look more aesthetically interesting with it. I just didn't mind either way. He didn't show it then, but he appreciated the gesture. Trying to play it off, he jokingly went to knock Tsuyu's hand away, saying, I'm not surprised you'll be so accepting, considering what you do. Rideru paused as he felt his hand being stopped. Tsuyu had grabbed it and was holding it tightly in her palms. Actually, it's because you're my friend, Tsuyu told him. The green lynx wasn't sure what was happening to his body, but feeling her touch on his hand felt off that day. His body felt tingly, and if he had little self-control over his body, his legs would quiver from the sensation. Alright, Rideru told her, still trying to chuckle it off. You don't need to tell me obvious cheesy stuff. Actually, I do, Tsuyu replied. She took his other hand in her own as well. Hey, I have a bit of an embarrassing confession. Okay. You remember the day we first met and I told you why I decided to come sit with you instead of playing with the other kid? Rideru nodded. It was hard for him to forget the day he first met her since they've been spending so much time together. It's been nearly a year since that day, yet to him it may as well be yesterday. The leg of the frog girl fidgeted, grinding the tip of her shoe into the dirt below them. After taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. That was a lie. My family moved here a year and a half ago because of my dad's job, and I had to leave many friends behind. I've actually been struggling to make new friends since I moved here. It was pretty lonely. I guess it was my lucky day when you ended up on that bench, someone to talk to. I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but I know what I feel and I have to say. The frog held both of their hands in front of them as she stepped forward. The bright sunshine had rained over her face as she let out another long smile, one that provided more warmth than the sun itself, followed by words more comfortable than a pillow. Thank you for healing my loneliness. Let's continue to be friends. To feel compassion. Flavor equal to honey. What a blissful drink. Those were the best way to explain what Rideru felt at that moment. A streak of pink blush came across his face. It wasn't from embarrassment this time. Oh, that was when I started falling for her, Rideru explained, having finally finished his long romance history to Izuku. After cleaning up the mess Izuku made, they had moved away from the building they were training at to another building that Rideru apparently owns, or earned by the Lynx's own words. From his explanation, the other place is his more public spot he uses for training and telling others where they can go to find him, while this one is for private affairs. It was a lot more comfortable and furnished than the other building, with actual chairs and couches you'll find in a normal home. Or at least, that's when I noticed I was falling for her, the Lynx continued, going to the cooler in the room and opening it to get out some soda. It was hard to tell what I was feeling beforehand since it happened a few years ago. I don't think crushes like those just pop out of nowhere anyways. When he turned back to Izuku, all he saw was the green fox with sparkles for eyes and his mouth hanging open as if a fangirl saw All Might shirtless. Looking down at him like how most people look down on K-pop fans, Rideru asked, "What?" "That was such a touching childhood romance story," Izuku stated, placing his hands on his face. "I feel like I could cry. You two have been by each other for over half a decade." "Not really," Rideru told him, tossing him one of the sodas. "You see, you're moving," Rideru exclaimed, a bit louder than he intended. Suyu sadly nodded her head. "My dad left the job he was in because it was apparently turning extremely abusive to him and managed to find another that promised to give him better conditions. We're leaving in a few weeks." Rideru, age 12, Suyu, age 11. Rideru was speechless. To lose a friend like her so quickly after she opened up to him. It was like a cruel joke by God to bring him up only to take it away. "I'm sorry," Suyu told him. She took a step forward before immediately retreating it. Shame filled her face as she turned away. "I spent all this time asking you to stay friends with me, yet I'm the one who left first." There were many things Rideru could have done at that moment. He could have cried, yelled, been enraged, cursed everything, and everything in between. What he went with was acceptance. He gave a slight shrug, saying, "Well, it was great while you were here. I wish the best for your family and hope you'll make friends wherever you end up." Encouraged by his words, Suyu immediately collapsed into his chest. She was hugging him tightly as tears flooded down her cheeks, nuzzling her head against him as she cried out, "But I don't want to lose you. Not another friend." Rideru's heart was shredded into pieces, yet he remained calm. The Lynx thought it would be unnecessary for him to be emotional about this subject. He knew Tsuyu was handling it way harder than he is since she's the one stuck with the difficult situation. There was no need to make it worse for her over him right now. The status quo has been maintained again. Such is life. He softly embraced her and petted her head. While his eye was hollow, he assured her, "Hey, don't cry. You're overselling this entire thing. People come and go. You can't bawl your eyes out over every person that walks out the door or else you'll be crying all day. But you're not just someone," Suyu sniffed. "That's probably a good thing. I'm a bit of a D. I would skip school to take naps, stay out late at night, gotten into a few fights over dumb stuff, constantly insult others, and a whole heap of stupid things," Rideru told. "You can honestly do better than me in terms of friends." Suyu looked up at him. "And what if I can't or maybe don't want to have more friends, Ribbit?" "Be a lot cooler if you did," replied Rideru. "Honestly, that'll be the one thing that'll make me happy about this if you did. I know you can. You ain't the worst. Just don't do anything gross and you'll do fine." Suyu's tearful face began to ease as her mouth curled into a pout. "You jerk. You always got to say the meanest things, don't you? I did establish that I was a D a few moments ago." Rideru chuckled. He made that feeling last as he knew it was going to be a dark winter because he'll feel it again. "So can you do this for me? Can you grant this jerk's request and make friends beyond me when I'm not around?" "I won't do what a jerk wants me to do," Suyu croaked, sounding a bit harsh before her voice eased up to say, "But I will do what I can for a friend." "Good," Rideru smiled, scratching by his scarred eye. "Who knows, if we meet again sometime in the future I won't mind being with you again. I'll hold you to that," Suyu told him, "so don't break it when we meet again." She then moved as she said a few weeks later, "We didn't see each other again till, I don't know, let's say a few months ago. By sheer luck we both ended up hopping through a few cities. I ended up here not that long after she departed when I was 12. Her dad finally got a good job to settle down in and in turn found a house they could live in permanently that just happens to be in the travel range of this place," Rideru explained, opening his soda and drinking it. When he looked at Izuku this time, he looked on the verge of tears. "What the hell is it now?" he grouchily asked. Izuku exclaimed, "It's just so sad." A drop of sweat dripped down the Lynx's face. With his stoic eyes glaring, he told the boy, "Effing Christ, don't cry over dumb shit in other people's business or else you'll be crying your entire life over nothing. I told you this story for a reason. Why? To show what you're doing wrong with Rumi." Izuku sat up straight, replying, "Oh right. For the last couple of months, while I was trying to keep Rumi's mindset to seeing you as a potential lover and not her brother or son, I've been carefully watching you and seeing how you'll react to things," Rideru told him. Wait, so you didn't talk to me all that time on purpose? Oh no, part of that was just me being nervous. What? Was Izuku's question of utter confusion. Rideru shrugged, keeping his straight blank face. Unless you didn't notice from my backstory, I'm not exactly the most social person alive. It takes time for me to warm up to people, especially when they're not that social either. With you, it's even more awkward considering your connection with Rumi. Don't beach, because it took Mary 5 months before I even told her my name, and Setsuna 3, she just called me the Green Mute. I don't want them to know that they make me uncomfortable, so I go with the plan of remaining blank-faced to everything, so at least they think I don't mind. I don't think that works. I thought you hated me. I never said it was a good plan, just one that works for me. It's hard to argue against that logic. Point is, I've been looking into you, Rideru stated, drawing on the dry erase board that he had in his private quarters. For some reason, he drew a few shapes next to a couple of huge words: identifying chances, taking assertive action, risk, resistance, adapting, forming dynamic, until obtaining, understanding, and maturity. Rideru smacks the board, giving a very conflicting low-energy face, stating, "This is what you lack." I lack all of that, Izuku asked. He knew he had his issues. Like a lot of issues. Mount Everest has killed fewer people than the amount of issues Izuku has faced in his life. Honestly, he's surprised he turned out as a semi-functioning human being the way he did, looking back at what he dealt with and still dealing with. Never mind, I can see it. You effing better, Rideru thought to himself before continuing his explanation. From what I've gathered and extracted about you, we're fundamentally different, and it shows through our actions. Identifying chances. I knew when I got my blessing each and every time and recognized them as life's tiny little bones it tosses once in a long while that should not be relied on. You seem to still have a habit of sitting on your effing hands for a miracle to happen to you. There's a difference between tactically waiting for an opportunity for something through planning and preparation, and being dependent that the stars will align just right for some good to happen in your life to make the right decision. That was a fair assessment. While things like deciding to live with Nezu for training and a few other choices were him seeing a chance by himself, there were many more times where it seemed like he was waiting for the sun to turn black to choose something unless his back was against the wall. Taking assertive action. It's basically an extensive version of the last point, but an emphasis on you needing to be more assertive about things. Effing damn it, kid. Stop letting Rumi and people in general make every choice for you while you're just a passive chooser of what'll happen when the options are offered. Being the one who gives the ultimatums sometimes is better than just receiving. Especially in a relationship, you can't have one side always being in control of a situation. Even more so since your dumbass is trying to date Rumi of all people. Her crazy ass finds challenges and competition interesting. You pushing back against her and her antics will be a turn on. As you saw with me, I asked Tsuyu if we can hang out after school walk, not wait until she offers it to me to talk about it. There are also multiple times where I suggested what we'll do when and where. Izuku knew who to blame for part of his passiveness, though it'll be unfair to place all the blame on the Katsuki. He wasn't the only person who bullied him or lowered his self-esteem, just the most significant one. Izuku since birth wasn't an aggressive creature, even before everything in his life took a wrong turn, fell off a cliff, burst through the ground, and took him on a one-way trip through the 9 levels of hell. Everything else just piled on top of that aspect and made it worse. Risk. This goes hand in hand with the last one. You don't take assertive action because you pussy out from taking risks way too often. You fear risk most of the time because you stray away from assertive actions. Ouroboros, a self-sustaining effing circle. If you never stick your head out to get shot, then you'll never get anywhere. Stop being a beach. The worst she can do is say no. Okay, maybe with Rumi she might kick your ass 30 times over and break every bone in your body. Trust me, I've seen it happen before, but you're a friend, so she might have mercy. Imagine if I never risk asking Tsuyu if we can hang out after school. Our entire relationship would have been just sitting around each other for less than an hour during school days. Rideru quickly moved on to his next point, which leads to resistance, which translates to stop being a effing pussy. As said before, stop letting Rumi just do whatever she wants. She's not a sit person, she's just not someone whose actions should be followed without a check. It's not a sin to say no to her and tell her to F off if she starts getting a bit too comfortable neglecting your existence. You don't have to stand there and take it, you can walk away. Also, look around you, dipshit. The entire establishment of this place is basically people resisting every norm of the society we distaste or can't stand, and she loves it here. Trust me, match your energy a bit with her. Throw back the insults she gives to you, roughhouse with her a bit, and she might even F you after an intense sparring match. What? Izuku said. Wait, how do you? Rideru interrupted. Questions at the end. The point is she's someone who likes to push. Pushing her reasonably back in a smart way is a good way to keep her engaged with you. Moving on. Adapting. Two people being in a relationship is basically two puzzle pieces being connected but neither fit the other. It's impossible to have an absolutely perfect match. You know why? Because we're all our own city people. No one on earth is just made for someone else. We can't change our core, but we can change our connecting part to be able to live with each other, usually by adding or shaving off a few things. Now after you match together, if your cores don't go well with each other, then it just wasn't meant to be. But you got to actually match each other first before you judge that. You two obviously have two different styles of life you want to follow, and you fail at being someone who can keep up or actively be a part of hers, nor have you attempted to get her to be someone who can exist happily in yours. Be someone who can live a bit outside of your comfort while also being someone who can incorporate someone into yours. Not that one degenerate who eats glue and thinks smashing the circle block into the square hole blindly will make it work. Maybe I could get her to stay home some days and play games with me instead of going out, and put more effort into the activities she likes that I can handle while flat out rejecting others I can't, instead of putting in moderate energy in all of them. Forming your dynamic. Give her something about you that solidifies your bond. Right now you're like a wet handkerchief that sticks on her because she's too stubborn to get a new one. Establish something decently unique between the two of you. For me and Tsuyu, that was me being that guy she spoke to during recess, evolving into the one she hangs with after school who walked her home. That'll help you stick out in her mind. Think about how your lifestyle can mush with hers. Then form it with the most ideal one that'll keep both happy. Rumi has Cassidy as her rival partner in crime that takes their competitive violent tendencies to their max. With Mary, it's a sort of older caring sister or pseudo-mother figure. She apparently has another one, but I haven't met her. She sounds kinky though. Anyways, everyone's relationship with Yogi is basically food related. Finally, with me we're basically the friend, not a friend, the friend since we both understand each other. You need to find yours. But since you're a bit of a snowflake at the moment, I suggest appealing to her more sensitive side, especially since you're trying to date her, not just be her friend. Think about what you want to be for her as well as what she can be for you. Adapting will be needed, as well as obviously she'll have her own definition of it, and you should have some form of compromise to what it is. Those words among the rant were probably what struck Izuku the most. He thought, what am I to her? Crap, I've been way too reliant on her with us. She probably feels like I'm a sandbag that she has to carry around. She's someone that gave me hope and helped me believe I can be something more than what I am even before I showed any potential. She's my encouragement in life to be better. That's what she is to me. I need to be someone of similar importance to her. Intel gathering and understanding. Rideru continued, this is straightforward but important. You're planning to be with someone. You should understand them. In order to understand them, you need to know more about them. And the only way to know more about them is to gather information. That means doing shit like asking people she knows what she likes and dislikes, as well as talking to her yourself. There's no better source of milk than sucking straight from cow's udder. Get her views on these things and see it from her perspective. She'll also tell the most personal stuff about herself that others can't simply mimic. I usually went to Tsuyu's brother whenever I needed a plug on things about her in exchange for dumb crap. The little FRF-ed me over more than once, but he'll point me in the direction of gold once in a while, so I'll let it go with silently wishing he gets hit by a car. Izuku thought. There is Nezu I can ask, but I got to be careful about how I ask him. He will break my kneecaps if he figures out I'm asking because I want to date his daughter. There's also, wait, did he just admit that he wanted a child to get run over by a car? With his presentation coming to an end, Rideru talked about the last subject, and most importantly, maturity. No one wants to deal with a baby, and no one wants to deal with a complete beach. Not even babies, and beaches like dealing with babies and beaches. Having some traits of them. Alright, that's fine, some people are into that crap. But completely being like them, then you have a one-way track of dying a virgin. Learn how to act, when to act, and the best way to act in a situation. Be able to handle tough situations and not crack under them. Imagine if instead of comforting Tsuyu when she told me she was moving, I broke down crying being a depressed F about losing a friend at the time. She not only would have felt even worse about the whole thing, but would only plague her with guilt when she left. It would also be effing selfish for me to make her moment where she can't do anything about the situation she was dealing with and made it about me. Grow the F up. I was 10 to 12 when I was doing most of this shit. You're almost 16 and me of all people have to give you a crash course. I skipped school for nab effing, damn it. Yeah, he got a point. Izuku thought. He wasn't even going to try to act like he can defend himself. The only thing he had to his name was not letting his anger get ahead of him when Katsuki offered to teach him. He could have just lashed out at him and made things a lot more complicated than it already was, but instead he reasonably states why he would never do it even if a gun was put to his head at the time. He said his piece and he moved on. Moving away from the board, Rideru stated, in conclusion, you're an annoying piece of shit of a human being that doesn't appreciate your blessings as a great chance given but as a handout, as well as a weak-willed pussy-ass beach who's a pushover. Also an inexorable antisocial selfish dumbass that can't think about finding a way of knowing more about someone you like. and most of all someone that every year is drawing closer to becoming the definition of a man baby if you don't change. Personally, you're one of the cases I wonder how you were allowed past childhood when you should have been put down with a shotgun years ago, then put in a box, sealed, signed, and sent back to the receiver, which would be the non-existent hell since only the devil will have the sadistic mind to create something that miserable. Honestly, it's a miracle that Rumi became friends with you, and even more so that she somehow has some fondness for you. Then again, she's not exactly someone I find that makes smart decisions. Izuku felt his body disappearing into nothing. His existence was utterly demolished. What's more impressive is that Rideru said all that with a straight face without breaking once. Depressed in the fetal position in the corner, Izuku just mumbled nonsense to himself. Most important among them were, "You're right, I am the worst at times." Rideru got his attention back by throwing his empty soda bottle at the wall by him, calling out, "Be depressed on your own time, not mine. In fact, stop being depressed like that in general. That's probably how you developed so many issues in the first place. You spend more time retreating to self-depreciation and self-pity mode than assessing what was the issue. Be a man for once. When life throws shit at your face, stop hunching over covering your head in fear. Look forward, knock the crap away, and kill what threw it in the first place." "All right," Izuku exclaimed, turning away from the corner feeling a bit energized. "Oh, and one more thing," Rideru grumbled, dusting off his hands. Izuku tilted his head. Almost instantly Izuku's sense flared up. It was the same as when he faced Katsuki on the street. Yellow bold words, with a haze of black. "Defend." It happened so quickly. Both of Izuku's hands were wrapped around the wrist of just one of Rideru's hand that was awfully close to Izuku's neck. The green link's middle finger and thumb lightly tapped against the pale skin of the fox. Rideru's blue eye stood mere inches away from Izuku's face. They were sharp as a blade, as if he was ready for a hunt, with the same vacant look he always has, but now with more darkness shadow looming over his face. As Izuku's hands shivered with Rideru's wrist tightly in his group, Rideru calmly spoke. "I don't like the way you treated my friend. Rumi gave you a chance she doesn't give out often to other people, and instead of taking full advantage of it with grace, you sat back with your greedy ass mouth open waiting for another one and another one as if it was her job to feed you. Then you dare have the nerve to think you're worthy of dating her without properly putting in the effort of understanding her. Her life, likes and dislikes, lifestyle, or even being an active positive influence on her life. But then you'll secretly grow hate for me instead of openly confronting me about it because I was possibly a better candidate for dating her. Granted, I'm a D, but you just sat back as if because you're a nice good boy that's oh so quirky and dorky, and nice, and kinda, and innocent, and went through so much in life, that means the girls must bend over backward craving for your D uncontrollably, waiting to be blessed by being penetrated by your mighty one-of-a-kind giant drill that's totally going to be the best she'll ever experience in her life, that she'll never be able to live without just yours. All you need to do is just be around her and wait. And be a good nice boy so that regardless if your personality or chemistry with her is plainer than white bread, her uncontrollable lust for your pinnacle of humanity baby maker will take her over for your delight." As Rideru continued to talk, he inched his face closer, closing the gap between the two and allowing Izuku to see the true intensity of his face. The utter unmoving coldness that was in his eye sent a blizzard of chills. He didn't blink nor divert. "Unfortunately for you and your effing fantasies, that's not the world work, and that's definitely not how Rumi lives. You should start seeing her as a human being who has freedom of will to make her own choices, and not the girl you're just waiting to realize you're her only option. If you want her attention, then effing earn it and learn how to appeal to her instead of getting depressed and mad at anyone else who does earn it. If not, then you can go F yourself. Rumi is a special person to me, nearly on the same level as Tsuyu. Her livelihood is something I don't mind taking some responsibility and making sure it stays good. And I don't take kindly to people that mess with it. So if you do that crap again to her or anything where you're neglecting her feelings as a human being for yourself." A small memory for Rideru popped up for him. Rideru, age 14, Rumi, age 13. "You good?" Rideru asked, approaching a Rumi who was oddly alone in an alleyway. Her body jerked for a moment before turning around, boasting, "Oh, of course I'm good. Why wouldn't I be? Because you've been periodically frowning at everything this week, been avoiding group events, and even seem less enthusiastic about fighting. Hey, also you're utter complete dogshit at hiding stuff, especially with me. I found out your real name because you dropped your school ID in front of me. I'm still so pissed you read it so fast. You were the one who stood there stunned for so long like a smooth brain nut job. Now tell me what's up." "So that's it," Rideru said. They were now sitting on top of the rooftop looking up at the night sky. "That'll explain it. It was that season after all." Rumi sat with her knees pressing against her chest, mumbling, "Pretty stupid, right? No, especially from you. That was the most intelligence I've seen. Maybe the school you went through wasn't an utter complete failure that should be burned down. Hey, you care if the school burns down? No, that place can burn in hell for all I care. I meant the remark on my smarts. Oh right, of course. Anyways, that's basically what's been on my mind, Rumi murmured, looking back to the moon. I guess you could say. Rideru interrupted, that you're feeling alone. The bunny looked at him shocked. How you know what I was about to say? It's not hard to see some of the things you say coming. The lynx sighed. Plus, I recognize the look on your face, or better said, the look in your eye. It told of a special kind of loneliness, one where even among a group of misfits who are supposed to be just like you still sometimes feel like a complete outsider. Rumi looked straight again, this time looking down at the ground. Don't tell the others about this, okay? I don't want them to think they're not great friends. They already do so much, and the time I do spend with them is amazing. It's just, ugh, dumb emotions. I hate them. Why can't people just be someone that drinks cola and kicks ass? F everything else. You were doing great, and now we're back to you saying dumb shit again. Hey, anyways, don't worry, I have no interest in just spilling personal secrets. Doing shit like that is dumb anyway. Thanks, and if you ever start dealing with those dumb emotions again, you can always just come back to me to talk about it. What, really? What? Wait a minute. Why would you do that for me? Possible blackmail? I don't get what's with people and forgetting what I just effing established a few moments ago. No, I have no plan to blackmail you. Oh, went Rumi, her floppy ears lowering a bit at her own stupidity. Not a rare moment between the two, then what? Probably because I can relate to the feeling. You know, I'm a bit of an outsider myself, Rideru told her. He laid back on the rooftop, so maybe having another outsider to talk to could do you some good. Just think of me as your medicine to heal your loneliness. I'm not worth much. Apparently I'm decent at it. As the memory ended, Rideru drew his middle finger down from Izuku's neck toward his chest, and let a single claw nail pop out and poke him. He moved his head, letting his hair shift out of the way to show his scarred closed eye. As it opened, Izuku now had two blue eyes glaring coldly at him, with pupils so black that Izuku almost forgot the colors of his eyes, just staring at how bleak and hollow those pupils were when Rideru said the next few words. I'll kick your ass so hard that you'll never be the same again afterward. Izuku nodded his head, showing he understood. I got it, Izuku replied. In truth, I've realized it myself how unfair and not right our relationship is. I want to fix it, so I apologize for some of my actions earlier. Let me do it properly this time and request this. Please help me be better. ... Okay, Rideru shrugged. Yeah, I was planning on doing that anyway. That's why I brought you here. I was just establishing how much of a piece of shit I think you are and why, so you know what we're fixing. But why, if you think I'm that bad of a person? First off, I didn't say you were that bad of a person. I just called out the many flawed traits you have that I don't like. Thus I see you as an annoying pile of trash. Like I said, Rumi matters to me, and so far she really likes you despite all your flaws. She just doesn't realize how much she does. If she likes you, well, I can't stop her, but I can help make sure she's happy with her choice. That means changing you from what I identify as a piece of shit to a somewhat decent human being. Oh, kinda wish you'll stop calling me a piece of shit though, Izuku said. Rideru stared at Izuku for a moment before stating, nah. A cold sweat dripped from the green fox's face as he said, well, what will we do? Right then did the door open and in came Yogi and Simba. That's what they're here for, Rideru told him. Yo, Simba greeted. I heard our new member was having some lady trouble. You know, I'm quite a flirt around town myself, but sadly with my responsibilities I can't commit to them all. You know, they're this close to calling me the king of the jungle, right? I rushed over as soon as I heard, Yogi said with a sandwich in hand. I can offer whatever I can. They're here to assist me in your stop being a beach rehabilitation, Rideru states. Izuku ears curled up hearing him, repeating, rehabilitation. Yes, Rideru said, pointing to the board. As I established, your existence is pitiful at best and the pit of hell where annoyance is born at its worst. Another big thing about relationships is you yourself, not just how you connect with her. If you're a piece of shit, you might still date a girl by making the words, but don't expect it to be a happy relationship. So you're going to put dating Rumi on hold for a moment and work on making sure she's not crushing on a garbage bag. Basically, we're going to take you away from Rumi for a bit and help you become a better version of yourself first, Simba exclaimed. And with fewer insults, Yogi added, sorry for Rideru's language, by the way. He has a cruel way with words and deconstructing others. Rideru rolled his eyes, turning to Izuku saying, anyways, I hate overly long drawn-out conversations, so I'll get to the point. I got a plan. You follow it, it'll whip you into shape, you have a chance. What do you say? Yes, Izuku declared. Why the hell would he need to think about it? Good, let's get to business, Rideru said with his unmoving face. Me and the boys are going to put you through anti-simp training. Am I a simp? The room erupted from a vast amount of mumbles and uncomfortable comments that were cultivated into one phrase. You're tethering dangerously close to it. Rideru brought his attention to the board. Now first things first, you have to. As Rideru was speaking, there was one thing that had Izuku thinking. The weird part about this is how different Rideru is now from his past self. From how he described it, he was still a crude person, but it was at a controllable level and he showed a lot of emotions about the things he did. Now, he still has some compassion seeing as he tried to wring my neck over Rumi, but he seems so off now. Izuku had to question. What happened? 2 years and 5 months left before UA entrance exam. Sometimes, when you feel like you're giving it all you got to change but receive little results, there's a chance you might not truly be trying as hard as you say you are. There are cases where you need to truly revamp yourself to move on. A fresh new day. After a shower, Izuku had dressed in fresh clothes before leaving the house. On his way out, he passed by Rumi, who was dressed in casual wear. Her white hood and shorts rested on her body quite wonderfully. As the green fox was about to rush by her, the bunny softly grabbed his arm to halt him, chuckling, "Woo, hold it there, Speedy. Almost went by before I could say a word." "Oh hey, sorry about that, Rumi. Did you need something?" Izuku had calmly asked, looking her straight in the eyes. "You're heading to the streets downtown, right?" Rumi asked, giving the cold word. The streets downtown is referring to Yasei Alley, used for teens to speak publicly about it without it being referenced directly so they won't get in trouble by their parents or authority. Terms like downtown streets and downtown are great covers because of how vague they are. There are many shops and street names that could fall under the category. Even with the context of the topic, it can be hard to decipher the many meanings it could have. I was about to pass by it to meet up with Cassie and go to the mall. "Come with, it'll be fun." Rumi heard that the mall had some new stores to be explored, including strength tester machines that she and Cassidy are dying to try out. That was when Izuku hit her with something different. "Not today, I got somewhere to be," Izuku told her. Oh, responded Rumi. Her long white ears stood straight and her eyes enlarged at the response. "Training with Rideru." Izuku shook his head, answering, "No, I made plans with a few friends. I'm also running a little late." "Right, I shouldn't hold you up then," Rumi said in a small daze, slowly letting go of his arm as she stared blankly at him. "Where are you heading to again?" "It's somewhere around the city," Izuku quickly stated, swiftly retracting his arm as he began a soft jog away. "See." "Wait, it's where?" Rumi asked, tilting her head in confusion. That was pretty vague. By the time she was finished speaking, Izuku had already made it by the door. "Sorry, I'm really running late right now and they're waiting for me. I'll explain it to you later." Then he was gone, with the hallway quickly falling silent. Speechless, the bunny stared at the spot Izuku was standing at next to her, then to the door, and then to her hand. Her eyes squinted and she furrowed her brow. "Something feels off," Rumi thought to herself, before suddenly her body jolted at another revelation. "Wait a minute, when did he ever have plans?" Ba-dum, 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 clutching his chest. Izuku stumbled his way toward the streets, panting like a dog in summer. "Holy crap, that was difficult. My heart felt like it was about to explode," thought the green fox. There were few occasions where his heart beat this fast. It wasn't as if talking to Rumi usually caused this reaction, to this extent. But it was only escalated by the fact that he had to keep such a calm outward complexion. Restraining such bodily actions that were emotionally charged take a much greater strain on his body than he initially thought. How does Rideru do this all the time? He thought back to a conversation he had with the braided-haired greenet before. "This is quite hard. Never said it was easy. Part of self-control is not submitting to every impulse you have. If you always jump at the first option that pops up, you're shutting off all the other possibilities that could yield better results. You're going to need to keep a cool head, or at least fake a cooler head. That might help add some maturity to your complexion." "How is pretending that I have a cool head will make me mature?" "It'll mostly help you look more mature, because it'll prevent yourself from doing something stupid that'll ruin a moment. Trust me, when it comes to relationships and girls, there's going to be multiple situations you're not going to believe you got yourself into, and acting like a complete virgin could and will ruin a lot of them moments when you could have made them be something memorable. But I am a virgin, and water is wet. No need to state the obvious. Everyone starts off on level 1 when it comes to any form of romance. That doesn't mean you need to act like it all the time. You could attempt to make moves as if you got a few levels under your belt, or at least mimic some useful actions they do to succeed, like taking note of your parents started dating. Yeah, sure, if that works. Anyways, the point is, keeping your composure when talking to Rumi will be a good first step. But at times my heart beats so fast, so when I talk to her, especially when she gets super close and personal, I know I've had similar reactions with Tsuyu. That's even more of a reason to learn how to stay composed. Imagine this as closing yourself off so you don't do anything stupid and F up an opportunity. I don't like that term. What term? Closing myself off. It makes it sound like I'm not being myself, then just acting more composed. Okay, call it whatever. Try having conversations with her without a major hiccup. We're going to be putting some distance between you two anyways, so this'll be perfect. Keep your conversations short and sweet. Then leave as quickly as you before you do something embarrassing. We can work on gradual progress later. Luckily, that's been working well so far with no mishaps. Today was the first time Rumi actively stopped him like that, and he managed to get through the entire conversation. Despite being so close and making contact with her, he managed to keep a calm outer exterior. It's small, but progress is still progress. As Izuku was jogging his way to the location Rideru had told him to meet him at, a cop car driven by a familiar porky figure stopped by him. "Aho there, young one," Officer Oinks kindly greeted, waving to him from the window. Stopping in his tracks to chat with one of the few consistent people in his life that's sane, Izuku said, "Good morning, Officer Oinks. How are you?" "Same as always. Raising up early to do my civic duty with a coffee in one hand and a donut in the other. Probably shouldn't be driving with my hands full, but hey, reckless driving habits at my age is common practice. Haha." Izuku spared a few chuckles as he thought, "That reminds me of whenever Aunt Mitsuki is driving. There were definitely times where I thought my life would have ended in a car accident. Don't even get me started on if she had to drive Katsuki and me because she didn't want us to be late for school. Road safety laws prepared to be ignored. Buckle up, boys," Mitsuki stated, revving up the engine of the car. "UTT, that's not needed. We can be a little late." The young Izuku, who didn't have a death wish, suggested, not wanting to die for, of all things, school. He was even having fun there, so why possibly die for it? Putting the car in drive and vrooming off, Mitsuki said, "Nah, we're paying that ripoff of a school for a full year of teaching, and we're not letting them get a single cent for free. You kids are getting your full education even if it kills us." "Kill us?" Izuku exclaimed in horror as he gripped onto whatever he can for dear life as he began feeling the high-speed WAHHH. On the other end of the spectrum, the young explosive blonde was cheering, "Whoa, I love you, Mom. Honestly, there is a lot of signs I missed as a kid of the pending insanity I'm constantly surrounded by," Izuku thought to himself, seriously questioning if half the reason his life gets so screwed up is because he's constantly surrounded by maniacs. Catching his attention again, the porky officer asked him, "So where are you heading to on this pleasant day?" "Oh, I'm going over to meet some friends to hang out by the cliffside." "All the way over there? That's quite a long trip to go on foot." "That's why I'm jogging. It's too close to taking the train to be effective. If I keep up this pace, then I should be able to get there within an hour, maybe a little over. How about a ride and I can get you there in less than 15 minutes? "Really? You don't have to. I'm sure you got patrolling to do." No, it's fine. My path today go by there today anyway. I'll just drop you off as close as I can." "I don't think the guys from Yase Alley would like that I drove with a cop there. They might also not like that I told one where we were going to meet. It shouldn't be a problem as long as they don't find out. Though I should avoid the car ride. In fact, convenience makes it that we run into them. My luck is a forever fluctuating factor I shouldn't rely on," Izuku thought, a moment away from respectfully rejecting the offer. "Besides, I got donuts," Officer Oinks cheerfully stated, holding up the box. "Do you got the chocolate sprinkles?" Izuku asked, his hand shaking as he pointed to the box. As a fellow donut connoisseur, he let the action do the talking for him, casually popping open the lid of the box and showing a wide variety of tasty pastries. Among them were a few chocolatey delights that were sprinkled with sprinkles. During the car ride, as Izuku was joyous nomming on his donut, Oinks continued to chat with the boy and ask how he was doing. "How is your hero training with Nezu going?" Almost immediately, the sweet bliss fantasy Izuku was in was torn away from him to drag him back to the cold, coarse reality he lives in. "We're doing what now?" Izuku exclaimed, wondering why he was standing on top of a 40-feet building. "I thought we explained this like several times," Rumi asked, standing with her usual brimming confident pose, hands on hips and everything else that told anyone who looked at her that she'll kick their ass 30 times over. Down on the ground level, Nezu called out to them with his trusty megaphone, "What's the hold up? He forgot what we're doing." Rumi shouted down at him. Luckily, she didn't need a megaphone to be heard. Looks like all her shouting at the X Games worked out in her favor. "How did he forget?" "It's simple," Nezu asked them. "I wouldn't say I have forgotten. It's just what you asked seems." Izuku's words trailed off a bit as he looked at the pyramid-stacked folding tables below on the ground, excessively nonsensical. "How so?" Nezu asked. "As I've explained, we're going to be focusing on recovering from a blow. You're going to be tased by Rumi and thrown off the building. It's going to be your job to maneuver yourself midair to land of the tables, which will cushion your fall." "What's nonsensical about that?" "Everything from the word taste," Izuku shouted down at the manimal. His body jolted when he heard the crackling noise of Rumi playfully turning on or off the taser her father gave to her. "That's not helping." The bunny girl looked astonished at first by his reaction before it hit her how terrible her timing was, appropriately apologizing, or attempting to, "Oh, whoops, my bad. This is the first time in like forever that he let me use his taser. I've always seen him use it and wondered what it felt like. Now I feel like I got the power of Zeus in my palm." Knowing how she can be, Izuku politely begged for the safety of his life. Please don't tase me yet. Not unless you want me to, Rumi stated, giving him a wink as she shook the taser teasingly in the air. She paused for a moment as the smug expression on her face quickly drained away. Her fluffy bunny ears followed her eyes as they dropped toward the ground. What's the matter? Izuku asked, wondering what was on her mind. It wasn't often that the vigorously busty chocolate bun would not look like she would enjoy committing murder by crushing skulls with her thunder thighs. Snapping back into reality as if it was as easy as snapping a toothpick, Rumi replied, nothing. I just thought about the dumb homework I was given and instantly got depressed. You really hate everything school-related, ain't you? You don't. Nezu brought their attention back to him, saying, What's the hold up, you two? Sorry, Dad. Rumi told her father, I'll tase him soon. The fox stared at Rumi with a wide-eyed, slightly miffed look, as if they didn't just discuss this a moment ago. When the bunny girl looked to the side and saw Izuku's tense face, she swiftly added in, if you want to, of course. I just want to know if this is safe, Izuku told them. No, the father-daughter duo said in unison. I mean it is if you land on the tables. Izuku sighed. All right, let's do it. Don't bite your tongue, Rumi suggested as he gave him a light jolt that made Izuku's leg give away. Not nearly as bad as when Nezu tased him. Multiple times. As Rumi held him in her arms, she mumbled something in her concentration. Now I need to get the angle of the throw just right or else. Oh, Rumi, Izuku says, a small bit of panic in her voice. I can't feel my legs. Oh, don't worry, I've done this a bunch of times. You're not gonna need them, Rumi told them, without a second to waste as she tosses him off the building, bombs away. Crash. Izuku, that was a perfect throw for you. How did you miss most of the tables? Izuku, thank God I got him to sign that contract. Nezu mumbled to himself. It's going. Well, Izuku slowly stated, I've learned that I have slightly above average recovery and now know what to do if I'm blown out of a building. That's great, Oinks declared. Both those things will be extremely helpful when you're a hero. Haha, I'll have to get into UA and graduate before that can happen, Izuku replied, knowing it was better to not get ahead of himself because he begins overly fantasizing about something again. God knows how far down the rabbit hole that can go for him. The older officer gave Porky snort, saying, Bah, I have utter confidence that you'll get in and graduate. As far as I'm concerned, that stuff is just the filler-filled prologue to fulfilling your dream. Thanks, Izuku softly replied, leaning against the window as he began eating less enthusiastically. But I want to take things one step at a step for now anyways. Keep things grounded before I even start grabbing at things in the sky. Are you afraid of tripping? Officer Oinks had asked him, his voice deeming down from his usual upright tone. I'm tired of getting scrapes. Well, there's never a person on Earth who went through life without a scar. I've gotten enough of those recently. For now, I'm going to keep my eyes on the road till I get somewhere better. The officer took a sip from his coffee before saying, Well, there's nothing wrong with securing yourself on the ground to not get hurt, but if you spend so much time looking down, then all you're ever going to see and feel is the mud. Izuku looks out the window, not able to think of a proper response. He just sat there, not even gnawing on his donut anymore. Looking up at the rearview window, Oinks continued, You know, Izuku, there's this large group of rowdy kids that hang out in a not-so-well-off place. They have these big metal gates that they use to keep everything a kid is holding and an older adults like me out. As he was explaining, Izuku sat up in his seat. The fox quickly caught up to how he was referring to Yasei Alley. Every day, whether or not I'm on duty, I drive over to the same entrance and ask them how they're doing, Oinks stated. Of course, I got rejected. A lot. Like a lot. Like getting eggs tossed at you levels of a lot. Izuku asked, trying to be vague enough. Oh, trust me, that's the light version of it. Kids can be horribly cruel. And horrible in general, haha. That's a heavy understatement, commented Izuku humorously. But that tune slightly dropped as he mumbled. But I guess I'm not completely exempt from that either. Yeah, but then again, what would you expect from people with under 2 decades of experiencing life? Most of that time is spent in utter ignorance to everything around them and many things inside of them as well. I know I didn't understand why I love thick milkshakes so much until I discovered it's because that's how I like my women. Wait, what? Izuku asked, quickly snapping his head toward the officer. Nothing, the Porky Man coughed. His driving swerved a bit as a small blush came across his face. Anyways, the point is that kids are naturally going to struggle understanding everything going on, which can result in mistakes being made. Being ignorant toward things. Adults are no better at that as well. That's how I ended up losing my son. The fox stayed silent for a moment out of respect, saying, That's sad to hear. Did he run away? No, a couple of years ago me and my wife hit a hard place in our marriage where we were arguing a lot. Most of it was unnecessary or avoidable and was just us blowing off our own stress and insecurities on the other that we were completely ignorant to how that could affect our child. One day after a fight that got especially loud, he ran off to get away from us for a bit when we weren't looking. Unfortunately, He accidentally stumbled upon some Yakuza business run by a ruthless man and got killed. I'm sorry for your loss, Izuku remorsefully told him, his mind going back to how a sudden loss can affect a family, like his father disappearing. It's fine. There's no reason for someone else to feel bad over my mistake. I was someone who was foolish for a while and paid for my actions in an irreversible way. I still think, what if I was better? Oink's reply. The grip on the steering wheel tightened greatly from the painful thoughts before gradually relaxing. But that's why I go to those kids every day, as my repentance for the mistake I've done. I can't do too much for them right now, as they'll always close themselves off to people like me, which I understand why. It's hard to trust anyone from a group of people that have hurt you before. My hope is that one day at least some of those kids will be willing to open up to me when they're in need, and I'll be able to help them. Quickly the porky man went to say, sorry. This old pig squealed a bit too much today. No, thank you for telling me, exclaimed Izuku, quickly going to assure the man who'd been so kind to him. I truly hope you get your goal one day. It's on par with the nobility of a hero. It was one of the reasons that made me want to be one. Well, it is a little bit too willfully optimistic to think I can solely do that. But you're so kind. I believe you can do it. Don't worry, I'm not saying I'm discouraged over it. It's good to rain check yourself once in a while and see the flaws. You have to make sure you don't try for something overly unrealistic, like convincing the world that putting the cereal after the milk isn't a crime. That won't stop me from wishing big. Oinks tell him. What keeps most people going is the possibilities looking up to the sky can bring them. If we didn't have that, then we don't have much inspiration or reason to contentedly want to live. Izuku nodded, finishing up the donut he had in his hand. Oh, look at that. We're here, Oinks pointed out, parking the car. All right, kid, this is your stop. Thank you very much, Izuku said, stepping out of the car, for everything. Anytime. You want another donut? Officer Oinks offered, holding out the box to him. Actually, you said you were meeting with friends, right? Take the whole thing and give them out. Really? Yeah, my wife has been telling me to go easy on the donuts. As you can see, I'm failing miserably, so you're doing me a favor by taking them, chuckles the wholesome enforcer of the law, gracefully accepting the gift. Izuku told them, thank you very much, you're too kind. No problem, Oinks replied. Be careful out there. There's two people I want you to look out for. Who are they? The first one is the Ripper. Their activity has been drastically increasing around the area of those rowdy teens, and they've been hurting a lot of people. All his attacks have been focused involving other malicious groups, but, as you've recently heard, a regular person walking by could end up in a horrible situation. Just be careful at night and try not to rustle any feathers. The second is the small-time gang called the Sounders. So far they're not too dangerous to the average civilian, but their group is just a few steps away from being an official Yakuza gang. The main threat is their leader, a man called Boris the Warhog. He's a monstrous tank with legs. Many smaller groups that have tried to mess with him and learned the hard reason why that wasn't a good idea. I've been hearing murmurs of the Ripper before, but now there's someone else to worry about. Geez, this city has a lot of unsolved problems. It's like one thing after another keeps popping up before we solve the ones that initially popped up. Izuku thought as sweat dropped from his face. I see, I'll be on the lookout. Sorry if it's sudden. I only mention it because Boris men have also been seen around where those rowdy kids are, and it's rumored that the man himself went to visit Beyond the Gates personally a few weeks ago. Me knowing is probably for the best. I have enough on my plate already. Getting caught between those things will just be torture. Oh no, what? And nothing. I'm just praying for a good roll. On what? Don't worry about it. Anyways, thanks for telling me this. I should be going to where my friends are, though. Of course, don't forget everything else we talked about, and be sure to tell Rumi the same sentiments. And let her know I said her name with a Y instead of a I this time. Izuku gave him a thumbs up, saying, will do. You got my number right, in case you kids need something. Izuku nodded. The officer gave a smile and a wave before driving off. As Izuku watched as the car went further and further out of sight, he smiled to himself. Despite the slightly worrying ending, we'll have to pray for RN Jesses to please bless his life. He felt pretty good. He couldn't describe exactly what he felt good, and he just felt good. It's mythical what a simple car ride and an open-hearted conversation with someone can do. Izuku couldn't wait to see what the rest of his day will have in store for him. I'm going to jump, Izuku shouted, standing at the edge of a cliff with his arms spread out like a bird. Do a flip, Rideru calmly called out to him. The green fox snapped his head back to the lynx, astonished by his words. Of all the times Rideru picks to say something somewhat encouraging to him, he picks this situation. At this point, Izuku didn't expect any less, or more, whatever the appropriate version this term should be. What? Replied the older greenet, taking a bite out of the glazed donut. He was starting to look normal again. He no longer had bandages on, and his light green hair had returned to its normal form, with his messy hair partly braided into a ponytail that rested down his chest, and the right front of his hair being kept extra scruffy long to cover his scarred eye. I've been here waiting for 20 minutes. I'm anticipating a leap soon so we can move on with our day. F all the environmental ranger hipsters. There's a reason why all these social media models only snap a few pictures for half an hour at most at locations like these before moving on. Nature gets boring to look after a very short amount of time. Completely not work dealing with all the bugs and other crap to get there. Right, leisurely responded Izuku, turning back to the cliff. Down below him was a steep drop to the cold, damp ocean below. A white mist of gloom fogged the sight of the bottom, making the fall seem endless. Why am I doing this again? I'm not explaining it, Rideru told him, taking out his phone as he figured this was going to take even longer. Why? Because I never gave an explanation in the first place. That's the issue. How is that an issue? There's literally nothing given you can have an issue with. The fact that I was given nothing is the issue. You can't just have someone come all the way up and tell them to jump without question. Why not? Because it's unreasonable. Okay. Why is it reasonable? Because you're asking me to get myself killed. I've never stated to get yourself killed. I told you to jump. Only now am I suggesting you make it more entertaining by doing a flip. I feel you're not trying to empathize with me on how I'm contemplating what you said. I essentially told you, a kid who's obviously depressed about a lot of things, to just stop it, stated the older Greenet, not even looking up from his phone. I'm surprised you're still holding out for me to show some high level of empathy. Looking down, Izuku murmured, I kinda thought since you wanted to help me ask out Rumi, then maybe you'll be a little warmer to me. F you hated me and tried to fight me hust because you thought I was romantically after some crush you had, who was my friend that I knew for longer and more personally than you. You were such a jerk to me as well. I'm a D to literally everyone and I was nervous to talk. I think I've said this once before. That doesn't mean it's a good thing. I've never said it was a good thing I'm a D. I've just outwardly stated my ugliness just like I state everyone else's own when I feel like it. I get you've definitely dealt with a lot of bad people, but isn't there anyone who you don't do that to? Like Tsuyu, I'm sure you don't think she's a bad person. I didn't say anyone I call out on things are bad people, they just have city qualities I don't like. As far as I'm concerned, everyone is a selfish city person. We just shift around the kind of selfish city person we are to hide it, then choose people whose bad qualities we can stand to be around. A bit of a cynical way to look at it, Izuku told him, another sweat dropped from his face. Today quickly went from hopefully summer to a dark winter extremely quickly. Rideru laid back against a tree as he continued to speak. I call it grounded. If someone weren't a bit of a selfish D between their teens and early 20s, then there's a good chance they were a sociopath. I'm just honest with myself about it so I can keep it mostly under control to myself instead of being purposely ignorant to it, so I can praise myself at night saying how much of a good person I am while unknowingly making a complete ass of myself to other people. What can you say about yourself? A moment of silence fell upon Izuku as he thought about his words. After replying, I'm going to focus on jumping now. Yeah, you should, Rideru told him, biting into his donut again. You sure you can't tell me anything about this? Izuku asked, looking back at him. The Lynx put down his phone. No, that'll ruin the entire point. Geez, what is your issue? You have a fear of heights or something? The green fox rubbed the back of his head, saying, well, not exactly. You see, a few years ago when I was with my mom I almost... What are you doing? Rideru abruptly asked. Izuku looked back befuddled at his interruption. I was about to explain to you what I was afraid of through a story. No, Rideru said. What? Izuku replied. I said no. The Lynx repeated himself. No stories. Not everyone has time to listen to your backstory whenever you feel like sharing or want to. I'm not your tool for exposition. I asked if you had a fear or not that's preventing you from jumping off that cliff, which I realized isn't necessary for the point. You just need to jump. You're not giving me any breaks, are you? I shouldn't be for this. Now get going, or should we call it early and head back? And no, I can do this, Izuku claimed, facing the cliffside one more time and taking a deep breath before hyping himself up. I can do this. I can win. I can win. I can do a NY thing. Rideru rolled his eyes, going back to his phone mumbling, take as long as you need, kid. 1 hour and 30 minutes later. I'm going to do it. ... Okay. 20 minutes later. I'm about to do it. You should spend less time announcing that you're going to do it and just do it. 10 minutes later. Alright, let's go back. I can't do it. Izuku mumbled with his head hanging low, walking away from the cliff. As the Lynx got up he said, I know I said take as long as you need, but I didn't mean it literally. Sorry. No use apologizing about what's already done. The damage is there. Let's work on the thing we need to do. A week later. Why, you're eerie. Boink. You stuttered and you said the wrong word, Rideru stated, holding one of those plastic bats usually reserved for kids. The line is, you are irresistible. Tip number 32, conversations. Being able to speak to a crush is obvious, but also being able to talk in a special way to show off the chemistry you two can have is just as important. Having good comebacks to possible responses and statements that are entertaining, flattering, humorous, or moderately distinctive to yourself toward them is a plus. Izuku rubbed his head where he was boinked, muttering, right, irresistible. Don't get worried. If you overthink the line, then you're bound to mess it up, Yogi the possibly albino bear said, giving some words of encouragement. The overly boastful Simba added, let it flow out naturally like how you breathe, and don't feel afraid to say something a bit obtuse once in a while. Experiment. Sticking strictly to formula is a good way for someone to see you as nothing special. Besides, you've already said some of the worst lines ever to her and she somehow still have interest in you, Rideru muttered. At this point, throwing a few more messy oddballs at already filthy wall between a couple of good ones won't hurt anything. It's actually just a waste of opportunity if you don't take advantage of it. I get it, Izuku told him, slapping the sides of his face to prepare himself. As Rideru rested the bat on his shoulder, he said, remember, Miruko can be almost as stupidly boastful as Simba. You need some responses that can stand against or match against her personality. Since you'll never be able to do the right amount of the snarky, brash, slightly a whole tone, you're never going to match her. You need to go for the other option and at least know some ways to stand against what she says. And the word irresistible is one of them. Izuku asked. It's a pun. It's dumb but also a bit humorous, so it works, which is the point. It'll be something you can laugh with her on since it was intentionally meant to be silly instead of the opposite. Oh, I see. If you want her to respect you as a person and a partner, you should once in a while actually do something intentionally funny that was from your own controlled actions. Have you been practicing like I said? Yes, which is, spend 30 minutes to an hour every day practicing speaking in the mirror. And, Izuku sighs, and don't be creepy about it. Properly practically in the mirror or with a friend can help with many speech issues one might help. Good. That could possibly help decrease your stutters as well, Rideru says, snapping his fingers. All right, let's run it from the top. Another week later, we're going on a simple jog, Izuku asked, doing a few leg stretches. He wasn't expecting this to be the thing that'll be done when he came to him this morning. Rideru on the other side were simply tying his shoes. Unlike Izuku, who was dressed in the clothes he wore when he went jogging with Rumi, the lynx dressed in his usual attire. His black and white striped long-sleeve t-shirt covered under a denim jacket. The lynx glared at the boy. Of course it's not a simple jog. You've probably done enough jogging. Put on some more clothes so it doesn't look obvious that you're doing a simple jog. We're doing two things today. The first thing is exploring around the city, knowing what's going on and what's being built or offered so you have new interesting places you can offer to go with her to. A new but familiar experience is always enticing for people to want to try. What's the second thing? Izuku asked. Thankfully he brought some regular clothes with him as well for afterwards and quickly changed into them. Jogging in place when he finishes as he prepares to get started. I'll say it when we get there or else you'll be annoying about it the whole way. The older greenet tells him, finishing with his shoes and immediately setting off. We might not even do the second thing today if I don't see what's needed out there today while we're jogging. Let's go. Izuku nodded as he followed him. It was an extremely silent jog, with only the sound of Rideru coughing being the only consistent sound being heard. There were a few attempts at a conversation, but they were usually met with the same fate, with Izuku trying to get a conversation opener ready and Rideru either not replying or shutting down the attempt in a few words. Eventually Izuku did manage to ask one question that Rideru answered, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Can I ask a question? The lynx was quick to respond. Is it related to your anti-simp training? Well, yes, but actually no. That's not an answer. Increasing his pace, Izuku got right by Rideru as he said, I have a question about you. A question, Rideru stated, raising an eyebrow as he knew the boy that questioned things too much would never just have a single question, especially with how unnecessarily silent the lynx knows he's being. A couple of questions, Izuku sighed, not knowing why he was being so punctual about this. I'll allow one, Rideru huffed, keeping his stoic face. Really? Yes, and that was your one. Ah, wait, I didn't mean. That was a joke, relax. Oh ... Phew, okay. Wait, you made a joke. What do you mean I made a joke? I'm not devoid of humor, you stereotype-assuming jackass. You've seen me crack jokes with Rumi and snicker before. I know, it's just, see, that's actually one of the questions I wanted to ask. You want to know why I'm a sardonic jerk? Not phrased that way, but yes. Rideru sighed, cracking a cramp in his neck. He covered his mouth again as he coughed before speaking. Well, that's a story that can be simplified in a single memory. Dad, do I matter? A 7-year-old Rideru asked his father, who was working on something on his desk. The older man grunted, getting up and walking away before saying, Ugh, don't waste my time asking me worthless crap like that. And that was the start of my downward spiral of depression. Rideru casually say, keeping a straight face as he never missed a beat jogging. Oh my god, mumbled Izuku under his breath. No, the part that you should pay attention to is the fact that happened on my birthday. And no, my parents didn't forget it that year. That's just how they act most of the time. Jesus Christ. Are you Christian? A bit. According to my parents, I have ancestors that participated in the Crusades. Which one? There are 12 of them. Ooh, I know one fought in the 9th one. They weren't clear on if there were any others. I see. How about you? Nope. Understandable. Not a lot of people in Japan were fans of the 10th, 11th, and 12th one. No, I meant that I wasn't going to answer the question. I said one, you got your one. ... Oh. You got a lot of work to do. Get yourself in check before you start worrying about everyone else. The jog soon became quiet quickly after that. Thankfully, they passed Simba, who decided to join their jog, giving him one person to talk to. It wasn't the best option, as he usually bragged about how a lot of people were respecting him more now in Yase Alley, but it was better than utter silence. Alright, we're going to be passing by the girls soon, announced Rideru. Is this the second thing you had planned? Izuku asked. Yes, we're going to wave at them. I thought you guys said I shouldn't hang around Rumi too much. We said we were putting some distance between you two for now so you have room to grow and be your own person instead of being an overly attached handbag. I tease her about being your mom for a reason. You're sticking to her like a child at the grocery store. Not an ideal situation when you're trying to date her. Simba stepped in to add, I have to agree. Watching you two reminds me of my little sister when we were younger. Which was cute for us because we were kids back then and, actually related. And neither of us had intentions to actually date the other. I get it, Izuku mumbled. He knew he screwed up a lot when it came to actually establishing a healthy relationship with Rumi. It's called keeping up appearances. You got to show your face around them once in a while and show you have your own life as well, Rideru told him. Now they're going to be on the other side of the road on our left in the park. Keep your head straight. Don't turn toward them till either they call out to us or one of us call out to them. Then just wave and smile. Can I say hi as well? Ugh, you always want to do the most and milk every situation. What? I'm saying hi. Can I not say hi to them anymore? Of course you can. I'm just worried that the fact you asked means you might do something extra unnecessary. I won't. We'll see. We're going to speed past them, so don't slow down at all. Looks like we're rushing to be specifically somewhere. Alright. In a few short moments, they were running by the park that was on the other side of the street. As foretold, the girls were already there talking. The forever strong Rumi, the usually indifferent Tsuyu, the headstrong Cassidy, the sneaky Setsuna, and even the bashful Mary were all there. Some were happily playing on the equipment and the others were chatting among themselves. Don't look, Izuku thought, struggling to keep his head straight. He wanted to turn his head to the side and see what all the girls were doing, but he held strong. For now, he was going to trust the boys' plan. Right as the boys were halfway through pasting the park completely did Cassidy spot them, with her loud voice calling out to them. It was basically free advertisement to announce their presence to the rest of the girls. Look, it's the guys, the cow lady stated, pointing in the boys' direction. Hearing this, Izuku was about to turn toward them and wave, but before he did, he heard a low growl coming from Rideru. Not yet. Pretend like you didn't hear that one. With his body shaking from fighting against his bodily urge, Izuku held himself back from crossing the street without looking both ways to be with them. Due to the blonde's call, all the other girls had turned to the direction of the boys and spotted them as well. Oh yeah, it is them. What are they all doing out together? I don't remember Izuku mentioning that he had any training today. Rumi said, making a megaphone with her hands. She called out to them. Hey, Izuku, Ryo. Now? Izuku asked, trying to not make it obvious that they heard. Rideru nodded, saying, yeah, turn your head like you do when you hear someone call your name in the hallway, but wasn't if they actually were talking to you or someone else. When the boys finally faced the girls, they were met with all of the ladies waving at them and calling out their names to get their attention. In synchronized union, the boys all waved back with their own quick calls of hello as they kept moving. We're turning, you can stop waving, Rideru told him, making the turn that'll lead them away from the park. As quickly as they arrived did the view of the girls disappear as they got further and further away from the park. Once Izuku was sure they were out of earshot, he asked, how did I do? Not the worst, waved a bit too goofily for my liking. With that weird smile you looked like a psychopath who found their next target, but it was passable, Rideru replied. You didn't tell any of them we were doing this right. Izuku shook his head. No, I didn't. They don't even know we're doing any kind of extra training outside the one for my darkness tendrils. Okay, one, find a better name than darkness tendrils. Even I think you're trying too hard to seem serious, stated Rideru. Second, prepare yourself for when you get home with her. She's going to be curious about what we were doing and might ask some questions. Oh, what do I do then? Talk to her, of course. What else? Not everything is some fourth-dimensional master plan. All we did was plant the seeds for a further harvest. It's going to be up to you to actually make worth of it by reaping it. Discussing what places we checked out in the form of a story would be a good starter. I see, Izuku replied, thinking to himself, guess this'll be my quiz on my speaking skills. You remember the route I told you, right? Rideru asked Izuku. The green fox nodded, saying, yeah, good. I'm going to be frequently going on ahead to scout out something. Don't break from the route and you should be good. will do. Almost like a switch, the speed of Rideru jog increased by several fold before he zoomed off. It reminded Izuku of the speed Rumi displayed the day they first matched when she saved him with her magnificent thighs. He certainly is fast. Is speed his specialty? Izuku asked Simba. Well, he is a lynx, Simba answered. Those felines are quite quick at 50 mph. Compare that to foxes who average around 31 mph, and even the fastest species of hares only making it to 45 mph. What about lions? They run at about the same speed, with their top averaging at 50 mph as well. So you can catch up to him then. What? Your quirk is based on a lion, right? Shouldn't you two have relatively the same speed, maybe even more since you're a bit older than all of us? The eyes of Simba grew wide, quickly recovering. He awkwardly coughed before stating, yeah, sure, of course I can totally catch up, but he might outpace me time by time. You know, we're not completely restricted strictly to what our animal bases are, right? Some people have shown that you can break past animal stereotypical limits since we're all human, like Miruko and how she's a powerhouse despite rabbits not being that strong. Others like Mary, Rideru, and Setsuna have additional abilities barely related that also break that boundary as well. Izuku looked a bit confused. Actually, he looked extremely confused. Okay, that second part was informative, but why was all that crammed into? Hey, how have that running on 4 legs training with Cassie going? Simba interrupted with a stammer. Ew, was Izuku's response, getting a bit of whiplash from the sudden change of topic. Pretty well, I can move around. That's the best I can say. Good, he exclaimed, patting Izuku's back. Then it's time I teach you how to hunt. The next day, back on the good old deserted streets of Yasei Alley, Simba, Yogi, and Rideru was there with Izuku to show him a certain technique. The dark-skinned male took a deep breath, inhaling in the air of their surroundings to invigorate himself before a cocky grin appeared on his face. The sweet smell of freedom this beautiful place gives me is chilling, Simba called out to Izuku, waving his arms with such pride toward the empty and cracked streets of Yasei Alley. All right, young one, what do you see? A street in shambles, Izuku immediately responded. Rideru unexpectedly snorted at the comment, with both him and Yogi covering their mouths to not burst out laughing. The eldest animal gave a displeased grunt toward his friends before turning back to Izuku. After taking a deep inhale, he said, "You're not wrong, but take another look and try to see it in a different way." Izuku examined the streets, trying to see if there was anything special about it to stand out. The roads were as cracked as the sidewalk, with a few grass roots growing out from those cracks. Some of the lamp poles were tipped over. The surrounding buildings look untended to for years, with many of the brick buildings falling apart, and the streets were littered with random discard items. He's still wondering what a broken washing machine is doing on the streets. The green fox turned back to the group to say, "Sorry, but I'm not seeing anything special about this place. It looks no different than when I first arrived here." Because you're thinking too much like a standard factory brand human, Simba stated, turning Izuku's attention back to the ill-kept streets. You're probably thinking how difficult it must be to walk through this place because of how cluttered it is. Izuku slightly nodded his head as he said, compared to normal streets, it seems like a lot to navigate around or step over. Maybe to a society-brainwashed person these streets would look to be nothing more but worthless garbage to be cleaned up. With a wide smirk, Simba stepped forward, calling back, "Let's have a fun little race, everyone." Really? Izuku asked. He was more focused on what Simba was saying, as it seemed like he was about to get somewhere with his question. "It'll be good for all of us to stretch out our legs anyways," Simba replied, looking at the people he has known for longer. "What do you all say?" Rideru shrugged while Yogi answered, "I don't mind. It'll feel great to run with everyone." With no further objections, all 4 of the boys had lined up behind one of the many horizontal cracks along the streets, getting into running position. "First to get past the mailbox wins and get to decide what we'll eat tonight," Simba announced, pointing to the dark blue tipped-over mailbox that was about a full street away from them. He held up an empty can and tossed it high into the air, saying, "We'll start when that hits the ground." As Izuku waited for the can to land, he thought to himself about the possibilities this race can have. I know Simba said I shouldn't rely completely on animal stereotypes, but I can't ignore them in this situation. I don't think any of us have any special capabilities to break those boundaries. I won't be able to surpass Rideru in speed, while Yogi will be an easy pass. I've seen him run before, even in his bare form. He doesn't have any speed I can't keep up with. Simba was strangely not confident in his running ability yesterday. He most likely slacked on his training in that department. Maybe if I push myself hard enough I might be able to get second place. Flink. With the can hitting the ground, Izuku immediately set off. All the strength and time he put into his running regiment was going to come to fruition right here. As he dashed forward, he jumped over the smaller bumps while swerving around the bigger obstacles. He considered jumping over them, but he worried that he'd lose speed, especially if he ended up tripping over something and fumbled the landing. He was planning to at least get second place in this race. With the competition being what it is, he couldn't risk a mistake happening. It wasn't until Izuku was reaching the quarter-way point of the track that he realized something was off. There was no one in front of him. There wasn't even a soul next to him. He was a fourth of a way done, and yet he was still in the lead. How? The green fox thought to himself. Despite the oddity, he still continued to move forward. I can hear the heavy panting coming from Yoga's bare lungs, meaning that at least one of the other three were moving. What about the other two? He had a desire to look behind to see what was happening, but didn't want to distract himself. Could they just be silently racing? I know lynx are stealthy predators. No, that doesn't make sense. Simba is a lion and can't sneak up on someone for sit without giving a speech about it. All right, boys. Speaking of the devil, his voice rang out like thunder. With curiosity that will kill a cat, he turned back to see what was happening. Neither Rideru or Simba had moved from their spot. What they have done was get into a weird stance where they were on all fours. It was a similar form that was taken when he and Rideru had that confrontation in that alleyway. With a mighty roar, Simba shouted, "It's hunting time, boys." Izuku witnessed both of them kicking off into a beastly dash. For a split second he felt like he was being chased by two ferocious predators. Oh geez, was the thought Izuku had seeing them rush in his direction. He immediately turned all his attention back to going full speed ahead. It's going to be okay. I'm just about halfway done. They can't possibly make up the distance at this rate. Thud, 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 thud. Echoing in the distance behind him were the sound of a large amount of mass bashing and crashing into the obstacles Izuku had previously run past. What is that? Questioned Izuku, hearing the single pattern of the noise. There was another urge to look back, but this time he stuck to the race. No time to get distracted now. Any questions he would be answered afterwards. Thud, thud, thud. The thuds were getting louder, signifying how closer they were getting. Thud, thud. I'm almost there. I only have another quarter there. Whoosh. Two figures, one after another, rushed by him, with the world being perceived in slow motion. Izuku saw a certain stoic Greenet give him the Luigi death stare as the lynx sped past him. The result was how one would expect it to go, with the annoyingly stoic lynx getting first place, followed by Simba getting second, and unexpectedly Yogi got third. That final placing annoyed Izuku the most with how close it was. When he got bumped down to third place, he was already complacent that this was going to be some lesson about how hunt works, since that was why Simba brought him here in the first place. But he expected to at least outplace the giant bear. Even if they were going strictly by animal stereotypes, a fox can still outrun a bear. But at the last moment, due to the movement of the two who first passed him, one of them accidentally knocked over one of the few remaining lampposts, which caused a chain reaction of knocking over other obstacles in the cluttered streets. Eventually, a small barricade was formed that caused Izuku to stop running for a moment to not get trampled and to look for a better way around. In that moment of hesitation, Yogi really moved his mass as he used the taller objects around them as leverage to climb and jump over the barricade. Rubbing the back of his head, Simba apologized. Sorry about that. I had a little slip-up. Usually hunt isn't that noisy or destructive for a medium-weight person like me, unless you want to, of course. No kidding. If I didn't stop, I would have been crushed by those things, Izuku thought, giving a slightly miffed look at the tan person for his recklessness. He was supposed to show him something, not get him killed. Nezu already did that to him enough, but at least Izuku has some trust in Nezu's abilities to make sure that won't happen. He survived that 40-foot fall in pretty good condition for a reason. The expression stunned Simba, knowing how badly he screwed up because he wanted to show off. Quickly moving on to the point of it all, anyways, I hope you watched closely at what we did. You guys not only got around all the obstacles without losing speed, but also used them like springboards to accelerate yourself forward, stated Izuku. It was almost hard to catch with how they were moving. If it wasn't for the rapid noise Simba made, it would have been harder to tell what happened. His eyes then loomed over to Rideru as he thought. I couldn't hear his own movement. Then again, between Yoga's heavy breathing and Simba cacophony, it was hard to hear myself think. Yeah, exclaimed Simba. In the untended to wilderness, there's an endless amount of things that can block a straight path. From giant rocks, to trees that were tipped over, to basic geography. The animal hunters there don't let those things simply block them off. Instead, they adapt to be able to run past them without looking sight of their prey or having to heavily slow down, giving that prey a chance to escape. With the momentum as well. I could also use it to stick on the wall for a few short moments. Izuku thought to himself, putting a hand under his chin. That can be helpful for later. If I combine that with a place with a lot of platforms, then maybe. He was interrupted by Rideru bluntly saying, You're mumbling again. A what? You're mumbling again. Stop it. We have internal thoughts for a reason. Sorry, I had a lot to think about from this. Just make sure you're focusing on the right thing. I'm going to jump, announced Izuku again, back on the cliff he couldn't jump off from before. Looking uninterested on his phone, Rideru tells him, still waiting for that flip. I'm going to do it. Sure, I'm really going to do it. Yeah, I'm absolutely. Dude, seriously, at this point I'm going to become a valuable member to society before you jump. I know, it's just I think. Maybe you should stop thinking for once, suggested Rideru. Izuku looked back at the lynx. It's hard to do that when I'm staring at over 50 feet drop into the ocean that I can't even see because of the fog down there. What if I jump and fall on a sharp rock that's there? Or a shark comes out to bite me before I can climb out of the water? Not looking up, Rideru tells him, you sound like you're scared of swimming. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. Izuku says, it's not that but I do have. Didn't ask, Rideru interrupted. Look, how about you just jump before thinking of all the possibilities? Right, sure I can do that, Izuku states, looking back to the cliff. I can do this. Izuku couldn't do it. Frack. Oops, oh my god I'm so sorry, Izuku says as he moves to clean up the broken shards off the floor. He was practicing his hunt in Rideru's more public warehouse, trying to get used to the basics, where he accidentally tripped and knocked over one of the tables in the room, causing the glass bottle to smash against the ground. The bottle was supposed to be a gift from, of all people, Setsuna because she wanted them to taste some new flavor she discovered. I'll clean it up right away. Izuku wanted to act quickly as he knew how the green lynx usually gets when tableware breaks. The green fox took a peek up to confirm what he was expecting. Rideru was leaning against the wall holding his head. His body was shaking and seemed to be as paralyzed as it was back when they fought back in the alleyway when Izuku started throwing those empty bottles. As Rideru made his way to the door to get some fresh air, he only left a mumbled message to Izuku before leaving. Okay. With him gone, Izuku sighs to himself as he continues cleaning up his mess. Passing him a rag to soak up the liquid, Simba came over to assist him. Here, let me help out with that, said the very boastful man. Thanks, said Izuku. Once the mess was mostly controlled, he decided to probe a bit more into something that reemerged in his mind. Hey, can I ask you something? Instantly, there was a bright smile on Simba's face as he answered, of course, what do you need? Probably some advice on how to style your hair, or maybe you want me to show you some more of my sweet moves. No, Wait, why would you assume I wanted to style my hair? What's wrong with it? Izuku asked, holding his hair self-consciously. So anyways, what was your question? Asked Simba, avoiding the question harder than a father whose daughter just asked her what sex was. Like many fathers, he was lucky that Izuku had a bigger question to ask, or else he would have been screwed. Going straight to the point, Izuku asked, why does Rideru always act like that whenever a bottle, plate, bowl, or even a cup break? He's usually pretty reserved about himself, yet for the last couple of weeks. What? Sorry, I was just thinking that him and Tsuyu are perfect for each other. They'll both be able to look indifferent to everything together. Simba snorted at the remark. Sorry, I shouldn't say that, Izuku told him, realizing he was being a bit rude even if it was accurate. Anyways, why does that of all things get to him? The older man sat back, giving an obligatory sigh before stating, well, you may or may not know that Rideru's parents weren't exactly the best. They were constantly fighting each other, not just verbally but physically as well. Amidst their nearly everyday fights, they would often throw anything they could get their hands on at the other. As described by him, the most noisiest of them all were glass and ceramic objects. When we were alone, he described hearing a cup break now brings him back to those long nights of hearing his parents fight. That's horrible, Izuku said. While his parents weren't together for too long after his birth, he still remembers them generally getting along well, even with Kaken's parents. They may argue a lot often compared to my old household, but even then, at their worst they were usually tamed, that it never devolved into violence with actual intent. Yeah, that's why he always uses Tupperware and plastic bottles when he eats. That stuff really screwed up his sleep schedule. When he first arrived here, he would always be sleeping in the morning as he couldn't do it at night. It ironically worked in his favor as he would be able to watch over Nader overnight while he slept, and then vice versa. Wait, who's Nader? He used to be a friend of Rideru. According to the guy, it wasn't long after Tsuyu moved away that they met and decided to run away from home for similar reason. Shoot, I forgot what animal he was again. I think it was like a wolf. No, I think I'm thinking of the wrong person. Either way, his quirk allowed him to make a snowy mist. Isn't he still around? Not anymore. They had a fight a few years ago after Rideru's trust was betrayed by him. Not sure on the details. All I knew is that they fought, and the guy left afterwards. It was also around that time that he really started to keep things to himself, Simba stated, throwing away the shards. Izuku stayed quiet as he cleaned up the rest of the mess. 2 years and 4 months left before UA entrance exam. Izuku's adventures in the dream world has been getting better. He's been getting used to chasing all these yokais and clashing against them. He even managed to capture another yokai. It was another one of the weaker ones, but this one took a considerably less effort to capture. Not bad at all, you're getting better at this, Lai stated, his mask hanging nicely on the side of Izuku's face. The panting Izuku replied, I can't take all the credit, you are helping me out quite a lot. I'm only providing you with abilities you already have potential for. As time goes forward and you get to the higher levels of the Soul Palace, you'll be able to use these abilities you have in the real world without my assistance, Lai told him. For now it's training wheels in this place, questioned Izuku. So don't start trying to turn leaves into clothes in public and embarrass yourself, advised Lai. On the bright side, Hellboy got a gift for you. Getting a smile, Izuku asked, really? What is it? You captured another yokai. That means he's going to power up that new thing you've been training with lately. What do you call it again? Black Whip. After some criticisms, I decided to go simple and straight to the point. What was the first name? I don't want to talk about it. Alright then, keep your secrets. Either way, you got 3 more to go. Right now your Black Whip is decent, but in terms of a hardcore fight that lay ahead of you, it's not the most ideal. Till you get at least 4 or all 5 of them captured, try to avoid doing anything stupid. Izuku got himself into something stupid. He wasn't sure how the boys in Yase Alley convinced him to lay down naked on the couch as they lowered the ceiling fan over his crotch. Alright, next in anti-simp training is not being a horny idiot, Rideru told him, turning on the fan and having it spin at high speed. Having all that blood leave your head over every single thing isn't ideal since you seem to lack control when you're in that state. So we're going to get you to have some control over it, by force. Either you keep it down, or lose it. Giving a few nervous chuckles, Izuku asked, you guys won't actually let that second part happen, right? Let's begin, said the Lynx as he got out the magazine. Oh god, Izuku thought when he saw the cover. That's the hero-based magazine issue that had Uobami, Midnight, and Ryukyu all featuring in it. Oh god, I'm screwed. As Rideru opened the issue, he showed Izuku the inside. Alright, let's get this started, stated Rideru. Page 1, the fancy dress. Oh god. Page 3, look at that. That new hero series finally got her official outfit settled. I know some of the guys here really enjoy the sailor theme. OF. Page 4, hey, if it isn't the girl of the hour. Uobami really knows how to show off many different styles. I'm a fan of blondes myself. Gah, hang in there, Yogi here, Izuku. Page 15, Rideru continued. Seems like some lucky reporter managed to get a shot of Ryukyu from below. Jayo, it's too much, Izuku exclaimed. Simba continued to push the boy forward. Just think of something that'll disgust you, or watch enough porn that regular skimpiness becomes numb to you. Page 38, Rideru announced, rolling his eyes at Simba's comment. They're comparing Midnight's old costume with her new one. Extra close up. That was a dangerous red zone, breathing like he was hyperventilating. Izuku muttered to keep himself under control. Small kittens, 8-hour work week, world hunger, destructive war, Twitter, politics, people who steal memes and repost them on the same site. School, oh thank God. The young boy managed to calm himself down and save his mighty tree from being chopped down. Well done, Rideru told him, lowering the magazine. You're learning, though you really have some F'd up prioritizes. The boys, except for the stoic Lynx, clapped for him to celebrate. Hey wait, isn't there an extra special picture on page 69? Simba brought up. The older Greenit shook his head. No, it's just a single shot of unworn stockings. Ah, Simba exclaimed, that's why I remember it. Didn't you go buy it for one of the girls? The Lynx looked annoyed as he replied, get your facts straight. I only accompanied Rumi when she went to buy them because they were on sale that day and she couldn't get anyone else to go with her. A specific line stuck out to the green fox. I only accompanied Rumi when she went to buy them. Rumi went to buy them. Rumi brought them. Rumi currently has them. Rumi in stockings. Rumi in nothing but stockings. Suddenly the sound of something being grinded echoed throughout the room, followed by a blood-curdling scream. That should be everything, Mary told the group after finishing washing her hands. Just follow the instructions I gave you and you should recover. I should be able to remove the stitches in 10 to 14 days. Mary Aries. Quirk. Tending wool. Emitter type. User can emit special wool throughout most parts of her body. The wool is generated based on how much protein she eats. Note, she often uses it to assist in stitching up wounds, helpful for the rowdy and highly violent residents of Yase Alley. She can also produce wool that disappears naturally, but didn't in this case as she wanted to make sure Izuku's manhood heals properly without any chance of mistake. Thank you, Izuku told her, weakly getting to his feet. Thank God the painkillers were working, Mary. The sheep girl turned toward the boy with a curious look. Yeah. A blush came over his face. Can you, please, not tell anyone about this? Ever. Of course, I take the secrets of my patients seriously, especially in cases like this one, Mary stated with a smile. But I wonder how did that happen? All the boys fell silent at that question, though Simba seemed more so to be holding back a laugh. You don't want to know, all the boys said. It was early morning a few days later when Izuku had gotten out of bed shirtless did he realize how well-toned his muscles were getting. All that training must really be showing. He's looking a lot better since his basic training with All Might. As he examined himself, it gave him time to contemplate his life. How long has it been since I started? What did they call it? Anti-simp training. Izuku thought to himself. 2 months. Sounds about right. I don't feel too much different. So far the only difference is that I'm no longer getting as angry as usual. Though that's probably because of the revelation that Riduru no longer wanted to date Rumi. He's still a jerk at times, but I don't have to deal with the jealousy that was eating me up. Does that mean I've grown? No, not really. Having the problem be magic away by convenience doesn't really mean much if I personally didn't put any effort toward the resolution. God, I was really being an idiot back then. Can't believe I was doing something so stupidly selfish back then over a crush. Guess I had that verbal lashing coming. Honestly, I'm kinda glad it happened since it woke me up early before I possibly ruined the relationship between me and Rumi. She probably would have kicked my ass 30 times over for being a creep. Izuku then looked at his hand, playfully extending and retracting his claws. Remembering how doing such an act was something that seemed so impossible to do, it gave him a life-worth crisis. I'm not at my best yet, at least, not to the potential everyone like All Might saw in me. But I'm reaching there bit by bit. The green fox then whipped out both his hands, unleashing Black Whip from both of them. The new power-up to his ability Hellboy gave to him for catching the second yokai, before he could only summon it from one hand. Outwardly, I'm doing great. Now to fix insides. That's going to be a lot of work. Like picking up a bunch of pieces that were shattered years ago. I've been avoiding a lot of my troubles from the past. As he retracted his Black Whip, he sighed. As he continued examining his body and checking all the scratches he got, he continued his internal monologue. I sometimes wonder how much of that can be solved. Can I ever be fixed? Can I even heal from it, or am I just sitting around in ignorant bliss waiting for the next inconvenience to bring me tumbling down? If that's true, then all this physical training is just making me equal to a tin can. Hard on the inside, hollow on the outside. Despite those issues, he's still proud of at least his physical progress. If you told him 2 years ago that he would look like this, he would call you crazy. While some of his past physical issues were solved by unforeseeable things, everything else was his hard work alone. And he needs to step back and take time to be proud of just that. What are you doing? Rumi asked, leaning against his doorway. Internal screaming. Why can't I ever close the door properly? Izuku thought. He wanted to jump out and scream like a girl, but he managed to maintain himself, with only a small visible jolt to his body from hearing her voice. He turned to her calmly. Remember, try not to shudder. Act natural. This is just like what I practiced in the mirror for. I was just checking myself for wounds. My body felt a bit sore, Izuku replied. Setsuna, thank you for teaching me how to stretch the truth a bit. Sounds like you had a crazy night, stated Rumi. You can say that, Izuku chuckled, avoiding eye contact as the event that never happened on his cream shooter a few days ago came back to mind. As the dark-skinned bunny softly crossed her arms, she leaned her back against the doorframe, saying, I wonder what you boys are getting yourself into. A lot, Izuku replied, the event that never happened haunting his mind even more. Thankfully, there were other memories to occupy his mind. We visited that VR place near the mall with them last weekend. What? Exclaimed Rumi, looking shocked. She let out a frustrated grunt. Arg. Not expecting that reaction, a wide-eyed Izuku asked, What's wrong? I was planning on asking if you wanted to go, Rumi told him, pulling on her own long ears to vent. Between school and other crap, I went through the trouble of checking with Riduru to see if you had any training plan. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, I didn't know. We just happened to pass by it, and I think it was Riduru who suggested we check it out. Hearing the stoic Lynx's name made Rumi's face instantly turn annoyed as she mumbled under her breath. That D knew I've been waiting. What? Nothing. I was just lamenting that you already went. Don't worry, it wasn't that fun. The place didn't have any fun games. I think it's too new for its own good, Izuku told her, feeling a bit bad and trying to assure her that she didn't miss out on anything special. The comment didn't seem to have the desired effect, as Rumi didn't seem to get any happier. Instead, she meekly turned her head away, lightly twirling a long strand of her hair, snow-white hair. I know, she said, her mouth contorted into a small pout she tried to hide. I just felt like going with you. It's been a while since we last did anything together, and it felt weird not talking to you for so long. We do pass by each other at the house and in downtown, Izuku told her. Yeah, but we don't really hang out. It's just passing by each other and saying greetings. Or those study groups with Mary and the others. Most of the time you're always running off somewhere I apparently can't follow you to, or stopped briefly to eat something. It doesn't feel the same compared to when we used to jog together, or even how we would hang out at a cafe. Rumi looked back at the green fox, seeing the way he was staring at her with a surprised look. She didn't know why, but she felt flustered seeing him look at her. As her ears turned red, she quickly turned to exit, stammering, anyways, you probably have something planned for today. Don't want to hold you up, I'll just go with some of the girls. A few words echoed in Izuku's head. I thought you guys said I shouldn't hang around Rumi too much. We said we were putting some distance between you two for now so you have room to grow. Being the one who gives the ultimatums sometimes is better than just receiving. Taking assertive action. It's basically an extensive version of the last point, but an emphasis on you needing to be more assertive about things. There are also multiple times where I suggested what we'll do when and where. All we did was plant the seeds for a further harvest. It's going to be up to you to actually make worth of it by reaping. Clutching his fist, Izuku told himself, let's see if I can change what's inside. Hey, Rumi, Izuku called out to her as she entered the highway. The bunny stopped and turned back to him, curious to what he had to say. Stay strong and just speak. What's the worst that's going to happen? Izuku thought to himself, taking a short unnoticeable breath before speaking. I have to go out to do something today, but if you're not busy, I'm free this evening. I might be too tired to go out, so we can watch a movie at home and play some games when I come back. He went for it. Izuku wasn't sure if this was an official date proposal, but he actually asked to hang out on his own terms. For a moment, it felt good too. I don't think we should, replied Rumi. Taking an internally breath, Izuku simply said, that's fine if you don't want to, maybe. Oh no, because my dad will be home by then, Rumi interrupted, and he'll interrupt and be annoying about it. Probably will try to get us to watch some stupid tea documentary. He'll be coming home late for the rest of the week. You think you can make time then? Sexy time. Shut up, brain, Izuku told him, keeping a smile as he replied, I'll look into it. I'll text you about it later. I'll hold you to it, Rumi replied, giving a softer smile as she continued on her way with a weird cocky sway. I can't believe you forgot how much of a mood killer my dad I remembered, or else we would have had in store the worst night ever. It would have been a total waste of opportunity. It doesn't have to be just one night. I wouldn't mind spending some more time with you. Oh, here I thought you were avoiding, but now you suddenly want more of me as soon as you get a taste. Almost like an instinct, Izuku jumped to a response. There was a phrase he'd been preparing for this exact situation, and it was time to unleash it. Well, you are irresistible. PFFFT, snorted the bunny, bending over. Fa ha ha. What was that? Izuku joined in on the laughter, chuckling. Just something I thought up of. As the dark-skinned girl gasped for air, she exclaimed, oh god, that was good. I didn't see it coming. It actually effing worked, Izuku thought to himself. That evening, you actually effing did that, Rideru said after Izuku told him what happened. Izuku nodded his head, asking, was it bad? Too soon. Not really up to me to decide, Rideru told him. But in my personal opinion, small things like that are fine as long as you control yourself. Izuku jumped in joy. Yes, I did it. After taking a sip from his water bottle, Rideru tells him, that's just a few steps of the staircase, but you've earned yourself one. One what? Izuku asked, a bit confused at what he gained. A question about myself. I said the more you improve, the more questions I'll allow you to ask, Rideru told him, laying back, so go ahead. You really got nothing. I gave you a few weeks to think about this. I'm just deciding on the right one for now. All right, take your time. Just to be clear, I don't mean that literally. Aha, I got it. What's exactly your quirk? Really, that one? Well, when I thought back to what you told me on how you and Tsuyu met, I remember a weird quote from it. She said you mentioned having some animal traits as well. I found that phrase weird as it implies that you did say you did mention something about your link's attributes, but I noticed the distinct lack of mentioning the word quirk. You guys used the word quirk for Tsuyu's frog attribute, but not for you. It seemed strange. Start sharp ears. All right, let's get this over with, Rideru states, getting up. Pay attention, cause I'm only going to explain this once. Izuku nodded as he sat back and waited. You know how quirks are genetic and can be passed down through their children, right? In some cases like Tsuyu, two people's quirks can come together to create an even better combination quirk. I've even heard that some people get a quirk that has two unique abilities, Rideru tells Izuku, cracking his knuckles. Izuku nodded again. He came across the term quirk marriage before as well online. The possibilities that can happen. A completely unique quirk, an amazing combination of the two quirks, or both quirks mashed into one. Too bad I got none of that, Rideru said, holding out both his hands to Izuku. It was there that Izuku noticed something he hadn't seen before. Usually Rideru kept his claws always hidden, except for that single moment where he popped one of them out to threaten him, but now it seemed as though he was trying to show off all of them. The only thing was that not all his fingers had claws. In fact, not even both of his hands had claws. Only the thumb, middle, and pointer fingers of his right hand had claws that popped out. Apparently I got a critical fail in the genipool. So when my parents' quirk went into me, instead of getting a full-on combination quirk or a quirk that allows both abilities to be used, I got the shittiest results. Izuku asked, what is it then? To put it into words, imagine both my parents' quirk as juice in plastic bags being put in some machine that's supposed to put their contents in a jar. Usually the results are what I stated before. Either they create a completely different flavor, they combine as a mix of those flavors, or if you're lucky, the machine will just shove both bags into the jar perfectly. Or the machine decides to die and the child is cursed with the sucky life of being quirkless. What I got equated to if the machine accidentally poked a hole in the bags, causing much of its content to leak out and jam the machine, causing it to just give up and drop the maimed bag in the jar. In short, I barely got half my mom's quirk and half my dad's quirk in the worst way possible. What's which? I mean, what did you get from them? My Link's aspect comes from my dad and from my mom. Rideru stopped. He clutched his left hand for a moment. Hold out your hand. Izuku did as he said, holding out both his hands. Rideru held his clutched fist over the hand before opening it, allowing for extremely small glistening dust to fall down into his hands. Izuku took a moment to look closer to what had landed in his palms before exclaimed, Glass. Rideru. Quirk. Crystal Link's emitter type. Despite his Link's properties, the user body produces glass through the pores. The quality of the glass varies depending on what nutrient the user gives off up to produce the glass. Note, at the moment, Rideru can only produce a small amount of tiny glass shards, barely enough to fill a small soda cup, and he starts to face extreme exhaustion. Yeah, my mom could produce many kinds of glass naturally and was even able to make other objects if she had the materials for it. She became extremely skillful at replacing the glass cups in our house because they kept breaking, stated Rideru, staring at his hand more solemnly. Izuku's eyes diverted, thinking back to what Simba told him about Rideru's parents. That statement hit him harder than what the Lynx probably expected it to now that he knew the context. Oh well, Rideru said, going back to lie down. At this point there's no use in complaining. I got my role in life, there's no point denying it. It's why I don't bother having any desires to be a hero. I would only be screwed. You can still try, Izuku called out to him, not wanting him to be so defeatist about it. You're a great fighter, far better than me, and you're constantly matching against someone like Rumi and she's basically a shoo-in to pass the entrance exam. You should at least. Do what? Interrupted Rideru, staring at the green fox. Honestly, how far do you think I can get? I may be decently exceptional here, but out there I can assure you I won't amount to much. Half my quirk is practically worthless since I can make glass pieces bigger than an effing pebble and can't even make that much tiny dust without getting exhausted. The other half of my quirk is a half-assed version of a moderately decent hunting animal. I don't even have full claws. If a simple understanding of power scaling would tell you anything, it's that it won't be long before all my impressiveness will quickly get completely power-clipped by some D-head born with a better quirk. That cynicism of yours is really depressing at times. It's called being grounded in reality. What's the point of spending so much time staring at the sky? You can't reach anything up there, so you might as well be looking at a fantasy. All that's gonna happen is you'll be distracted until you trip and fall on something you could have seen coming if you had kept your eyes on the plane you can actually walk on. It's really not that big of a deal if you're not dependent on living out some wild fantasy. That's just how life goes. Do you have a tail? Izuku asked. Rideru opened his eyes and stared at the boy for asking such a random question. What? I looked up a picture of a lynx and they have these cute little tails. Since you apparently can't develop all of a lynx's features, I wonder if you grew a tail as well. Well, do you? I refuse to answer. What, why? Because I'm not going to entertain that question and you already asked that one. Oh, darn it. Evening. Izuku and Rumi enjoyed a nice night of watching movies and gaming, catching up on each other's lives. 2 years and 3 months left before UA entrance exam. Here, Rideru stated, handing his phone over to Izuku. Tsuyu is going to text me soon. When she does, just say I'm busy training you. Right, that should be simple enough, Izuku states, looking down at the phone he was given. As the lynx walked away from Izuku, he said, by the way, if you go through my camera roll, I'm killing you. Well, no, of course not. Good. Are you two done yet? Rumi called out, standing in the middle of a street that was a little bit more cleaner than the street he and the rest of the boys raced on. I'm dying to get started. Rideru simply nodded as he headed over to her. Now watch carefully, Simba told him. You're about to witness how useful Hunt can be in battle in this game of Hunter. Hunter, it's a game only people in Yase Alley play. Simba takes credit for its creation, but that's highly debatable. It's basically an advanced version of tag where both players use hunt to chase the other. Goal is for the hunter to tag the prey, or pin depending on the players and the rules they want to play by, the prey. I'm being the hunter this time, Rumi stated, cracking her knuckles with a malice-filled grin looking at the green lynx. This'll be the perfect opportunity for some payback. Rideru sighed. If you're going to be angry about losing money, then stop making bets you can't win. No, that wasn't the reason, but thanks for reminding me. Now I can double the payback, Rumi told him. She was already in position. That wasn't what you were talking about, was how Rideru responded to her comment. Not thinking far to why someone would want to beat his ass, Mary called out to both of them, hey, no going all out you two. You guys promised me you wouldn't. Okay, Mom. Rumi shouted back at her, we'll do 50%. That comment caused Mary to give a puffy pout. No need for the attitude. It won't be them who'll patch them up if they end up getting hurt. Which reminds me, how are your stitches, Izuku? Fine, stammered Izuku, blushing a bit. Let's start, exclaimed the dark-skinned bunny. 3, 2, 1. Wait, what was the first thing you were mad at me for? Rideru asked, still hung up on that mystery. Go. It was quite an impressive show seeing Rumi dash after Rideru across the entire street. Nothing was safe. They leaped over cars, bounced off walls, and circled around many of the lamp posts. At the speed they were going, Izuku only got a good view of them when they briefly stopped in short intervals of combat. There's two different factors going on here, Simba told him, staring on with a pleased expression on his face. The first is the style of their hunt. Can you tell the difference? Izuku took a second to think. From what I can see, Rumi is focusing on acceleration, speeding toward his opponent in the shortest route possible while using swerves to quickly curve around any obstacles. Rideru, on the other hand, he focuses on maneuverability and taking advantage of all the obstacles to bounce off of them for more unpredictable movement. With their speeds matched, they both are able to keep up with the other. But that's the second thing. Rideru is actually moving a bit slower than Rumi. Lynx has extremely good eyesight. He's combining that with his hunt to anticipate the other person's actions and react accordingly even if they outspeed him. Izuku's mind wandered back to when he, Rumi, and Rideru were practicing his boxing before his match with Mizo. Finally, invest more attention to her shoulders and elbows. They're a critical part of the human body. In most scenarios, they give away where they're attacking and what type of move they're performing. Soon you'll be able to stylize your own hunt to go well with your traits, Simba told him, patting him on the back. And I'll be watching your career with great interest. You got a lot of potential. Any hero school that don't accept you will be stupid. Thankfully, you'll always have us. BZZZ. Rideru's phone vibrated, taking Izuku's attention away from some tangent Simba was giving about Rideru having the funniest curse ever, where over 90% of people can't recognize him the next time they meet. Which is why he doesn't like to change his style of dress, because he feared that even the few people that do recognize him wouldn't recognize him. As predicted, Tsuyu had texted him and he gave the reply he was commanded to give. But once he did, the pop-up disappeared, sending the phone back to the previous state it was before, which seemed to be some text messages. Not wanting to look into others' private DMS, Izuku was about to turn it black, but then something caught his eye. The conversation was with Rumi and his name was the first thing he saw. It also seemed like the conversation was purposely said to a specific conversation from a few weeks ago. Why would he leave it here? Izuku thought. Did he purposely leave it here? He knew he was going to give it to me and wasn't in a rush. He should have just left it on his homepage. Now that I think about it, did he really have to give him the phone to immediately respond to Tsuyu? I remember him saying that sometimes waiting a few minutes before you text a girl can do wonders. Tsuyu sent a reply saying how surprised she was that he told him. That immediately helped confirm this thought. Did he want me to see this? Everything came together when he realized he wasn't looking at his messages, but a screenshot of his messages. Not sure why the Lynx would decide to tell him something this way, Izuku began reading what the conversation was. He found something interesting. The conversation took place right around when Izuku took his anti-simp training. For a while now, Rumi has been talking to Rideru about how she's been feeling like Izuku might be distancing himself from her, referring to situations like when he snapped at her before the match at Mizo as possible reason. In his own way, Rideru had spent time trying to push toward, quote, maybe consider that not every person around you is a semi-psychopathic idiot with a lust for violence, and tone it down just a tiny notch around him sometimes to give space for him to feel comfortable around you as well. There was also a conversation about her feeling a bit bad about the whole throwing Izuku into a 40-foot fall. While Rideru said it might be a reason, it was the right thing to do so Izuku can stop being a bitch, and that he would have been fine because there's no way Nezu would straight up kill a kid intentionally. A more humorous conversation was Rideru expressing how he wants to bash his head against a wall because of how dense Rumi is to how she was feeling. Rideru, at times you give me an aneurysm when I talk to you about this, because I know if I give you the obvious answer you'll brush it off. Rumi, what? I'm just saying how this weird feeling keeps coming up whenever I think about this stuff involving Izuku. He's my friend, is that not natural? Rideru, if I didn't know why you're like this and how did I get here, I would question my life about why I'm surrounded by idiots. Rumi, now that's just being a D. I'm just trying to find out why my heart strangely feels heavy at times. Rideru, Rumi, was that a typo? On and on was it, multiple instances of Rumi, in her own way, showing some concern in many aspects, which Rideru assured her with a quote Izuku wasn't expecting. Have some hope for the kid, he's not much, but I believe he can be worth something one day. A soft smile appeared on Izuku's face seeing this. When he looked up, it was just in time to witness Rideru hop onto a stop sign in order to avoid a kick Rumi threw at him. As the metal of the pole harshly bent at the force of Rumi's attack, the sign bent over in a 90-degree angle. I thought we were holding back, Rideru asked her, seeing the damage that could have been done to his head. I am. That wouldn't have killed you, Rumi replied in a smile. I wouldn't do such a thing. By the way, we'll still be friends if I crack your head open for being a jerk, right? It wouldn't be the worst I had to deal with because of you. Rideru stopped mid-sentence as he suddenly had a coughing fit, causing him to fall off the stop sign he was standing on. Alright, that's enough, Mary told them, going over to break them apart and end the hunter game. When it ended, Rumi waved them goodbye as she actually had plans with Cassidy afterward. Izuku immediately went to Rideru to give back his phone, but also for one other thing. What? Rideru asked. Let's go to that place, Izuku told him. Rideru paused for a moment before replying. Sure, give me a few minutes. Back on the cliff once again. Are you actually going to do it this time? Rideru asked as they arrived. It'll be really anticlimactic if you don't. Just watch, Izuku says as he goes toward the edge. Right as he gets there, he turns back around facing Rideru. This caused the Lynx to tilt his head a bit, confused to what he was doing. That question was quickly answered when Izuku decided to do a backflip down the cliffside. Rideru simply walked toward the edge, not looking down but instead looked straight as if he was waiting for something. A few moments later, Izuku was flown back up by a random person with a crow quirk. Alongside Izuku was another person who had fog leaking out of his mouth. He was probably the reason why the fog was at the bottom in the first place. About time, Rideru stated. He actually had a smile on his face. Did you figure out the lesson? Izuku nodded, saying, It took a bit for all the hints to hit me, but I realized that I was just supposed to do it regardless of the fear of the unknown. Finally, seriously, what did you think some broke guy that lives in bootleg society by teen can possibly put down there that could threaten you? You have enhanced senses, a full-blown animal quirk, that black whip crap, and I already said I was going to help you out, so why would I do something that'll bluntly kill you? Despite you not knowing what was down there, with a bit of logic you had nothing to fear, Rideru explained. It's like talking to a girl. You don't need someone to always tell you what's ahead or to not. There's a guarantee. Just go for it. What's the worst that could have happened? Not a lot, Izuku replied. From there, things seemed to have a constant spiral upward for Izuku. At the beginning of the month, Rideru invited Izuku in to learn how to fight with his black whip since he's getting used to using it. Izuku and Rumi started spending more time together. There were a few weird cases of random residents of Yase Alley suddenly going on a rampage, but things were relatively peaceful. Around the time Izuku finally got used to running on all fours. Kinda, he still falls over, showing he has a way to go, but it's something. Rideru granted him 2 questions. This time Izuku decided to ask about Rideru's relationship with Tsuyu, mostly around the topics of date and how far they have gone. While the Lynx gave a relatively sweet answer that satisfied Izuku, it sent the older green mind back to a certain memory that happened around a year ago. What? Asked the green Lynx, not sure if he heard her correctly. I want you to touch them, Tsuyu told him. A flush of pink went across her face at the request. Are you sure? The frog girl shyly nods. I just want to know what it feels like. The girls at my school were talking about it and got me curious. You haven't touched any either before, right? The Lynx rubbed the back of his head, replying, and no, of course not. It just seems like a lot. I'm okay with it since it's you, she said, lifting up her shirt and showing off her bra. Her face was looking away. Rideru starred as his face progressive turned red. Even his right eye that he usually kept shut was open. He mumbled softly, Gods I don't believe in. Don't stare, ribbit. Oh right, sorry, the boy replied, raising his shaky hand and pressing it forward, making contact with the golden palace of paradise. Rideru, Izuku called out to him, snapping Rideru out of his daze. What? He responded. I was going to ask my second question. Oh right, go ahead. Yeah, I was just wondering. You and Tsuyu seem extremely close. Why aren't you 2 dating already? Izuku asked. Once again, Rideru paused as his mind wandered back to that memory. Wait, before we go any further, Rideru, can you promise me something? Rideru, Izuku asked, wondering why he paused again. Can you do that for me? If you do, then, are you okay? Izuku exclaimed to the Lynx that was staring out into space, snapping back into reality again. Rideru simply turned on his side, replying, I refuse to answer. Shouted Izuku, surprised at this response. Why? Because your last question counted as 2 for being so personal. But, you said it was fine before. Well, I changed my mind. You jerk. That's me. 2 years and 2 months left before UA entrance exam. I can't believe no other crime family has taken advantage of this place yet, a rough-looking man in a suit said. Him and his crew of similarly dressed men were all walking down one of the lesser-known entrances to Yase Alley. It was a moderately narrow alleyway between a few buildings that'll lead them directly into Yase Alley. Another of this group of goons exclaimed, Yeah, I don't care who this Ripper person is. He's just another pebble in a sea of irresponsible brats. They're going to be easy picking and getting hooked on what we're selling. Once they get a taste, they'll never be able to get enough. I don't think so, a voice called out to them from above. As they all looked up, they saw Simba, standing tall on top of the building that made the alleyway. You adults already have a society you F up constantly, stated Simba as he looked down at them. How about you go back to doing that and leave ours alone? One of the goons smirked up at him. And what if we don't want to? What are you going to do about it? Me, Simba repeated, jokingly pointing at myself. Well, I can't take on all of you. But we can, right as he said there. The eyes of dozens of Yase Alley residents glow in the darkness of the alley. It was also around then that the gang began to regret their decision. Taking a deep breath, Simba let out a mighty roar. It's hunting time, boys. In a synchronization assault, many figures jumped out of the shadow to pounce on their invader. Among them were Izuku, Rumi, and a couple of their friends. It was a metaphorical slaughter. They were swarmed with dozens of attackers from all sides. Even these adults couldn't keep up. Amidst this chaos, it seems like the person assigned to lead this specific group to arrive. A tall 7-foot man with a bald head stepped forward. He wasn't as easy to take care of all. The lesser experienced residents that tried to attack him were easily smacked away. Seeing this, Raidaru went to Izuku, pointing him in the direction of the leader. He's your shot. His quirk seemed to be extra dense skin. This was the reason Izuku even participated. Raidaru thought it was time to see how he'll do in an actual fight. Nodding, Izuku went off to face the leader. In the other part of the skirmish, Rumi managed to get 2 goons to herself. With her usual cocky attitude, she pointed between the 2 of them and said, 15, 15, that's how many times over I'm going to kick both of your asses to make an even 30. That never happened as Raidaru came from behind. In a swift motion entwined with his chain hooks, tripped the 2 goons before knocking them out. Dude, Rumi exclaimed, looking from the knocked-out thugs to her friend. The F, they were mine. The stoic Lynx responded only by pointing behind Rumi, wondering why Rumi looked back to see Izuku facing this group of thugs leader by himself. Izuku was heavily focused on dodging all of the leader's attacks. He had already thrown a punch that was blocked by him. Raidaru was right. Punching his arms felt like I punched steel, Izuku thought. All his jumping around to learn hunt came in handy in moving in a way that was difficult for the gang's leader to hit him. It gave him enough time to think of a way to defeat him. He was taught how to deal with something like this. If you use it correctly, this technique will be helpful, especially if you're fighting people of a bigger size than you. As Izuku brought out his black whip, he ducked under a punch thrown slipping by the gang leader's legs to get behind him. You're taking advantage of when a person's body is the most vulnerable. You little rat, the gang leader exclaimed, flinging a kick at Izuku's head. Already being so close to the ground, Izuku got on all fours, using his still novice hunt to avoid the attack and slip back in front of him. Before the gang leader could react, he suddenly felt 2 slender objects wrap around the leg he was using to support himself. When they dropped their tight defense to attack, with both of his black whips wrapped around the leader's leg, Izuku pulled on them as hard as he could, yanked the leader's feet right from under him and caused the fiend to slam the back of his head against the hard ground, knocking him out. It actually worked, Izuku thought to himself, seeing the leader knocked out on the ground. With him defeated, the rest of his merry men that were still conscious ran off for their lives. All right, boys, you know what to do. Tie them up and leave them on the streets, Simba told everyone. The police will deal with the rest. Izuku wanted to take a breather, but he was quickly swarmed by residents of Ya for his performance. He was already getting overwhelmed by them as he wasn't used to this amount of positive reinforcement from a crowd of people. Off to the side, Rumi was looking on, feeling pretty proud at Izuku's recent growth. It's hard to believe he's the same guy I met 2 years ago. He's almost unrecognizable, Rumi thought. He used to be so timid. Now he's more confident, definitely physically stronger, fit, been a lot funny as of late, and hell, been quite direct about some things that take me back. I'm not sure why, but that's really making me interested. Suddenly Rumi's face and ears turned red. Her expression was one someone had when they realized that they forgot to take the frozen food out of the freezer for their parents to cook. Oh, ooh, the now flustered bunny states, realizing what a certain somebody has been hinting at for months. Her voice went to a soft whimper as she said, F, did it hit you yet? Raidaru asked, suddenly being right next to her. He had the most punchable sit-eating smirk on his face. He recognized that reaction. She threw a kick at him that he easily sidestepped, shouting, F you. It's nothing, none of your business anyways. After getting out of the crowd, Izuku only saw Rumi look at him briefly before quickly walking away, mumbling something under his breath. He turned to Raidaru for answers. Raidaru only gave him a less punchable smile as he gave a thumbs up. Life was looking good. Why does my head hurt? Izuku asked as he woke up. He tried to hold his head but realized his arms were bound. What is this? He looked around and noticed that this wasn't even his room. It was inside Nezu's house, but it was one of Nezu's spare rooms. Quite empty to be in. Why was he here? You're finally awake, said the voice of Nezu as he opened the door to the room and entered, and you're back to normal. If you were out of it for any longer, I would have had to call your mom. Filled with a million questions, Izuku condensed it all down to, what happened? You fed up. 2 years before UA. Entrance exam. 2 years left before UA. Entrance exam, Izuku's age, 16. Nezu, what happened? Asked a rightfully panic-filled Izuku. How frantic he looked made it look as though the months of training he had been going through seemed like it was melting off. He had just woken up to being tied up in a room he hasn't been in before with the slightly psychotic father of his crush whose first words to him were saying how he screwed up big time. Any teen would be unsettled if that was the first thing they were hit with when they woke up in the morning, especially in the situation Izuku was in, whereas building of confidence was in the stages of being built up and grounding the foundation but have not yet been fully solidified. If too big of a force comes crashing into it at once, it may not be able to handle it and will collapse, destroying all those months of work hard. Except this time, it may never be erected again. I just told you, Nezu says, stepping close to Izuku, you F-ed up. I meant in detail, exclaimed Izuku. He wanted to give a more energetic bodily response, but his restraints prevented him from moving his arm or even moving forward. He could barely even sit up. Oh God, what happened? Things were finally going good. Oh, of course, Nezu said, stopping a few inches away from Izuku. When the green fox calmed himself, he noticed that Nezu had stopped precisely a step out of his range of reach. He recognizes it because during their training together, Nezu would always stand at that exact distance whenever the little psychotic manimal was tempting him to be aggressive. He said it was the perfect range to be since it's close enough to provoke Izuku to think that he's in range, but just far enough to be able to effectively dodge, counter, and manipulate any attempt made due to their skill difference. It was strange. Why was Nezu doing such a training technique right now in this situation? How you're reacting already answers my question of if you have any recollection of anything that happened, Nezu told him. Izuku nodded. With this headache of his, it was difficult to recall anything that happened months ago. It was like a chunk of his life was gone in a blizzard of blurs. The earliest memory he can recall at the moment was from a few months ago. He was in Yasei Alley. 2 years and 3 months left before UA. Entrance exam. Boink. Oh, yelped Izuku, clutching his head. Standing by him was a certain green lynx, holstering a jumbo plastic baseball bat that he rested against his shoulder after use. Calm yourself, you're getting too excited too easily. Another day of anti-simp training. You gotta be able to hold yourself back at certain temperamental moments or else you risk ruining a moment before it can actually get exciting. Can't become a horny dog every time she exhibits a little ankle. Get her to show you the entire thigh first, Rideru advised, with sexy stockings on. The green fox gave his comrade a strange look at the randomness of that last comment. Not that he was complaining, but it was just an odd thing to throw in with advice. Don't give me that effing look. Yes, the sexy stockings are important as well, exclaimed Rideru, for once breaking his usually calm demeanor as it seems he hit a topic he's passionate about the topic. You don't eat chicken with no spice on it, right? Of course not. No one likes bland-ass chicken. Humanity committed atrocities to get spices for that exact reason. And the sick F-ers who do like spiceless chicken are probably psychopaths. Or movie critics, or art critics. Screw it. Anyone whose professional career title involves the word critic. Point is, just like how you're putting in work right now to be a decent enough person to be able to receive her affection, she can put in a little effort to gain yours as well. It is the law of equivalent exchange. You don't need to settle for the bare minimum that barely even reaches the standards of being the bare minimum because the person didn't care enough to make sure they were doing the bare minimum. I'll keep that in mind, mumbled Izuku, being in a trance as he tries to process the information that was thrown at him. This was going to be something he'll need a few days to truly get. Better, Rideru grumbled before turning away, coughing into his hand. He spun his hand in the air in a single quick movement before stating, all right, let's run it again. That gesture wasn't some random action but a signal to the third person in the room. A boy with pitch black skin and darkish gray hair that was quite scruffy and curly. It was long enough that the boy's own hair completely covered his eyes. Izuku thought maybe the guy took inspiration for his hairstyle from Rideru or the opposite way around. Not that he'll ever find that out from the boy himself. He didn't talk much and kept to himself. Izuku only saw this kid whenever Rideru called him in when he needed his fog ability. The only thing he knew about the boy was that he goes by red-tongued Sekian and he was a year younger than Izuku. Name, Sekian. Epitaph, red-tongued. Age, 14. Species, beast. Quirk, user emits dark fog-like clouds from his mouth. The exact nature of these clouds is unknown to all. Sekian have high controllability over everything that happens within the fog-like cloud. His tongue grows bigger when he's using his ability. Interest, reading, painting, and swimming, despite the fact that his hair will always be extremely damp afterward. Reputation, despite his reserved nature, he is a highly anticipated rising resident of Yasei Alley thanks to the contributions he made with his quirk to keep certain parts peaceful. Many think he may grow to be one of the leading members of Yasei Alley. Sekian inhaled before opening his mouth, showing off his giant red tongue, exhaling a cloud nearly as dark as his hair that enveloped Izuku in a thinly veiled dome. Within the hazy substance collected together before creating the form of Rumi, with the pigment of the cloud body changing to closely resemble the mighty bunny. It was decently accurate for a 14-year-old craft, closely getting the thickness that Rumi had. Cloud Rumi only stayed around for a few seconds before Izuku started drooling. Boink. Oh, that one actually hurts, Izuku whined, rubbing the back of his head. What the F was that? Scolded Rideru. Nothing happened yet. Is getting a whiff of her bathwater going to be enough to get your rocks off now? Because what you just pulled was pretty damn close to it. No, you misunderstand. I was staring at her legs. That doesn't help your case at all. In fact, it kinda makes it worse. I was staring at it because I was thinking about what you said. When I saw Miruko's thighs, I started thinking about chicken. And they're both things I badly crave, so my mind kinda wandered from there, causing me to drool. You have issues. I'm here for a reason. That was as far back as his memory could go, and it wasn't much to go on. Didn't help that it took place months ago, so the chances that it'll be relevant to right now would be slim to null. Nezu squinted his eyes at the boy to examine his face, before saying, Your eyes are different from before. There. Calmer, that answers another question. Which question? Izuku asked. He has yet to get his first question answered. Does it relate to what happened last night? Yes, Nezu answered. He took out a foldable chair and settled himself down on it, handing Izuku a cup of tea and commanding him to drink it first before they can continue talking. After drinking the brew, Izuku hastily asked, That's good, can you please give me some context? I honestly don't know what I did last night, asked Izuku, seriously concerned about getting an answer. Too many questions. What could he have possibly have done the night before? Got drunk. You attacked Rumi. In the calmest voice he could muster, Izuku muttered the words, Please tell me you're joking. Unfortunately not, Nezu told him. This was one of the few things he wouldn't joke about. You'll have to be. This is a serious issue. You didn't just attack her but hurt her, stated Nezu, his tiny teeth grind against each other as he muttered what happened to his daughter. His small dotted eyes squinted into a serious glare that looked into the soul of the green fox that was trying not to go into panic mode. You better spend less time denying for your own sake. If you still don't believe me, lift up your shirt. Izuku held up his tied-up hands. Oh right, a surprised Nezu said. Going over to undo Izuku's bindings should be fine for you to at least be unrestrained. As soon as Izuku's hands were free, he lifted up his shirt to see red marks across his body. After you suddenly went berserker and hurt Rumi, I immediately took action to subdue you until you calmed down, informed Nezu, seating himself back in the chair. So you tased me, Izuku corrected, looking at the multiple spots of his white skin that have been seared red. With his now free body, he was able to readjust himself in a more comfortable position, which was when he felt quite a few stings on his back. He must have been tased from the back as well, possibly even more than his front. It must have taken a few attempts to finally get him to stop. What was I on to make me tank this many shocks without going down? Hearing that, Nezu piped up to answer, Oh, you basically went down after the first 4 shots, but I was kinda extremely pissed about you hurting my daughter, so I kinda unloaded an entire cartridge on you. I know what you're thinking. Why would I attack Rumi? Oh, that. It doesn't make sense. You said I went berserk, but I can't think of why. It all leads back to this, explained Nezu, holding up a small spherical object in his palm. It looked like a jawbreaker, with its colors being a swirl of red and pink colors. Izuku's eyes widened as he instantly recognized the shape. I've seen that before. It was right after the previous memory of anti-simp training. When it ended, the group went to a small gathering conducted by Simba where residents were cleaning up an area for a later event before moving on with the rest of their day. During that time, Sekian's friend came in to help. Oster was the person with a crow quirk that assisted Sekian in Rider's jumping off a mountainside training. The two seemed to be close friends, and the crow didn't mind helping out to speed up the process. Are you two going out after? Izuku asked Sekian when the two had slowly separated from the rest of the group to clean their own section. Instantly, the hairy individual became jitterish, giving a vigorous response. What? Who told you that? Izuku blinked at the sudden outburst, awkwardly answering, I assumed you two were planning on going somewhere to hang out after this since she came over. Oh, yes we were. Today is a completely free day for me, so I was hoping we could have a nice relaxing time at the X Games before leaving this place for a bit to get some ice cream. You find being at the X Games relaxing? Half and half. A good amount of my days usually involve stopping the recent rise in berserk cases. It'll be nice to see other people fighting for once in a more controlled sense. Plus, Oster loves a lot of the racing games. It's been a while since we were last able to hang out with each other because of all the ruckus going on. Sekian rubbed the back of his neck, being sure not to scratch himself with his claws as he said, I kinda feel bad as she's been such a great friend helping with homework, school, and sticking with me during recess, so I have someone to talk to. I have trouble connecting with most kids at my school, and most of the people here are overbearing to be around for long periods of time. It's just nice having someone I can comfortably talk to in her, you know. Izuku softly smiled hearing this. Now the earlier reaction made sense, giving an assuring pat on the shoulder as he said, I wish nothing but the best day for you too. Hopefully your friendship gets deeper. May fate bless both our paths in getting the kinds of bonds we desire. Though his hair, the face Sekian was making changed to one with more confusion. Moving slightly away from the grip Izuku had on his shoulder before calmly saying, Ooh, not to be mean but I don't think we're on the same level here. What? Said a dumbfounded Izuku. First off, I can actually talk to my crush and ask her out to events to advance our relationship regardless of how slow it is. Second, even when I was struggling with connecting to Oster I didn't act like a spiteful being. I talked to her about how I was feeling. Third, I never needed anti-simp training because I sucked at building healthy relationships with girls. Izuku stayed silent as he didn't know how to feel about getting roasted by his reserved junior. Seeing the silence, Sekian added, Sorry. No, Izuku replied, stopping the younger boy from feeling bad. Don't feel bad, you didn't say anything wrong. Those were my faults that I had within me that I need to work on to fix, which is what I'm doing now. I just hope I can actually do it. If it means anything, from what I've seen lately, you're making great progress. Even beforehand when I first met you, you don't seem like that bad of a person, just a little confused and ignorant about your feelings that come out in bad ways. Okay, little was an understatement, but you got a good spirit. Izuku sighed. I just wish that good spirit can come out more often. Hang in there, champ, Sekian told Izuku, returning the favor and patting him on the back. Somehow that felt more humiliating than helpful, but Izuku guessed this is the price he's paying for his action. If he doesn't like it, he'll just have to avoid being the person who'll end up here in the first place, biting his already brutalized pride. Izuku forced a smile as he truthfully replied, Thanks, I can see why people have so much hope in you. Are you two done yet? A voice from behind called out to them. They turned around to see Oster standing behind them, her hands propped up against her hips as she stared at the two. I finished my part, she added once she was sure the two's attention was on her. A few more minutes, we're finishing up, Sekian told her. The crow girl informed her friend that she was going to be waiting for him before heading to sit by Rideru, who was sitting out due to a headache he had, and a couple of other people who were enjoying some decarbonated cola. Getting a boost of inspiration, Sekian declared, All right, less chit-chat, let's get this done. Izuku nodded as he began to increase his pace. But then he paused to say, You can take off early, I can handle the rest. I can't do that. That's unfair to you. It's fine, there's not much left to do. Are you sure? Izuku nodded. Besides, you have someone waiting for you. I owe you one, Sekian told him, rearranging his clothes to look better. Izuku waved a hand in front of him to say, No need for that, I just want you to go have fun with your friend. As Sekian jogged off to meet with his friend, Izuku spotted something he didn't think much of at the moment. Oster was holding an object in her hands that she popped into her mouth when she turned around to see Sekian coming toward her. It was hard to see what it was. As the memory became clear, the object that was in her hand started to resemble the same one Nezu had in his palm. The only difference was that the jawbreaker Oster had was red and blue, while the one Nezu had was red and pink. That same day Oster went berserk as well and attacked Sekian before they could stop her. Their relationship has been quite shaky ever since, as in, Izuku wasn't even sure they were on speaking terms anymore since then. Have you ever heard of the drug trigger? Nezu asked Izuku, spotting how he reacted to the jawbreaker as if he recognized it. Izuku shook his head. I think I remember some commercials that'll air in between All Might cartoons when I was 9 mentioning it, but I never really thought too much into it. I kinda tuned the whole thing out until All Might came back on screen. It's a drug that can increase an individual quirk at the cost of the user's reasoning and a black tongue after effect. In a moment, someone with a weak, underdeveloped quirk can look like someone blessed with a godly quirk. Banned for obvious reasons. That sounds familiar. Didn't Aunt Hugo ask me if I took anything weird when my fox features grew out because of OFA? Was that what she meant? Wait, if he's bringing it up, Izuku thought, quickly moving to ask, Are you bringing it up because this candy that fell out of your mouth after I knocked you out is similar to the ones that have been found in multiple cases all over where a person with an animal-based quirk randomly went berserk? The main subjects were usually teenagers, but a few adult cases popped up as well. It was difficult to discover, but we made a connection that this candy drug was made from or was at least created to mimic the formula of trigger when we got a DNA sample from a case where the substance hadn't already dissolved throughout the body to be nearly unidentifiable. As Nezu stepped closer to Izuku, he calmly asked him an obvious question. Izuku, I'm going to need you to be 100% honest with me because I'm going to ask this once. Where did you get this? The green fox tried the best he could to frack his memory for an answer. Who, where, when, and why would he ever have something like this? There's got to be a reason, but it's hidden away in a haze that is his mind. To get his attention, an impatient Nezu gave a couple snaps as he waited for his answer. He'd rather be spending his time right now finding out whoever was making this so he could go do some things that'll remind everyone that he was never human. I don't know, stammered Izuku, drawing nothing but blanks. Are you sure? This is very serious. Keeping track of the cases, this drug seems to only give the quirk-boosting benefit to people with animalistic-type quirks. Every other case where the user wasn't one, they just experienced even worse side effects as a result. It was basically poison to them. There were even a few cases where a quirkless kid tried to take one hoping it might awaken a quirk but only ended up getting a hospital trip, informed Nezu. Not saying this next line out loud because he didn't want to press too much pressure on Izuku by completely horrifying him. A couple of those one could also get the bonus of a few coffin. All the foxy green it had to give on the situation was that short memory of Oster, though he wasn't sure how much help it'll be. He was internally hesitant to say where it happened because he feared the already rocky relationship residents of Yase Alley have with authorities and adults, but in a situation like this, where people are actually getting hurt to this degree, he can put that aside and pray others will as well. I remember I saw a few people taking it in Yase. I don't need to know that, interrupted Nezu, his voice unintentionally raised a bit. I already know that a sizable portion of the cases involve someone who has a connection to Yase Alley. Even with the investigation we have going on there and all the assistance being received, we barely got a trail. So unless you have something more substantial than seeing someone take it, like knowing someone who was or could possibly be distributing it, you can please hold the comment. Izuku just shook his head. There was nothing that came to mind. Nezu squinted before getting up. He wasn't going to press the boy more than he needed to. To him, Izuku was an honest enough boy. And a terrible liar. He wouldn't be able to lie in a situation like this. All right then, I'll give you some time to rest. Your head is probably still spinning from the side effects, stated Nezu, packing up his stuff and heading toward the door. If anything comes to mind, give me a call. I'll have some food delivered to you here in a few short hours. Thanks, but I think I'll just take a long walk outside to clear my head, Izuku stated, getting up to follow the manimal out the room. That was when Nezu put a stop to that idea, turning around to say, actually, I'm suggesting you stay inside at least till tomorrow. Oh, why? Because victims of this new trigger jawbreaker still have lingering effects of savage instincts hours after they supposedly snap to their senses. That's why it's been decided that each patient will be put on a 5-day-long detox where we just make sure they're not in a position where you can possibly harm someone. That means quarantining you in a room. Though with my homebrew tea we can trim your case down to 2 days, you only have about 12 hours left. But wait, 12 hours left. Does that mean I was out of it for 36 hours? Yeah, thankfully you were easy to maintain. I just fed you some meat from Ikaraku's and you settled down. I would have put you in your own room, but I paid for most of that furniture and didn't feel like having it ruined since you weren't in a state to properly use them. You locked me in a room, tied up, for 36 hours. Thank God for contracts. Okay, the restraining part was more so you won't break out the window or bust down the door. If you escaped in the state you were in, you could have been a danger to others, including my daughter. Izuku lowered his head as he was reminded of the crime he did that he has no memory. How could he let that happen? Seeing that reaction, Nezu told him, look, you didn't mean any harm. It's that fact which prevented me from doing a lot worse to you when it happened. I also know this is going to be tough for you, but for now I need you to listen to me. First, stay inside till tomorrow for everyone's safety. Second, stay calm. And third, please spend your time trying to remember as much as you can. Anything you remember could be crucial for our investigation and stopping this. Not really having many options, Izuku agreed, being led from the empty room he was once into to the room he's more familiar with. At least he can feel some sort of comfort being in it, which was a feeling he desperately needed to feel. He was now left alone in a room with nothing but his thoughts, laying in a stew of knowing the regrettable action that happened, yet not having the knowledge of knowing how it happened or being able to give any helpful intel to help prevent it from happening. All he could do is sit in solitude and lament. Izuku sighed to himself. Izuku grabbed his own hair, ruffling through it so hard that he almost pulled out his own hair and fox ears along with it, acting from the batter of several forms of frustration that sat like sludge in his stomach. His enraged thoughts only grew louder and all of it was directed at one person. Himself. For the first time since he was a kid, Izuku slipped into a state of sleep, utterly loathing himself. Hey, kiddo. Izuku felt like he faded through planes of reality when he started hearing a familiar voice. Wait a minute, thought Izuku, recognizing the voice. Only one person ever refers to him as kiddo, Lai. The one and only, ready to serve, greeted the guide of Izuku's dream world. Wait, this shouldn't be possible. I already visited the dream world once this month. Izuku remembered a week and a half ago. He had finished the celebration of capturing his third yokai out of 5 he was supposed to capture and had spent most of the time planning on how he could capture the last 2. All he had left was the hentai yokai and mysterious mirror face yokai. You're right, exclaimed Lai. Us meeting again is quite early, even by our once-per-month standards. Then why am I here? Izuku asked. Looking around, he noticed something. There was no Nana, there was no house, there were no trees, there was no grass, there was no anything. They were in some black void of nothing where he can sit and stand but nothing else. Lai's entire body was even here, just his mask floating in the black air, moving freely. What happened? Lai answered. Let's leave it at, I created an emergency meeting. Why, you can do that? Kinda. As your Kitsune powers grow, we will be able to meet more frequency as you'll be more in touch with your mythical side and will have a greater access to your capabilities. It's not like I can simply pull you in to talk whenever I want. I was just lucky you were sending a distress signal for my attendance. So in response, I managed to make this bare minimum operating connection. I guess I just needed someone to talk to, mumbled Izuku, curling his knees to his chest. I'm taking this to do with whatever you've taken recently that have shaken your body down to your dream world. Lai walks over to sit next to him. It affected me here as well. Yes, that's why I had to go light for us to talk. We're lucky this is the first time we're doing this at your level, or else we'll only be able to exchange faint voices. I can barely keep this place up as it is, but I should be here long enough for me to comfort you for a bit. That's something at least. I am your guardian after all. I provide my services the best I can. Then can you tell me how badly I fed up? Compared to when you clawed Katsuki's face, not as bad considering the situation. What? Exclaimed Izuku. How many people that he know that he've attacked? Yes, you clawed this Katsuki's face. Your memory must still be fuzzy as you've told me this yourself, explained Lai. When was this? Last time you were properly in the dream world. You told me how after Raitaru had fallen to his knees coughing that you took a break from your training. That was when you went out to get some food with Simba, and along the way you talked about your relationship with your family. You were a bit murky on the details, but that conversation eventually led to a confrontation with Katsuki on the streets. No, Izuku screamed, clutching his head. Not again. Slowly, small murmurs of memories returned to the boy. You're growing faster than I expect. Really, I don't think I'm nearly as good as using your own moves. I mean, duh. You're never going to be able to copy me perfectly even if you tried. You'll be better off just taking the bases and converting it into your own style. Which is what I was referring to. You're getting the bases of my moves and hunt much faster than I imagined from how you started. That would be more assuring, but I can't take it in good heart. You're still looking quite sick and it's slowing you down. I want to see what you say of me when you're better. Don't get your HRCK. Cough cough. You should rest. I'll take over with Izuku. Geez, your family sounds decent, but that Katsuki of yours is a real hole, Simba stated, passing the cola he was drinking to Izuku. Yeah, he wasn't the best effect on my growing self-confidence, Izuku replied, accepting the drink. You know, you should really kick his ass one day. Oh no, I tried that once and it didn't go well. Granted, I didn't fight back, but still. That's probably the issue. When you stand your ground against a bully, you have to be ready for them to react. It's not just about always winning, but the fact that you pushed back. In Yase Alley, when someone tries something with you, you don't just take it, you punch their teeth in. You'll usually be rewarded and supported by others for it. Unlike in society where you're punished for even opposing anything at all, even if it's bad. Izuku takes another sip, locking himself into deep thought. Simba stared at the boy, contemplating before grabbing his shoulder. Hey, come on. Let's go get a drink. Boy, F off. I don't want to deal with you right now. Leave me alone. I'm sick of you always thinking you can treat me however you want. Gah. I guess your memory is still full of holes, Lai stated, not knowing the understatement that having holes in their memory meant. The current term would be that his memories were in an ever-sucking back hole. God damn it, screamed Izuku, punching the nothingness that was the ground. A loud echo rang out in this chamber of darkness. None of this is what I wanted. Lai at first had an unmoved face, deciding to ask, I'm still surprised you expressed such regret over the altercation. It may not be my business, kiddo, but as your guardian I must say, from our near 2-year anniversary of finally being able to contact each other, Katsuki seems to be a highly negative figure to your health. I get living with him for as long as you made you develop a weird kind of kinship with him, which while viciously poisonous was fruitful at a time that makes it difficult to put it all off as bad. He was quite the bane to your existence, and you admitted that he was 6 feet spiked thorn to your side. But I didn't want to attack him unprovoked, snapped Izuku, ferociously staring at Lai. His eyes were sharp but felt like they were going to well up at any time. I didn't want to attack anyone. I just didn't want to push around by him and feel like I was below him, not strike someone who wasn't even trying to fight. As the anger and anguish built up, Izuku's claws erupted and his fangs grew out. Lai raised an eye of interest when his tail began contorting in response to his emotions. It moved as lively as the fiery outrage of the young boy it's attached to. Everything I went through in the last couple of months wasn't to become someone who wants to act out malice intent on anyone that has wronged me. It was to be someone good, a great person like All Might, a person Rumi could proudly love. continued Izuku. His head dropped back to the ground. I wanted to be able to have friends, confidence, and to get stronger to achieve my dreams, not this. I didn't work so hard just to be someone who will harm others, possibly causing similar haunting moments that haunted me before. Dedicating himself to diving into the ground, practically face-planting the ground, clutching his skull as if he wanted to rip it open. His voice shriveled up as he shouted, "Yet I've seemed to always hurt everyone close to me. Katsuki, Rumi, my mom. Why am I always like this? Is this sit in my blood?" Before things could go any further, a tender warm hand came down and rested on top of his head. When a distressed and emotionally distraught Izuku looked up, he expected to see Lai trying to comfort him. Instead, he was met with the toasty soft smile of Nana. Lovingly petting him, she calmly tells him, "Hey there, you seem to be having some troubles. I'm here now, let me help you before you go off the rails." But, stammered Izuku. His shaky voice made it difficult to speak. "I feel like I'm already off the rails." "Then I'll help pull you back on them," replied Nana. With her caring hands she guided his torso off from the ground and embraced him in a snuggly hug. For a moment, he didn't feel alone right now, letting the boy's mind gain an inch of sanity back. He didn't even flinch at the thought that his face was pressing against the older woman's chest through her comfy kimono, despite still being an extremely horny teenager. "Oh, so you can come in here," Lai stated, getting close to the virtuous woman. She looked toward the floating mask, responding, "Unfortunately for my mental health, this was only possible because of you. The connection you created was just enough for me to latch onto, and since you're the one working to hold it up, it gave enough liberty for me to use it more freely. Which is why I'm all of me right now, and you're now the representation of your IQ size. You're saying a lot of insults to someone who communication line you're using, especially since we were in the middle of an important conversation. I told you before about interrupting our talks. We have an important bond to maintain." The older woman huffed at the mask. Yeah, you can have your guy talk later. Right now, this boy needs a nurturing talk, something even men might need to have once in a while. Something so that for a moment they won't feel like everything is on their shoulder ready to collapse the second they take a relaxing breath. The mask does an eye roll, somehow, saying, "Do as you wish. I was planning on it anyways. I may not be in control of this space, but I sure as hell can cause as much trouble to bother you when I want to get my way," Nana quipped back, turning her attention back to Izuku. With the green fox's body becoming less shaken, she gradually placed the boys on her lap as she settled herself on the floor of nothing. "Now, young Izuku, you just lay back and tell me what's in your mind." "Oh god, that situation is extremely F-ed," Nana silently muttered to herself after getting updated, where only Lai heard her properly, who nodded his head in agreement. "What?" innocently asked Izuku, not hearing her well. Clearing her voice and being a professional again, she quickly corrected herself. "I was just saying that you've been too hard on yourself lately. What you need to hear right now is that you're not the villain here." Izuku raised his head in objection, but I hurt. He was quickly silenced by Nana putting a finger over his mouth, stopping him before he got railed up again, stating, "I didn't say you had absolutely zero fault in everything, just that you shouldn't be looking at everything as if it's all your fault, especially in 2 of those 3 situations you mentioned. One of them happened while you weren't even born yet as a barely conscious baby at birth. There's quite literally nothing you could have done to prevent it, while the other was when you were drugged out of your mind. Now granted, you do have to take some responsibility for taking the drug in the first place. Unless you were force-fed it, at the end of the day you did take it. But just because you made a misstep doesn't mean you're now the bearer of evil. There was a decent chance you didn't even know what you took because of how it looked, and just some warning you could have seen to not take it. Taking responsibility for your actions doesn't mean you have to shoulder the entire blame for an event happening, but acknowledging when an action you took had some negative consequences and could have been handled better. Though I must say, within the black swamp of your earlier outburst, as a guardian who's supposed to assist you grow in more ways than one, there's a tiny bit admirable. I found that your first reaction now was to look within for the issue compared to how you were a few months ago to certain thing," Lai stated, interrupting Nana's little session. "A man with no blame. Never think over actions. Doomed to ignorance." Another piece of poetry. For how easy it is to blame something else for an issue, it's equally as important to look over yourself as well and not see yourself as an unflawed individual where it's everything else's fault that your life isn't perfect or ideal. The greatest trap a person can fall for is always having a scapegoat they can toss the blame onto, Lai continued. Despite being nothing but a mask at the moment, he still carried on his duty, shooing away the mask. Nana continued her talk, brushing the boy's hair as she said, "Point is, it's okay and sometimes a good thing that you're acknowledging that you made a mistake you can't take back regardless of how it might have or could have gone down. That doesn't mean you need to dwell on it forever. You're human, we all make mistakes we aren't proud of. Some big, some small, some made by what was good intention, others made because we weren't being the best we could be, some mistakes that quickly fizzle out like a candle, and some mistakes that'll burn brightly for longer than we fear it would. That doesn't mean you give up. A true hero never gives up. You need to be able to face the problem and make it right. Make it right, Izuku repeated. I know what you mean, but the way things are now, it's like putting back together a wooden house after a hurricane hit it. Even if that was an accurate representation of how bad your situation was, that still doesn't mean there's nothing you can mend. You may not rebuild everything, but you can mend what you can. Usually with the person first, by cleaning up your mess and saying your part. So, I should apologize to Rumi as soon as possible? Well, yes, but don't expect it to be the first thing you do when you see her again. Time heals things as well. You might have to hold that apology for a moment to soften her up when you talk to her. You think she'll forgive me? Well, you shouldn't only apologize to seek forgiveness. Some people just won't accept it no matter what, and you don't need to kill yourself to get it. Sometimes you just do it as a way of self-responsibility. But in my personal opinion, there's a great chance, especially if you do it properly, Nana tells him, looking down at him with a smile. I sure hope so anyway. You two sound cute together when it's going well. A blush came over the boy's face, failing to speak, and it only came out as a bumbling mess of fluster. Nana simply giggled at his reaction. The utter tornado experience of young love is fun to witness when you're not directly involved in it. I hate to interrupt again, Lai said, floating around them, but we're running low on time. It's quite difficult to keep this connection up at your current level, so wrap things up. You have to be kidding, replied Nana, looking a bit disappointed. I was about to take this opportunity to dive a bit more into this little one's love life. You're disappointed, was how Lai, having a pinch of annoyance in his voice. I was the one who made this space to talk, and yet my time to chat was cut short. Sorry, let me get in a final statement, then you can have the rest of the time, Nana nonchalantly told him, not really caring about his ordeal. Going back to Izuku, she sums it up quickly for the boy. What I'm saying is spend more time righting your wrongs than dwelling on them. A pit is not always as deep as they seem, especially if you climb out of them early. Talk to her. Izuku nodded. Wait, what about Katsuki? Should I apologize to him as well? Nana was lucky that Izuku wasn't facing her, or else he would have seen how multiple different ways her face contorted as she seemed to hold back, letting a certain set of words come out of her mouth. Time and place for everything. After an audible deep breath, she breathlessly spoke few words like her lungs were being shredded on a cheese grater. When you're ready for it. With the time Hogger finished, Lai swooped in to say, since our talk was stolen, I'll speed through this. You need to know that once this ends, we'll be cut off from each other and won't even be able to connect to talk for a while. That may not sound like much considering our current relationship, but this will also mean that I can't assist you at all in managing your Kitsune powers. You've been managing them, Izuku asked. This was news to him. The things you did while practicing in the dream world are things you will be capable of. I've said this before. I'm only able to do them so effectively since it's my job to assist you in getting a hang of them. A Kitsune is supposed to start young with their guardian and gaining control over their powers. As they grow, their capabilities grow, and the time their abilities really show themselves. The user will have enough experience using their Kitsune power that it'll be less of an issue finding out how to do it, but more of finding an effective way to do it. Lai explained. Of course you're different since you decided to ghosted me for nearly 14 years, putting you far behind on your training. And then with this girl and her mildly interesting comrades, you exponentially juiced the power you had no head handle on. Izuku looked at Nana, giving her a look for teaching Lai slang before going back to him to explain. I was trapped in the moon. I don't have time for your lies. The moon still cracked in half. How are you not convinced yet that I was there? So relentless about that theory. A theory. All you need to do is look up. Look, we can discuss it later, maybe when you are ready to start making sense. I'm just cautioning you that for the next couple of hours I won't be able to keep maintenance over your Kitsune powers. Thankfully, the Soul Palace Gate should keep most of it under control so they won't go out of control and blow off your limbs. But it's not airtight. If you stress yourself too much, your power could unnaturally leak out, and strange things might start happening around you. I highly suggest against it no matter. Trust me, leaky power sources are messy to deal with. I understand, Izuku told him, making a promise he totally intends to keep in the coming years. I promise I won't overload my body. I don't think I would even if I could. Last thing is, always remember your potential, kiddo. You're so much greater than what you put yourself as. I don't care if anyone else in the world doesn't believe it because I do. And I know I'm not the only one who has a similar belief to how great you can become. Remember, you're never alone in thinking you can be something. Proudly stated Lai. He would give some honorable gesture, but he was just a floating mask, so he just floated honorably. I can no longer hold this place up as it's exhausting, and I already got a long days of work ahead of me. Fixes up the dream world, so we'll be leaving now. Before they were gone, Nana's body suddenly jerked as if electricity shot through her body. Oh, before we go, this is for you, she said, pulling something in her pocket and placing it in Izuku's mind. It dropped from the moon with your name on it. Anyways, take care and good luck. Goodbye, kiddo, Lai declared as the two began to fade away. Izuku waved them goodbye as well before looking at his hand to see what Nana had given to him. What could possibly be delivered to him from the moon? Moon rocks. The answer wasn't as direct as that. Instead of moon rocks, it was a piece of machai. Waking up, the first thing Izuku heard was a noise, shouting to be exact, coming from beyond the door of his room. Taking out the earplug for his fox ears to take advantage of their hearing capabilities to listen in better. He's grateful that since the battle with Mizo, he was put on a slow but steady regiment to get him used to using his fox ears. It was no longer as painful to have them unplugged as it once was, but he can still suffer from loud noises or too much happening at once around him, prompting him to keep them plugged up. Nezu said that he was having special earplugs designed specifically for him for the hero course that will also assist in getting him more used to hearing with his fox ears. But that's something for another time. Right now he was trying to hear what was going on beyond his door. You better not go in there. I'm just giving him food, chillax. I forbid it, it's dangerous. He's more likely to go crazy over a lack of meat than anything else right now, so I'm stopping it. Rumi, I swear to bird Jesus. The door to Izuku's room opened up and standing there, looking as godly as ever, was Rumi. She was holding a box, despite it being closed. Izuku got the scent of a delicious treat that was sealed inside, but his attention wasn't on that. It paid more to her arm that was wrapped in medical bandages. With her usual attitude toward her dad, she gave a dismissive reply. Sorry, Dad, didn't hear that part. Oh well, I'm busy right now, bye. Right before the door was slammed shut, Izuku could hear an angry voice echo down the hall. Don't you dare. Slam. Now it was just the two of them. Alone, staring at each other like deer in headlights. God, this was going to be hard. Izuku can really use it to be continue right now. Things never come when he needs them. No matter how hard he tried, his voice just wouldn't work, so Izuku settled on giving a friendly wave to her. That got things moving as it seemed to snap Rumi out of the short trance she was in when they made eye contact. Her demeanor immediately changed, adopting a more bashful attitude as she struggled finding words as well. Instead, she decided to act as well with no word, walking up to the boy to deliver the food she brought in for him. Though her movement suddenly stopped 10 feet away from him, unable to move forward as invisible shackles kept her back, settling on putting the box at the foot of the bed before going to the edge of the wall and sitting on the floor against it. Silently, Izuku picked up the box and opened it up. A simple but delightful combination of sliced beef with a large variety of vegetables mixed together. Using the chopsticks he left him, he slowly ate. Things were more awkward than a gym class boner. He was still hungry. He knew he was going to have to start speaking eventually, but with both of their positions it was off-putting. It felt easier getting people who have different political opinions to realize that not everyone who opposes them are evil demons from hell for existing. How am I going to start? He asked himself. Well, the least I can do is get on the same level. He moved off the bed and sat on the ground, using the bed to lean against. Now there was nothing but the distance between them. They were barely able to look at each other, constantly taking long breaks by using the area around them as a distraction. They needed to start somewhere. Hey, Izuku finally said. Hey, replied Rumi. So how is everyone? Izuku asked, trying to liven it up. They're fine and hope you're doing better. You guys have no idea how comforting you guys can be. I even managed to visit Ryderu yesterday. He also wished you well. He's finally getting a bit better. Better? Did something happen? Sorry, but my mind is still a bit fuzzy. Oh, well, you were there when it happened but a few days ago, when the group was just having some light fun activity. He suddenly collapsed again. Rumi nodded. Yeah, it's most likely from exhaustion. I swear that guy doesn't get enough sleep. He's like a night owl that spends his day overworking himself. Like I said though, last I saw him yesterday morning he was bed resting at Mary's place so she could keep track of him. Probably for the best. He's been using the last couple of weeks to rest anyways. Suyu isn't coming around as often because of how cold it is, so now he doesn't force himself to go out as often. Well, I hope he gets better. I'll be sure to tell him that when he gets better. He might just scoff at it though. That'll do, thanks. No problem. So how are you feeling? Rumi asked, being quicker to pick up the conversation. Better. A lot better than before. Answer Izuku. His eye reattached itself to her bandage-up arm. How about you? I'm awesome, as always, she replied. It took a while for her to look back at Izuku and see he was staring at her arm. She hadn't noticed it, but since she came in she was unconsciously rubbing it nervously. Shaking it off, Rumi flexed the muscle of her arms for him to see, pompously stating, oh this is but a scratch. Really? Yeah. You know where I spent most of my time at. You think this is the worst injury I've had? Most likely not. Exactly. So don't sweat it. I'm fine. Good. That's honestly good to hear. Yeah, so, no worries. I'm still sorry about it though, I just have to say it. Rumi's silence only serves to assure the air between them remains tense. Thick and difficult to breathe, like a huge chunk of ice cream sliding down someone's throat without them swallowing. Was she mad? Did apologizing make it worse? There was a serious possibility that Nana's advice could have not worked. Because while women understand women, they also nearly all hate each other. Thankfully, that wasn't the case, either from the merits of the advice or Rumi's tendencies to devoid from a standard. After what felt like minutes of silence, she got up from her position and walked toward Izuku before standing at his bedside. She settled herself down, not next to Izuku, but along the same bedside as him at the opposite end, still distant but closer than before, and facing the same side. I knew you would, Rumi finally said. You're the kind of guy who'll probably have a mini breakdown if you did something really bad to someone. Awkwardly looking away, Izuku hid how big his eyes went at her partly satirical comment as he said, yeah, guess I am. It's a commendable trait you have. It's really nothing. I'll just feel bad about it until I properly apologize. Yeah, but having someone like that, someone able to have that kind of compassion, it's rare for me. Probably because it's decently rare to see in Yasei Alley, but still, it matters in my life. It was flattering for Izuku to hear, his tail wagging a bit from the spark of joy he received, but he couldn't take it wholeheartedly. He couldn't act like it was all sunshine on his part. That means a lot to me, but I can't say I was perfect. I was far from it. I don't need you to be perfect or any of that extra stuff. Just you being you is enough. But just being me no matter what me is wasn't good. In some ways it was unhealthy and more hurtful to me. And possibly you in ways you probably didn't even know. Can you truthfully say with no doubt in your mind that I didn't have something I heavily needed to work on? There wasn't something serious I did that made you cringe up, that you wish I wouldn't do but didn't want to say it. Rumi was the one who turned away this time. Maybe a few things. There's the issue. We can both agree that I had a few things to improve upon. Doesn't mean you have to change all of you. Of course not. I just want to be better for you, the people I care about and believe in me. And most importantly, I want to be better for me. Izuku wasn't sure when it happened, but the next time he took a glance to the side, he saw that Rumi had now shifted herself closer. Side by side, they were now next to each other. I could take a few notes from your book, Rumi bashfully admitted. That would only be fair, Izuku replied. His body was stiff from how close she was, but he kept himself calm. I've tried to take a few from your book, but it was near impossible to do. With a proud chuckle, she proclaimed, of course, you can't copy me anywhere, causing them both to share a small laugh, just in time for another awkward silence. With them being next to each other, Rumi brought out her own chopsticks and began picking the vegetables that were in the meal box Izuku was eating that was brought in for him. He didn't mind it, openly offering it to her, but one thing did bother him when he thought about it. Aren't you a vegetarian? Yes, why? You're eating. I'm eating only the vegetables, duh. You wouldn't miss them anyways. Sometimes you look like you're going to cry when you eat anything here that's not meat. Yeah, but it's all soaked with meat juice and seasoning. And, yeah, wait, does eating broccoli that was soaked in steak juice count as not being vegetarian, or is it fine? I honestly don't know. I'll pretend like it's fine if you do. Deal. After quickly finishing the box and putting it aside, they returned to their prior state of silence. That when Izuku felt a warm presence when Rumi began leaning her head against his shoulder, and they just sat there like that. It took a long time for Rumi to speak again. Can I be honest? Responded Izuku, nodding his head. No, like, really honest. Sure, you have to promise you won't get mad or upset. Okay, I won't. I might have not been honest about being completely fine with everything with the jawbreakers. I was shaken more than hurt. It's weird, ever since it happened, my body was constantly shaking all day. Like a chill running down my spine I couldn't get rid of. I was even afraid of talking to you. It took quite a couple of hours after to even work up the will to come here, even when I knew you were sane enough to talk again. That was probably for the best. I wasn't in the best condition either when I woke up. Needed a bit of time coming to terms with everything. Same. It was such a weird feeling that it took a while and a talk with Mary for me to find out why I was feeling such a way. Basically, it leads back to my birth parents. Shocker. Apparently I react differently when someone close to me hurts me. Like friends. Well, yeah, but kinda no. I never once felt off when Cassidy, Setsuna, Simba, Yogi, or Tsuyu ever landed a hit on me. It's a bit deeper like that. The way I see you. The abnormal timidness in her voice only seemed to increase the more she spoke. Deeper, so you see me as family. And Nuo, less than that. There was no hiding the disappointment in Izuku's voice hearing that, less. Realizing her mistake in her wording, she swiftly attempted to correct her mistake. Not like that. I mean, yeah, I don't see you as family, but not like I don't see you as important like family. It's just that I can't put you on the level of importance like family, so you're less than family but more than friends. Just a good friend but not family. I'm going to be honest. That's more confusing to comprehend than my mumblings. Not being used to being the babbling nonsense speaker in this relationship. The white bunny mouth curled into an annoyed pout, stating, forget it. No, I'll like to try to understand. No, it's not important anyways, the point is. As Rumi spoke, a blush of pink came across her face. You mean something to me because you're close to me. Oh, well, I can say the same about you, Rumi. Really? Yeah, you're among the few people who truly have a place in my heart. I feel about you the same way I feel about my family, closest of friends I've made, and of course, I don't think we're on the same page, stated Rumi. Her voice quickly turned a bit grouchy. A bit confused, Izuku responded, Huh, really? Yes, I was just saying you're among the people who means a lot to me, but not at the degree I'm talking to. What? What degree are we talking about then? You said more than friends and less than family. Rumi, Izuku asked as she stopped responding. Rumi only muttered 2 words before acting. You idiot. She went from simply leaning on Izuku to full-on pushing against Izuku's body with her own. Izuku resisted trying to figure out what she was doing, but before he could ask, he felt something that sent a sensation jolting through his body. She had bit his neck, catching him off guard before pushing him onto his back. Izuku only looked up in shock as he witnessed the curvaceous figure of Rumi slowly crawling over his body, planting her hands down at both sides of his shoulders. With her long white hair dripping down that form a kind of runway, she stared down at Izuku with her intense red eyes. With their faces only inches apart, he could see how flustered her face was getting from their position, yet she stuck to it, being stubborn and standing her ground as always. Bold, she told him what she was thinking. I don't do this often, you know. You better not be ignorant of my feelings when I open up like this, or else I'll kick your ass 30 times over. The light bulb finally shined, allowing Izuku to finally make the connection of her words. Oh, was Izuku's reply, not expecting this here. To be fair, he was purposely taught to never think of a dream situation as it'll never happen, but to instead be flexible so it does come he can act. This was harder than the simulations anticipated, especially since he thought this would be the opposite way around. So, the blushing Rumi said. Her hand shook in anticipation and nervousness, waiting for him now that he knows what she was referring to. What about you? How do you feel? Izuku stammered, finding it extremely hard to speak right now. His head was still a bit fuzzy, is taking in a lot of information right now, has a lot of blood that's not going to his head right now, and just got asked a question he waited so long for that he had planned to ask, but now it was turned against him. Yet, this was his chance, weeks no. Months of training and hardship for a moment like this. He felt like he was going to have a heart attack and faint, yet he kept himself up. He wasn't going to waste everything everyone put into him. With valor near equal to when he foolishly charged at the slime villain, he finally said the right thing. I've felt the exact same way for so long. Did you? Rumi asked, her head lowering down ever so slowly. Swallowing a wad of spit, Izuku answered, Yes, it started as admiration when we first met and you were so having a presence of your own, and it quickly grew the more time we spent with each other. So I was right back then about you taking the chance to hold my hand, she softly taunted, grinning at him. I guess you were, chuckled Izuku, preparing himself for something he never prepared to do. Guess? You confirmed it was completely right a second ago. Right, you utterly got me. They were so close. The fragrance of each other's scent only enhanced them. HMP, was there any doubt? Not with you. Only an inch away. Their eyes were already dovey, and they were both ready. But then, oh my god, exclaimed Rumi, interrupting everything. She grabbed both sides of Izuku's face and shouted, gift basket. What? Izuku replied, a bit confused as to why she was saying that now. I just remembered, gift basket, repeated Rumi, now clutching her head in a eureka moment. Simba's gift basket. Still confused, Izuku said, Simba's gift basket. The memory hit Izuku like a truck. It was right after Izuku and Rumi were about to go home from Yasei Alley, but then another berserk case happened on top of another small adult gang member trying to sneak into Yasei Alley. Obviously, they both went to help out to settle the situation. That's when they saw both Simba and Yogi come in to help clean up the mess. Yogi was carrying a couple of white plastic bag gift baskets and strangely wasn't his usual cheery self that day. Izuku remembered asking about it, but Simba shrugged it off as him feeling hungry. Everyone who helped out received a gift basket for their help, but Simba himself personally handed one to Izuku, even though he surprisingly didn't want one. Not that he didn't like what was inside, but more because he was tired from the day and just wanted to go home. With Simba's insistence, they both took one and went on their way. They all seemed identical, but Izuku didn't notice one key detail, that Rumi's own didn't have a certain jawbreaker inside. A little over halfway on the way home, Rumi ran on ahead because she remembered she had to cook dinner and Izuku couldn't keep up. Being alone, he eventually popped the jawbreaker not too far away from the house before entering. That was when it all went down. I'm back. Hey, Izuku, glad I didn't leave you two in the dust. Sorry about that. You know how Dad gets when he doesn't eat. Haha, people are reminded that I was never human. I'll be sure not to cross you when you're hungry then, or ever, just to be safe. Good choice. Enough talking, you two. Hey Izuku, I need an extra hand in the kitchen. You mind coming? Yes sir. Are you okay? That sounded weird. Why yeah, my head just felt like it pulsed all the blood in my body at once. Maybe you need to eat. You probably skipped a meal. Yeah. From there, they walked past Nezu together chatting. The conversation was lighthearted, but as it dragged on, it became harder for Izuku to comprehend as his mind slowly shifted to becoming a storm. Before he knew it, suddenly all he was seeing was red. A scream, then feeling a couple of jolts of electricity. That was all he could remember. You remember right? Rumi asked, shaking Izuku like a rag doll. That would have been the only place you could have gotten it from. It wasn't in my own bag, so I dismissed it, but I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner. You're right. It has to be him, Izuku exclaimed, clutching his head. Simba was acting so strange too when he was giving it out. Did he know? Why? Why would they do that? I don't know. We should tell your dad right away. No, Rumi was quick to shut that idea down. We can't tell him. Why? Honestly, I could say because we don't even fully know yet who is involved or if they're being threatened or why. They spent years here helping everyone out in every way possible, but then suddenly they started pushing that berserk jawbreaker around. One of the few taboos in Yasei Alley. It's too crazy to think, and with the nature of quirks this could easily be a setup, explained Rumi. She took out her phone and began texting people. But in truth, it's not just how we do it over there. You call any cop to go down there. They'll try to barge in and it'll be more of them fighting everyone inside than even dealing with the issue at hand, and everything will be ruined. The people there survive by sustaining each other, and that should be how we solve it if we want as peaceful of a resolution as possible. They should at least be able to plea in their defense to their fellow residents. The bunny's phone began ringing with alerts and she smiled reading it, informing Izuku, "We're solving this Yasei Alley style." The talk Rumi had with their friends was informative to say the least. Within the group chat they had that excluded the accused. While the accusations seemed sudden to them at first, how guilty they looked slowly started to increase as more information came to light. Conveniently, with all these berserk cases going on, Simba has been gaining more and more respect as a resident for how he's been helping deal with this crisis. Not only that, but the mysterious figure, the Ripper, activities have also increased. Supposedly multiple Spatian stronghold buildings were attacked and destroyed, with the rumors being that it was the Ripper. This gave the Lagas better influence, which usually was held by Simba, who will be the first person who will get that new influence under control. It won't be a stretch to say that Simba had connections to the Ripper. It was known that only he and Yogi ever had any kind of contact with the Ripper. The group had found it odd how it was usually those two who have slowly been more absent with their group activities without concrete reason. But the most damning of all was that Setsuna had caught him tonight meeting with Boris the Warhog inside of Yasei Alley. That's what led the group to gather outside of the building Setsuna saw them going into. Izuku, Rumi, Cassidy, and Setsuna had all gathered outside. Sui wasn't there as she didn't want to get involved at all in something like this, as it's why she never fully participated in all of the group's wacky antics. Ryderu said he couldn't come because while he was well enough to leave Mary's attendance, he was still not feeling well enough to do anything intense. And Mary was unable to come as she was staying at a legal guardian's house preparing something for her recommendation, a hero school center. Izuku even tried Sekian, but he wasn't answering his cell. Are you sure you saw them go in? Izuku asked as the group stared at the building. Setsuna nodded, completely. They were in there discussing something, but it seemed to have mostly calmed down. They don't have much security, just Simba on the 3rd floor where the meeting was taking place, and a few weak fodder as light security on the 1st floor. I don't even see Boris on the 3rd floor anymore, so I assumed they finished up the meeting. Thanks, Setsuna, Izuku told her. Most of what we got were thanks to you. Don't thank me, she replied as she began walking away. Call it me making up for not going in with you guys. Rumi scoffed. I'm still mad about that. The Greenette shrugged, stating, honestly, this is too vigilante justice for me. I can't risk getting caught up in that. I won't even be returning here after tonight. Wait, really? Why? I have obligations elsewhere. Can't help it. It's how life goes, Setsuna answered as she started backing away from the group. But I'll be a shameful liar if I said that this place didn't bring a lot of entertainment while it lasted. Can't leave without leaving something for you guys. The sharp-toothed individual gave a sparkled wink at them. Well, thank you for all your help, Izuku told her. It really helped us out. Of course, let's keep in touch maybe, she says before turning away from the group and walking away. She left them with one piece of information before she was gone. Oh, and I wasn't able to confirm this no matter how much I looked, but some of the grunts Simba got inside were saying there was a chance the Ripper was inside. Be careful in there. With a few goodbyes with the group, she was gone. Now it was only 3 of them, about to go in to stop their own friends from screwing up the community they all love. Rumi boasted not to worry about it since she by herself can beat Simba and Yoga's ass back to back, and that everyone else should just make sure they don't get their asses kicked long enough for them to team up against Boris and the Ripper, if they were needed, of course. With no time to waste, they all charged in. As expected, Rumi and Cassidy quite easily knocked out anyone that even thought of stopping them. Izuku, who was leading the rear, almost felt left out as any grunt would be taken care of before he could even bring out his black whip. The only time their movement was stopped was when they seemed to have gotten to the living room of the 1st floor. Standing there was Yogi, in his usual costume, simply standing there waiting. "Hey guys," he casually greeted as if nothing was off about the situation. Immediately Izuku came out with questions, firing a bunch of questions about the gift baskets, his attitude, and all the evidence that's been collected against him, but he was stopped by Rumi and Cassidy both holding out their hands. "Izuku, you go up and have your own meeting with Simba. If anyone should be the one who'll question him, it should be you," Rumi told him, pointing to the nearby staircase. "Handle him however you see fit once you see the bastard, but don't forget to leave a few hits for me once I get there." Cassidy stretched her arms as she said, "Yeah, me and Rumi here will catch up to you soon. We just need to have a little talk with Yogi. We know each other so we'll be able to understand each other more." There were thoughts of objecting for the green fox, but he respected that this meant a lot more to them than it would for him, simply nodding his head and saying, "Please be safe, you too." "Be safe," they both exclaimed at the same time. "When we're together, we are the danger in the room." That gave Izuku a bit of a smile before he rushed up the staircase. He was determined more than ever. "I must make sure I can get this resolved tonight. What's happening is too frighteningly horrible with those jawbreakers to let wait. Does this mean Aunt Bakugo thought I was doing drugs? I can't believe it. I would never. Okay, I mean, except for this exact situation, but it wasn't during the time she was suspicious of me." Izuku thought to himself, next time he visits home he's going to have a lot to talk about. He quickly snapped himself out of it and focused on what he was here to do. That's when he started hearing steps coming from the stairway. He was prepared to suddenly get attacked, but instead it was Sekian. He wasn't looking good. He was holding his arm, barely walking straight, and was covered in scratches and cuts. "Sekian, are you okay? What happened to you?" Izuku asked, quickly going to attend to him. Sekian was quiet in their quick discussion. He explained how he did his own little investigation into the Berserk cases, and it led him to find out about Simba's involvement as well. When he went to confront him about it, he was able to slip by all the security and Yogi easily, but was stopped by one person, the Ripper. Sekian didn't allow Izuku to cover his wounds and simply warned him to go straight to the 3rd floor. "Why?" Izuku asked, receiving no answer from Sekian. From his face, it became obvious that the Ripper had stationed himself at the 2nd floor, but with the advice given meant that he wasn't going to act unless he stopped at the 2nd floor. Sekian did assure Izuku that he'll be fine since nothing was broken, but it was all demoralizing for him and he almost wants to cry for not being able to do anything. "Don't worry, Sekian, me, Rumi, and Cassidy will all make sure this ends tonight," exclaimed Izuku, trying to cheer him up. It was unsure if it helped or not, but Sekian did continue his walk out the house, limping less heavily. Then he came to the important decision, the pathway between floors where he could continue upwards or go into the only room on the 2nd floor. He knew he should just stick to the plan and go straight up to Simba, but there was a feeling in his gut that bound him to explore the 2nd floor to get an answer to something. "I pray I'm wrong. If I am, I'll accept any beatdown I'll get for this," he thought to himself as he stayed on the 2nd floor. When Rumi helped sneak Izuku out, more of Izuku's memories started coming back to him, and he noticed another detail that didn't mean anything back then that changed how he looked at things now. A bit of research into Trigger, the drug these Berserk jawbreakers were made or inspired from, showed that a side effect from use was that the user would have a black tongue afterward. At first he never thought he saw something like that throughout Yasei Alley, except for one time. He even sent a private text to this person to try to get something to quell this fear. "Izuku, hey, 8:20 p.m. Yo, 8:23 p.m. Izuku, we're about to head to where Simba is. 8:24 p.m. Good luck. 8:29 p.m. Izuku, are things actually alright with everything going on? I'm regaining some of my memories and I remembered something concerning you. 8:31 p.m. Oh, that. It was nothing. Got it taken care of weeks ago. 8:32 p.m. Izuku, are you sure there's nothing you want to talk about? You know who'll get upset if something happened to you. 8:33 p.m. Yeah, I know, but like I said, I'm fine. You have a lot more on your plate right now and other people to deal with. 8:36 p.m. So again, good luck. Don't bother me with this anymore for tonight. 8:37 p.m. Izuku, okay, sorry for disturbing you. 8:39 p.m. Izuku, get well soon. 8:40 p.m. With every step, Izuku drew closer to the half-open door leading to that floor's main room. There were even signs and painting down the hallway that told him to go back and head upstairs, yet he pushed past them all. He needed an answer. "Please, please, please," begged Izuku. His hand wrapped around the knob and shook wildly. Beyond this door was no doubt the Ripper. Taking a deep breath, he entered the room. Immediately his heart sank. "You're quite annoying, you know that. What's the point of putting up signs if you're just going to walk by all of them? I even let Sekian off easy just so that he can tell you to head straight to the 3rd floor, so avoid all of this," a voice in the room said. "Forget that," shouted Izuku. Quickly his angst was being replaced with rage. "Why get involved in this? Why do any of this? Why couldn't you just tell me? Why did you have to lie to me? That you're ... you're the Ripper, aren't you?" Sitting against the wall, in a stance fit for any stealthy predator, was one of the last people Izuku wanted to be there. Riduru, sitting there with his usual unmoving stoic eyes. His clothes barely looked scuffed, but there were small stains of blood on them. Izuku could barely control himself. The amount of betrayal and pure emotion made his heart feel like he was going to burst. Was anything they ever talked about real? Me and Rumi have been making great progress. You think it'll be long before I get a chance to ask her out? Probably. You can't measure it like that. You just gotta let it happen. You'll only get an answer once you're actually there. Well, I'm feeling quite confident right now. Maybe I'll actually be ready. Yeah, I'll definitely be ready. I sure hope so, for both of your sake. Now stop self-hyping yourself up like an annoying internet personality. It's annoying. We're still in the middle of training. Hey, Riduru, you mind keeping those things I accidentally told you a secret? What? Oh yeah, sure, whatever. I'm not big on pointless gossip anyway. I honestly have no idea why you would bother telling someone like me that kind of stuff. It's like speaking to a carcass. Pointless? Yeah, but I don't know. It just feels assuring talking to you about that stuff. Like a sibling or close relative. That's pretty cringe. Hey, I mean it. Riduru. What now? Thanks, HPM, for what this time? Just everything. So kind. Like every person on the internet with self-worth issues, your vague statement gives me life. Well, you are smiling right now. Shut up. Huh. Answer me. Izuku shouted at his friend, who was just silent in a situation like this. Don't just sit there and say nothing. Scratching his eye that was covered by his hair, Riduru finally stood up, taking a few steps toward Izuku to speak, though what he said wouldn't at all be to Izuku's liking. Look, I'm really not in the mood for all this, so let's make this simple for everyone, he says, taking a moment to cough. Once he was done, he cleared his voice before stating an absurd statement. I'll give you 15 seconds starting now to kill me. If you don't blame me for what happens next. Is he mad? Thought Izuku after hearing that, to suggest such a thing out of nowhere. Continuing his outburst, he shouted, Don't screw with me. Don't you care at all about what you're doing here? 10 seconds left, was all Riduru replied with. The fangs of Izuku grew as he howled out, Rideru. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.